You seem so stressed lately. What's happened?
I just can't do this anymore.
No.
A few months ago, I had an abortion. I just can't stop thinking about it.
It's difficult, I know. I've been there myself.
Really? You seem okay.
I wasn't, and then I got help at Rachel's Vineyard. You should call them.
Rachel's Vineyard, healing the pain of abortion one weekend at a time.
Catholic high school and college filmmakers. Want to get your work seen in over 250 million homes around the world? Then enter the Cool to Be Catholic commercial contest. We're looking for original 30 and 60-second spots that focus on Catholic themes, family, Eucharistic adoration, the church, devotion, the challenges of being a young Catholic in today's world, and more. To find out more and to enter, go to EWTN.com/cool-to-be-Catholic. 3 grand prize winners will get an all-expense-paid trip to the EWTN studios in Birmingham and a guest appearance on Life on the Rock.
When I was the director of an abortion clinic, we sorted through the remains of aborted babies to pull out their body parts. We told women that their unborn babies were not human, yet we receive money for these babies' tiny arms, legs, and organs. Who have we become as people and a nation when we abort our children and then receive money for their body parts? Don't you think this should stop?
Injustice anywhere, anywhere. There is a threat to justice everywhere.
It's engaging, lively, and fun, tackling the spiritual, moral, and cultural issues through the lens of our Catholic faith.
Try taking a second look at it.
It's about understanding yourself, your purpose in life, and how much God loves you.
Deep within inside of you is the truth. You already know what that is.
It's Take Two with Jerry and Debbie, weekdays at noon Eastern.
And for those of you listening here to Take Two, our aim is to help you peel back some layers to see your life differently.
Only on the EWTN Global Catholic Radio Network.
My world changed really quickly after I found out I was pregnant. I was really scared and confused. Abortion was the only option that I was given. I felt empty, I felt alone, I felt like a part of my soul was just ripped out. Contrary to how abortion is marketed, it is not a quick fix. It is not a solution to a seemingly hopeless problem. It leaves you regretful. I wouldn't suggest it to anyone ever.
It's new. It's Catholic. It's live from our studios at Christ Cathedral. Call Me Catholic with Peggy Normandin. A full hour of talk, interviews, and commentary on faith. Celebrating, exploring, and restoring our Catholic identity in a modern world. Call Me Catholic every Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern on EWTN Radio.
So you think assisted suicide is a good idea? While Americans have a constitutional right to refuse life-prolonging treatments, there's a big difference between being allowed to die and having a doctor intentionally end your life. Consider this. The two witnesses required for assisted suicide can have a personal or financial motive for hastening your death. An anxious heir, a weary relative, even an employee of the healthcare facility taking care of you are not excluded from the process. That's something to think about.
The EWTN Religious Catalog Web Store. EWTN RC. That's really Catholic.
EWTNRC.com. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's your place for all things Catholic.
If you're currently an EWTN media missionary or just interested in becoming one, we've got some great news. EWTN Media Missionaries has a new and improved website, EWTNmissionaries.com, designed with you in mind. Our new site is loaded with great features and it's easy to navigate. There are so many different ways that you can help EWTN. Take a look at the 12 suggested ways in which you can serve your parish community. Volunteering to be an EWTN media missionary has never been easier, with more resources than ever before. Resources to build up your faith, all free and as close as the download away. So what are you waiting for? Log on and click Sign Up to register or update your information today. Join us in sharing the eternal word with the world. Visit EWTNmissionaries.com today.
Every new morning is a gift, and how you spend those early hours sets the tone for the rest of the day. What's first on your list? On mine, it's Glory. Morning Glory, dynamic Catholic morning radio. It's fast-paced and fun with all the news, weather, and sports, plus Christ-centered conversation to get you started in the right direction. Your destination for truth that you won't find anywhere else.
Morning Glory with Brian Patrick. Catholic from the start. Weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on the EWTN Global Catholic Radio Network. The heart of our faith can be found in the mystery of the Eucharist. It is why we can say, Christ in you, our hope and glory. On January 24th through the 31st, EWTN takes you to Cebu, Philippines, as the faithful gather to raise awareness of the Church's saving mission in the world. The Most Reverend Robert Barron, Timothy Cardinal Dolan, and Luis Antonio Cardinal Tagle are among the many religious and lay leaders who will reflect on the source and summit of all we believe. The 51st International Eucharistic Congress, Sunday at 3 a.m. Eastern, and again at 5 p.m. Eastern, here on EWTN.
My world changed really quickly after I found out I was pregnant.
I felt very pressured to have an abortion by everyone around me.
I paid the money and I became a number.
Contrary to how abortion is marketed, no matter how many people try to sell you on it, it is not a quick fix. It leaves you empty, it leaves you alone, regretful.
The long-term effects of having an abortion is a grief that can never be taken away. It's a sadness that lingers with you.
And that's a great price to pay for the rest of your life, a price of regret and shame and unforgiveness.
I just know this whole thing about choice, a woman's right to choose, is not freedom. In the end, it's not freedom, it's a prison. Don't do what I did.
I greatly desire that a church be built in my honor, in which I will show my love, compassion, and protection. With
And hello, I'm Doug Keck, still here with Father Joseph Merriwill for the 43rd Annual March for Life, live from Washington, D.C., here all day long. You can check out our website for scheduling in your particular area. And of course, we had the morning mass, Father. Great to see you still here.
Yes.
And our audience who stayed with us as they prepare for the whole day's worth of events from the Verizon Center and also the march. And it's certainly an interesting day because of the fact of the weather. The weather has really played into what's going on. I mean, you yourself had mentioned to me that you heard that maybe even some buses had to turn around just because there weren't hotel rooms, right?
Right, because emergency personnel had taken over those hotels to prepare for this huge winter storm that they're expecting in Washington, D.C. And yet they also said the Buffalo people came in because this is just a dusting for them.
There you go, right. If you're coming from the Great White North, it's not such a problem for
That's
you.
right.
You're used to dealing with it. People from the South have a little more of an issue with it.
Yes.
And as we know, to be fair to people, even Washington, D.C. yesterday morning with our crew up there preparing for our coverage, John Kuklinski and his team, they certainly were in the midst of even a small dusting in the morning, and it caused great difficulties in the Washington market. It's not dissimilar to what it's like here in Birmingham when you get that. Now, obviously, I'm from Long Island. We were kind of used to snow, when you're an Iowa farm boy,
That's
so
right.
you're used to snow, so we're not as opposed to dealing with snow as some people who are not used to dealing with it legitimately, because it doesn't happen that often.
You just go through it. You just go through it. And a lot of people have made that courageous decision. They don't want to do something foolish.
Right.
And a lot of the trips were canceled simply for the safety of the young people that
And that
are
can be a
going.
courageous decision too,
Sure.
because people are sitting there saying, we've waited all year, the youth group's ready to go, we've made all these plans, this is really exciting, and at the last minute we have to just make a decision to say, for the safety and concerns, we're just not going to be able to go.
And there were those that set out earlier. We had a group from Lake Charles, Louisiana. We had 3 buses with 200 young people that came there a couple of days ago. So they're already there.
Right.
And
So
there'll
they
be a
got
lot
in.
of people that are there. They're in. They may get out later.
Right, exactly.
But,
yeah, we're hearing our
there.
crew won't be
Right.
able to get out till probably Sunday at this point at the earliest. And of course, we don't know, because the storm really is hitting later today, and the full ramifications of what's happening in the Northeast, let alone in the D.C. market, where it could be as much as 2 feet of snow. We'll have to see what the impact of that is. But one way or the other, we will be bringing you the March for Life and all the events that will be happening in Washington. And as we always get started, we started with the Mass last night, the Mass this morning. Prayer is so important to us. You've written a book, EWTN's Family Prayer Book, which is available from EWTN for donation. If you write to us or call our viewer services about that, you can get this wonderful book. And it's really based upon the morning prayers that you do for EWTN that people see on television, right? So with that said, you want to start us off with a prayer?
Yes, Bishop Zubik in his homily this morning, he talked about what his mother taught him. At the end of the day, you end on your knees in prayer before God. At the beginning of the day, you start on your knees. So we put everything into God's hands. We ask Him to bless our coverage today, so let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Almighty God, Jesus, your Son, taught us to call you our Father, for you are the Father of us all, unborn, infants, children, people young and old. You have given us all a dignity that must be respected, loved, and cherished. Bless our broadcasts this day, we pray, filling them with your Spirit, so that the chorus of thousands of voices gathered for the March for Life may move the hearts of many in our nation and throughout the world to see, to hear, and to understand your great love for each one of them and for everyone, through Christ our Lord. Amen. Our Lady of Guadalupe, patroness of the unborn, pray for us. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
So let me just ask you, where's that prayer from then?
That was one that I created specifically for the March for Life and for the Walk for Life, that God will bless our broadcast. That was something that Mother Angelica did and has always left an impression on me. When I first arrived here, it was actually 31 years ago, that she would always gather the crew. They would join hands, and they would pray for the blessing of the live shows.
Right, exactly. We've
Right.
seen images of that, obviously. Everybody's standing in the kitchen back then.
That's right.
Everybody was in the kitchen doing that. And speaking of that, as we get kicking things off, Praying with Mother Angelica, it's a new book talking about prayer. It's coming out in February. You can pre-order it through EWTN's religious catalog, EWTNRC.com. Meditations on the Rosary, the Way of the Cross, and other prayers. And as Father was saying, and we say everything begins with the Mass and prayer here. Obviously, the March for Life is a very prayerful event, and we really have to keep prayer in mind even more so today because of the nature of the weather and the safety of the people involved. You knew Mother Angelica probably better than virtually anyone who's here still at the network. How important was pro-life issues to Mother, as you mentioned, El Divino Niño, and prayer? And is there a particular prayer in this book you'd like to share with us?
Yes, in fact, it's the first one, her meditation on the Annunciation of Mary, how Mary didn't understand how this was going to take place, and yet she trusted that God would provide, that his providence would somehow make everything turn out as he had planned, which would be for the best. So with each of those meditations, there's a particular intention for that meditation. So for the very first one, the Annunciation, we pray for respect for the sanctity of life. And here's what Mother, her prayer says: your trust, and she's speaking to Mary, your trust in the Father's will made the miraculous simple. Why can't we trust his plan in our lives as you trusted him in yours? The women of our day fear the future of their unborn children. In an act of misguided zeal, they sometimes deprive the Father of the opportunity to manifest his power. Bestow upon us his goodness and populate the kingdom with children of light. Give us a share of your faith and hope, that we may bow before the infinite wisdom of God and accept the treasures he deigns to bestow upon us. So it's trusting in his providence,
Right.
just like Mary did.
And that's what Mother always has done here, obviously.
Yes.
One foot in the air, one step, with a queasy feeling in your stomach moving forward. But again, that's just some of what you'll be able to be enriched by with Praying with Mother Angelica, Meditations on the Rosary, Way of the Cross, and other prayers. It's an important work. If you love Mother Angelica, it's a great way to get inside her prayer life, and it's available through EWTNRC.com. You can pre-order it today, and we'll keep everybody prayerfully in mind today. And of course, as you mentioned, Father, one of the great March for Life efforts is put an end to abortion. People might already see on screen a number counting on the bottom that has to do with worldwide abortions.
In the past, we've had just the U.S. abortion numbers, which is, I think, just a few every minute, but that's still a tragedy. But now we're showing the worldwide counter, which is 77 a minute.
Right.
And so you get a sense at each click, a person has died, a person's life has been taken.
Right, exactly. And one of the things that strikes me too is that sometimes when we talk about the United States, some people who tend to be the pro-abortion people tend to say, well, this is a country where people get to decide these things. But these are the same people who always seem to be so worried about the poor in other parts of the world. But yet, if we look at it, who's really suffering the most under abortion? It's really the poor in the third world countries, right?
Yes. And you can think about the theme, pro-life, pro-woman, go hand in hand. That there's often this rhetoric that says, it's a war on women if you're against abortion. But actually, the war on women is abortion.
Right.
Because it's such a tragedy that they suffer with for the rest of their lives, for many of them.
Right, so. And exactly, we know the Cardinal Sarah's recent book and coming from Africa and dealing with what's really going on in Africa, where there's an incredible push to contraception and on the whole idea of even gay marriage, but things certainly that attack the family, and one of the attacks on the family is clearly abortion.
That when we cherish life and you welcome children, there's a joy that springs from that. There's challenges, and I was speaking with a mother last night who just had her third child, and she's talking about they're not getting much sleep, and her husband works here, actually at the network, and he's not getting much sleep, got a full day of work, but at the same time there is this blessing and joy that you can see.
Right, and as we know, whether we like it or not in this world, suffering is part of living, and it's through the sacrifice and the suffering and the overcoming of obstacles that we really get true self-worth, right? That's when we really feel good, as if we've accomplished something.
You know, we are being stretched often by our vocations, whether it's priesthood, religious life, or marriage and family life. It stretches us beyond our comfort zones at times. And so, but that stretching is increasing our capacity to love and enriching our lives.
That refining. And of course, talking about stretching, we have Teresa Tomeo and Damon Owens out in the field. They're the true March for Life warriors as far as correspondents for EWTN. They're out there braving the cold, and they will be there throughout the weather, no matter what it is, throughout the march. I'm not sure if I think we've got both of them, Teresa and Damon. There they are.
Yes. Hi. How are you guys?
Good. How are you doing? How's the weather right now?
The weather is not bad right now. What do you think, Damon? About 28 degrees, maybe?
I'm not good at that. I just know it's frigid.
But we're optimistic because it's not snowing yet, although it's very overcast and a lot of clouds moving in, Doug and Father, which is an indication, I think, that the snow is going to fly fairly soon, I would think.
Well, the proof will be very soon in terms of the precipitation and the snow, and I think I was telling Teresa I'm going to get rid of the cute in a while. The hat will be on and all those other things.
You're always cute, with or without a hat.
The hat will come on.
I think what's important to note, though, Damon, is that there are already thousands of people here. Father was mentioning some of the buses that have already made it, and people from like Buffalo and Michigan, they're already here because this is no big deal for us. But of course, for purposes in terms of liability and also safety reasons, the dioceses have to consider if it's worth it to come down. But again, a lot of people are already here. And if you remember, Doug and Father, 2 years ago when we had that bitterly cold blizzard and the temperatures without the wind chill were below freezing, there were still several 100,000 people. We'll probably have less today, obviously, but a lot of groups are here, young people at the Verizon Center. We already have our young people gathering behind us, getting set for interviews. Everybody is determined to march for life, and they've never canceled a march, and they really leave it up to the people to decide whether they want to come.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what we'll see is that even continuing with the event, seeing the turnout, no matter what it is going to continue that witness about why this march happens. This is not a political rally where we're looking for the numbers, in other words, to make the point, but the fact that the showing up, right, from all these different places says that this is an event that is, it really is perennial. So I think that the witness and the purpose of the march will still be a success as we move forward.
Yeah. So we've got a lot of great interviews lined up for you and very excited about it.
Okay, one question I have for you, Teresa, and I like that hat, is the fact that I'm wondering, is it possible, and I'm assuming it could be, that the municipality, let's say Washington, D.C. itself, the city government could actually have said, we can't have an event, the weather's too bad. Could they have actually canceled it if they wanted to?
That's a good question. I think Jeannie Mancini from the March for Life will be with us a little bit later on, and we'll ask her that question. Now, they've never canceled it. There is a state of emergency declared in the city of Washington and several surrounding communities. They switched it from a blizzard watch up to a warning yesterday. So it is entirely possible. They are closing some of the roads later on, I understand, and flights are canceled for today. I heard you mention that our crew isn't going to be going out maybe Sunday if we're lucky. We do have all flights rescheduled for Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon, but even then we don't know what the situation is going to be like. But that's a question I'll ask Jeannie a little bit later. I have not heard that the city could, or if they ever have offered to do that or said that they would do it, considering the situation. But I guess it's a possibility, but we'll know a little bit later on.
Yeah, I think they're operating on the same forecast that the snow itself won't begin until after 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock time frame. If that were to shift, I think we might see something, but by that time I think we would be well beyond the attendance and the people here.
I'm just really excited for our crew. They're doing such a great job, and they work so hard behind the scenes. As you mentioned, Doug, it's a long setup here. And, of course, we're really, really glad they're going to be able to go up to the Supreme Court, God willing, and hear some of those testimonies from the men and women of Silent No More. So please stay tuned all day long and say some prayers for the equipment. Right. I found out that Saint Medard, a French saint, maybe Father knows more about him, is actually the saint to ask for intercession for protection of storms. Snow? Yeah, of snow. Any type of bad weather. Saint Medard, pray for us.
Saint Medard, pray for us.
There you go.
Okay.
There you go. Back to you in the studio, Doug.
Yeah, thank you so much, Teresa. Father's used to praying for the patron saint of engineering. Well, I'm not sure who that is to keep things going. And I think just before we go out to Catherine Zeltner, did I see some of your confreres in the background there?
Yes, I saw Father Patrick and Brother James Francis there, so they're helping with the coverage there too. Father Patrick offers Mass for our employees who are out there every morning so that they can start the day with prayer too.
Right, exactly. And he was doing that at least for a while. I don't know if he's still doing it at News Nightly. So that
he is. He's a chaplain there at News Nightly,
right.
So they have a little chapel there, and he has Mass there regularly.
Right, that's one of the things really important to people to know. Even though we may have a studio in Washington, D.C., that studio has a chapel there. There's a chapel there. We try to be like Mother Teresa. We can't come unless there's going to be a chapel there.
So the Blessed Sacrament is reserved there, so the employees are able to go there and to find light and refreshment from our Lord's presence. And then Father Patrick regularly has Masses and confessions available there
and
too.
just the presence of our Lord there does have an impact on employees.
It has a great impact.
And we've heard that from the employees when the chapel was open. And now we're going to go out to the Verizon Center. Speaking of News Nightly, Catherine Zeltner from EWTN's News Nightly is out there. We're reporting on what's happening there at the Verizon Center with the Youth Mass. Catherine.
Hey, good morning from the Verizon Center. I just want to personally say I am very grateful for Father Patrick and our chapel in our DC studio. But this morning, I'm at the Verizon Center. And for those of you outside of Washington, this is where typically the Washington Wizards play, where the Washington Capitals play. But today, the sports arena is transformed really into a prayer center. Early this morning, 7 a.m., doors opened, buses lining up, and students poured in. The first thing was the youth rally itself. So you had pro-life speakers coming, some people giving their own personal pro-life testimony, and praise and worship music. Everyone here in these stands were up singing, dancing, waving their arms, which was actually a pretty surprising sight to see, considering we really expect them to be sleep deprived. Many people here have been sleeping on their buses, sleeping on gym floors, but you could not tell because the excitement here is so palpable. Confession is also available here at the Verizon Center for the young people, for the teens, for the high school and college students before they go out and march for life. But it is all leading up to the Mass for Life, which is just about to begin. The Rosary just ended and the Mass is about to begin. I spoke just a little earlier with Cardinal Donald World, and he was saying the Mass is really what it's all about, because our Catholic faith is centered around the Eucharist, and God calls us to the Eucharist and then to go out and be disciples. And isn't that exactly what these students are about to go do? They're about to be filled with Christ and then go out and be essentially foot soldiers for the Lord. Now, they did originally estimate there to be 17,000 people here at the Verizon Center. I think it's safe to say that it's not the case this morning. That historical blizzard warning really did make an impact. A lot of groups did cancel. So late yesterday, the Archdiocese of Washington, which hosts this event every single year, announced that it will no longer be ticketed. You no longer need a ticket to come here. And even still, not all the seats are filled. But you really can't tell because the excitement here is being made up for the students here. It's definitely starting to get a little bit more solemn just before the procession begins before Mass. And this will definitely be a memorable time for these students. On a personal note, I've been here myself. When I was a student at Florida State University, I traveled up with the Catholic Student Union. And there's something very powerful about being surrounded by other youth who believe the same thing as you do about the pro-life movement. It's very affirming, so that when you may be entering a conversation, defending your views, you remember that you're not alone. You're not alone in your pro-life views. All right, they're about to begin the procession here. You'll have my full report tonight on EWTN News Nightly. Back to you in studio for the rest of our March for Life coverage.
Thank you so much, Catherine Zeltner. And I have to say, Father, she's enthusiastic. You get that enthusiasm, that youthful enthusiasm, and also a faith-filled youthful enthusiasm that she has.
You know, you love to see the young people involved as Catherine Zeltner is, and just to have her witness as a powerful witness to other young people that they can make a difference too. So she's involved with our News Nightly, obviously, and other young people are called to do the same.
And what's good with her too is we've seen her grow as a reporter and become a serious journalist, and it just goes to show that one can be faith-filled, can be enthusiastic about the faith, and still be a professional working in the media business in the heart of Washington, D.C. Now we have a special message from Cardinal Burke. It's a welcome along with Father Scott Borgman of the Pontifical Academy for Life. Let's take a look at that.
My warmest greetings to all of you who are taking part in the March for Life. I offer you every encouragement in what is an essential work of the pro-life movement, namely what Pope St. John Paul II called the general mobilization of consciences. And the March for Life has already done so much over the years to make our fellow citizens more aware of the sanctity of every human life from the moment of conception to natural death. Your participation in the march this year will certainly contribute to that greater awareness, which will lead to a significant transformation in our culture. God bless you, and have a very good March for Life.
Your March for Life brings hope to each one of us and to the whole world, and reminds us that the Creator has a design of love upon each of our lives, especially on the weak and the vulnerable. So from the Pontifical Academy for Life, in the words of St. Francis, let us say yes to life, and let us remember that each day has to become, for each one of us, a march for life.
Very nice. Thank you very much. I like that. I like that last line, Father, the idea of, and it's always great to see Cardinal Burke. He's such an inspiration to keep us all moving forward, because he's such a stalwart for the faith. But that line about each day in a sense is a march for life.
That we're not just to sit still, but whatever we can do to build up life, to strengthen life, and to nourish life, that's what we're called to do.
Right, exactly. And you know, obviously Cardinal Burke has been in Rome for quite a while, held various positions. And speaking of Rome, we have Joan Lewis, who's written a new book having to do with the Holy Year in Rome, the Year of Mercy our Holy Father called for, Complete Pilgrim's Guide for the Jubilee of Mercy, the one and only Joan Lewis. This is another thing I could recommend, EWTNRC.com, EWTNRC.com. Joan Lewis. You love her blog, you see her on Jim and Joy's show. She's a unique personality, unique insights, A Holy Year in Rome, a new book from her. I'm sure she'd love it if you'd have it for this year as a companion guide throughout the year. And you know, we've been doing a lot at EWTN. We talk about our studios up in Washington. We also have our studios out in California now, Christ Cathedral, where actually our Spanish coverage is emanating from. And we're going to go right now to Astrid Bennett Gutierrez, who's at our Christ Cathedral Studios in Orange County. You know her from The View. Astrid.
Hola, Doug. This is Astrid Bennett Gutierrez, and greeting you from the EWTN Studios in California. We are so happy to be able to bring the coverage of the 43rd March for Life in Washington, D.C. to our Spanish-speaking audience. It's so important that we reach out to Hispanics with this information. We know that Hispanics in particular are victimized by the abortion industry. Many babies die from abortion every day. Close to 1,000 Hispanic babies die in the U.S. alone. So it's so important that we bring this information to them. And I also believe that Hispanics are a tremendous hope for this country. Hispanics are instinctively pro-life. So I believe that our Hispanic community, when it's well informed, when it's activated, we really can make a difference. We can create a culture of life. So we thank you for your support in bringing this coverage. And tomorrow we'll be in Los Angeles, another major city where a lot of Hispanics live, where a lot of abortion clinics are as well. How important is it that we bring this coverage to our Hispanics and that we continue to build a culture of life together as a church, including our Hispanic brothers and sisters. So thank you all for what you do to defend life. God bless you.
And there we have it, live from our West Coast studio, where actually our Spanish coverage is happening today. And of course, we'll be covering the West Coast tomorrow when we have the Walk for Life happening out in San Francisco, and also the One Life LA happening as well. And it'll be great to have our Spanish coverage coming from the West Coast at the same time. And as people can see, between Washington and also Orange, California. And you know, we have got Joan Lewis in Rome. We have Mary Shovlin now, who's been working for us now on EWTN News Nightly as well. So it's exciting to see all these pieces starting to come together. And I hope people can see, by doing that incremental approach that Mother has, we can slowly build up, and we can slowly do more than we've done each year before, just to move ahead, but slowly in such a way that we always build on success and we never get out in front of God, as we like to say here.
Right. Like Mother always said, that God starts small, but then it grows through our faithfulness. If your faithfulness, small things, and He'll give you greater things, and that's how it grows.
We got the mustard seeds going here.
That's
the mustard seeds. And we're going back out to Teresa Tomeo with a very special guest who I believe has a wonderful new book. Teresa.
It's a fantastic book, Doug. I know you were talking about Joan's book, which is also excellent. I'm so excited for her and for all the people who are going to get it. They'll have great inside information on the church in Rome. And speaking of great inside information, this book, Subverted, How I Helped the Sexual Revolution Hijack the Women's Movement, by my new friend, my new BFF, Sue Ellen Browder. She's an author and she's a speaker, and this book is just incredible. It's life-changing for many people in terms of really opening up their eyes as to what happened, why did the feminist movement take such a left turn and own abortion and sexuality as their carrying cards? And you were in that. You worked for Cosmopolitan, for goodness sake.
I did. I worked for Cosmopolitan, and I was in the offices of Cosmo in 1971. And I knew that the women's movement and the sexual revolution were two radically different movements in those days. So how did they get joined together? Well, it happened. Betty Friedan was convinced by two men to insert abortion in the women's movement. And that's why we're fighting this today, is because abortion was falsely inserted into the women's movement.
And you have a beautiful story of your own conversion to Catholicism, which includes an abortion in your past that you're very honest about. A painful story to tell, but it's been healing for you.
That's right. And writing this book was very healing for that abortion as well.
You know, we talk about the media, and the reason I connected so well with your book, and she's been a guest on the show, and by the way, Doug and Father, she'll be on Catholic View for Women later this year, is because we have that same experience in terms of being in the media, and we know the way the media misinform people. And this area, Sue Ellen, of abortion and contraception, people have been lied to for decades.
Literally, yes, exactly. We've been sold a bill of goods. There's a lot of propaganda out there. The sexual revolution has hijacked the women's movement through propaganda, false information.
And you also spoke at the conference yesterday, the March for Life conference, and I heard you were a big hit. It went very well. What is it like for you to be here? This is your first time here, isn't it?
This is just the most fantastic thing, because this is the new feminism of the 21st century. I can see it. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And so you leave here. What is your next stop, and how will you take this experience of being with this Women from the South No More campaign, and just with the great people out here in the march and the conference? How will you take this forward? More writing, more speaking? What's in the future?
More writing, more speaking, more love. We're defending the bond of love between the mother and the baby. We're not defending just the baby. We're defending that bond of love between the mother and the child.
What would you say to someone who's watching or listening right now who still is a little bit on the fence on the abortion issue and just saying, well, you know, in cases of rape and incest, or they have a hard time understanding this issue from a broad perspective, and the fallout that we see with abortion, not only with the women, but with the families, and you have stories about that in your book.
Right. You've got to remember that abortion is against women. It's not against the baby alone. It's against the bond of love between the woman and the child. We need to fight for women by fighting against abortion, not for it.
Well, congratulations on the book, and thank you for spending so much time with us and for your great job at the conference. And you're also speaking at the rally today. Can you just give us a little bit of a tease of your message?
Well, our message is that this is the family feminism of the 21st century. That's our new message, is that we are carrying feminism forward to a new day when women and babies will both be free.
Preach it, sister. I'm right there with you.
Got it.
All right, Doug. It's a great book, and she's an amazing woman and a convert to Catholicism, and we're so glad you're home in Rome, sweetie. God bless you. Back to you.
Wonderful place to be.
Amen. Back to you, Doug.
Very powerful. Thank you so much for that wonderful interview and for that fine book. And Subverted is the name of the book. It's available through the EWTN Religious Catalog. EWTNRC.com is the best way. Just go to our website. Check it out. It's a really powerful testimony too, and it is important, isn't it, when we have these people, in a sense, who are converts, who've come out, whether it's Bernard Nathanson or Abby Johnson or others, who can come out and give people the inside, the backstory of what was going on, that these things didn't just naturally happen, that there was a lot of orchestration going on.
Yeah, and that if people have goodwill and they're involved in these organizations, like Abby Johnson, she goes into it and thinking she's going to help women, but then they get disenchanted when they see the reality of it, that it's about profit, that it's about other agendas that are underway. They get disenchanted, and if they're people of goodwill, they find their way to Christ and to the Catholic Church for many of them.
Right, and exactly, and because she worked at Cosmopolitan magazine. Now, for people of my age bracket, they remember Helen Gurley Brown, Sex and the Single Girl. It was all part of the sexual revolution being ginned up in the 60s. And as she says in this book, and if you check this book out, Subverted, you'll realize how much of this orchestration was going on to promote this kind of lifestyle that we've seen lead to the ruin and, to many cases, abortions in many women's lives. And we're going to go back out to the field right now to talk to Damon and see who he's got there. Damon Owens. And there's Damon now.
Hi, Doug. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
You can see him now. You can hear. Good. Yes, we're back out here, and I'm with Mr. Bert Balch, who is with the Robert Powell Center of Medical Ethics for the National Right to Life Committee. And as we know, the march is focusing on the genocide of abortion, but as we know inside, there are so many other life issues that are crucial and critical. And Bert here is working on life issues, quality of life issues, as well as issues of euthanasia. And Bert, there was one thing that you mentioned that was critical about the change in medical care from quality of life to respect of life ethic. Could you tell our viewers a little bit about why that's important?
Oh, it's absolutely critical. You know, for millennia, Western civilization has adhered to the Judeo-Christian ethic that says that every human being, simply because she or he exists, has inherent dignity and inherent rights, like our Declaration of Independence says, including, of course, the right to life. But now we're dealing with, for the past few decades, a major change in which, in modern medicine, in the culture of death, we've seen this quality of life ethic, which says that your dignity, your worth, even your right to live, depends on how your mental condition is, what your physical abilities are, whether you're a burden, your stage of life. And this is penetrating modern medicine. So to give you an example, we know that ethically, we have a duty to take ordinary care of our bodies through life-saving treatment. Yes. If you go above and beyond to extraordinary care, that's ethically optional. Now, whether it's ordinary care or extraordinary care should depend on the nature of the treatment. That is, you know, how likely is it to succeed? What are the risks? What are the side effects? How available is it? But what we're seeing is a distortion of that, in which treatment that would be given to, let's say, an intelligent 20-year-old is being considered not ordinary, but extraordinary just because grandma has Alzheimer's disease, for example.
Now, are you seeing this, Bert, in practice in terms of the medical profession or more on the legislative side? Where are you seeing the push here? It sounds like an ideology, yeah?
It is a very dangerous ideology, which unfortunately is now in mainstream medicine. And the problem with it right now is, for example, we're seeing this big push for so-called advanced care planning. The Obama administration is now paying your doctor, if you're a senior citizen who gets Medicare, to sit down with you and say, do you really want that treatment? You really think your life is going to be worth living? And the difficulty is we've got insurance companies and others that are developing pamphlets and videos and all sorts of other information designed to convince you that, oh my heavens, this treatment is very, very painful and it's not likely to work. And after all, look how horrible life would be with a disability. Look how horrible life would be if your so-called quality of life is poor. And you're being urged to sign advance directives that don't just make judgments about ethically optional extraordinary care, but in fact reject ordinary treatment, even food and fluids, with a specific intent to die, which is essentially discriminatory. And that's why it's so important for people to be aware of this, not to be bamboozled. It's important to try and emphasize a commitment to life, a commitment to ethical things. For example, you need to have a pro-treatment, pro-life advance directive. The National Right to Life Committee makes one available called The Will to Live on our website, www.nrlc.org. It's available in every state. And this does two important things. It lets you name somebody you trust to speak for you if you can't speak for yourself. And then equally important, it emphasizes that there's not to be euthanasia, including euthanasia by omission. You're not to be denied treatment based on your quality of life. This is absolutely critical.
Now, Bert, how does that measure against some of the more legislative movements? We've seen California in their new assisted suicide bill. New Jersey, just time ran out for that one. It didn't pass. But as you're talking about on a personal level with some of these directives, how does that play in the backdrop of some of the legislative movements that are going on from state to state?
Well, you mentioned this very dangerous trend where we are now legalizing direct killing. And even today, the proponents of this will sort of say, oh, this is to give you a choice, a so-called right to die, when in fact what it's really doing is creating, in effect, a duty to die. Because we know that based on judicial precedents, on the rulings that the courts have made, that all it will take is going into court and individuals who've never asked to die, like grandma with Alzheimer's disease, the courts will say, well, you're discriminating against her if you're not giving her, quote, an equal right to die. And so a family member or somebody else has to be able to compel doctor-prescribed death for her. And Derek Humphrey, who's was founder of the Primary Hemlock Society, its name has changed now to Compassionate Choices, primary death advocacy organization in the United States, Humphrey has said that he expects to see a situation in which ethics committees in hospitals are saying to people, even ones who say, I want to live, you have to have a lethal prescription. And this whole shift toward directly involuntary euthanasia, we're already seeing it with regard to denial of treatment, that people in many hospitals, especially Texas, but elsewhere as well, they're saying if your quality of life is too poor, it doesn't even matter if you say you want life-saving treatment or even medically assisted food and fluids. It doesn't matter if your family is saying that. These ethics committees are saying your life isn't worth living, you've got to die.
Oh, that's a disturbing trend, Bert. Thank you for that. And one last time, what would you recommend for our viewers to educate themselves? You mentioned some resources at the National Right to Life Committee. How would someone educate themselves on how to protect themselves and their family members in light of this?
Well, I would urge people to go to our website, www.nrlc.org. Down in the bottom left of that home page, there's a link to the Will to Live. Make sure that you look at that very carefully, that your family looks at it, all your family members try to protect them. And there are also resources, documentation of the dangers of advanced care planning, of these involuntary denial of treatment. You need to be aware of this because unfortunately we'd all like to trust our doctors, we'd all like to trust the medical profession. You have to be on alert because it is very, very dangerous right now.
Thank you so much. Bert Balch from the Robert Powell Center of Ethics, Medical Ethics, National Right to Life Committee. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
So, Doug, we've got a breadth of issues, including, of course, the abortion issue, but the ideology that creeps its way not only to the beginning of life, but also to the end of life that has to be on our radar as we gather together here for the March for Life. Back to you.
Exactly, and so well put. Thank you, Damon, and thanks to the National Right to Life Committee and for their hard work and standing up in the political area for the right to life. It's interesting too, Father, listening to what was being said just there moments ago with Damon, was the idea that sometimes we have people watch EWTN. Let's face it, we've got a lot of older people who watched over the years. We comfort them, but they may be in the senior groups, they may be in the parishes, and sometimes they think in some ways the abortion issue is either something they dealt with when they were much younger, they don't have to deal with it anymore, they don't think about it anymore, but they don't realize that they're dealing with the other side of that, which is euthanasia, which is the fact that they're coming up on the other side of the mill, where all of a sudden there's a big push to say, well, maybe Granny needs to go to save the family money.
I was talking with a physician some time ago, and she was involved in the medical industry, and she would send people to the certain care. A week later, they were dead. And this kept happening over and over again. She's wondering, what is happening? Well, they were giving them morphine, to shorten their lives. So it's a reality. It's a sad reality today.
And that is the thing where appropriate palliative care is important. People who are in severe pain need to be medicated, but at the same time it can be abused and used as a way to end a person's life more quickly. And obviously, I think as was being mentioned just there, the whole impact of health care, Obamacare, keeping costs down is certainly putting pressure on people to be able to say, well, your utility, it's getting to be that people's self-worth is not because they're a child of God, but because of what they bring to the table or create or don't create.
And it's not like we are saying you have to prolong death as long as possible. But that you give people the ordinary care that they need at the end of their lives, and that you suffer with them in their suffering. That's what love does.
And that's how we grow too. And that's how, if someone has done that, they always have that ability to know that when that person does pass on, that as much as they miss them, they did what they could at that time. And they're not sitting there later thinking about the fact that maybe I should have been a little more patient and done more. And we're going to head right back out to the march and the rally site for Teresa Tomeo with another guest. Teresa.
Hey, Doug, we have the Ave Maria School of Law from balmy, sunny Naples, Florida. What are you doing here? Just kidding. We have a number of wonderful students with us, as well as faculty. We have Dean Siepling and also Monsignor Frank McGrath. It's good to see you both, and also all the wonderful young people. Let's talk a little bit about why you make the trip here every year. In terms of the training that they're going through right now as future counselors of law, why is it important for them to be here?
It really goes to the heart of our mission, because Ave Maria School of Law really is trying to educate attorneys that will go out into the world and be change agents. We are trying to battle for Christ, battle against abortion, trying to teach our students that the practice of law is something much more than just a profession, but rather a vocation, a calling from God.
And Monsignor, in terms of the spiritual development of students, can we talk about that in cooperation with the classwork? How does that work?
Well, we certainly have Mass and Rosary and prayer. A lot of students love the Lord very much. They come already deeply filled with the love of God. So we work to bring others into a deeper life in Christ, and coming to an event like this is reaching out from their heart to love and serve. So this is, you might say, training and character development, and it'll help them proceed as good lawyers.
I always think it's somewhat of a purgation experience, because I think it is providential that the decision came down on January 22nd because of the evil of abortion. I think we come out here and we sacrifice the weather. It's difficult. It's an all-day event, and we're all out there marching for life. But there is a little bit of pain involved, especially in some of the brutal cold temperatures. And I think that's a good thing for us to remind us of the evils of abortion and how we have to work to overturn that.
Yeah. That's really true, and at the same time, we're here to protect the unborn. Really, the bottom line is we're concerned about all those children in the womb, and we want them to live, and we're supporting all those involved in the pro-life movement by being here, supporting all these wonderful people leading the march. We're impressed.
Thank you, Monsignor. Let me ask you one more question before I go to some of your fabulous students behind me who are waiting so patiently. Thank you very much. In terms of some of the issues that are coming up now, we're seeing an awful lot of very successful legislation at the state level and different laws that are being put in place. And we've seen so many abortion mills closing last year alone, and we have now more pregnancy resource centers across the country than we do abortion mills. And a lot of these pieces of legislation are worked on, like many young lawyers who come out of schools like Ave Maria School of Law. Where do you see this going in this election year, Dean, and also in the near future?
Well, hopefully we see the end of abortion. At least we make it so that it's up to the states whether there's going to be abortion. And I do see that it's going to change in the near future. Obviously, that's the reason why we're here. Our students are going to go out into the world and hopefully become legislators, judges, and there'll be ones that are making...
Judges, huge
yes,
things. Yeah.
There'll be ones that are making these kinds of decisions that are out there. Right now, I think that it's certainly a battle that we need to face every day. It's very important. Hopefully, we start seeing the end of abortion in the next year or two.
God willing, from your lips to God's ears, right?
Yeah.
Amen. Amen. That is our hope, and that's why we're here. Let me talk to these lovely people behind me, all bundled up in their little bandanas there with the Ave Maria School of Law. And your name is, sweetie?
Stephanie Williams.
Oh, Mike, you're on my cord. Huh? Can you lift up? Thank you. I'm live TV, folks. We have to adjust here. Okay. Your name again?
Stephanie Williams.
Okay, Stephanie, what does it mean as a young woman? And the theme this year is pro-life, pro-woman go hand in hand. What does that mean to you?
Well, I mean, as having been somebody that's so recently right out of high school and middle school, I'm so close to the lies that are being told to our young women throughout the entire country. So to really emphasize that this is what it is to be a woman, and what it is to empower women and to give them freedom to live great, beautiful, wonderful lives. That's, what it means to me. And that's only the women who are alive right now. Not even talking about the women who are in the womb and that need that protection too. So really, the March for Life conference yesterday said it so beautifully when this is the authentic women's movement, what it was in the beginning and what it needs to come back to right now.
What do you see in your future? Would you like to work as a lawyer? Would you like to be a judge? All of the above? What do you think? What are you thinking about right now? Running for office, I hope, someday?
Well, all in God's plans, you just have to be open to what the Lord is calling you to do. And so, there's great law firms like Thomas More Society and Alliance Defending Freedom that would be so wonderful to work with, but also, we don't know how our gifts are going to be used and, what each one of us are going to be called to do, healthcare law or maybe being a judge or going for office. We have so much talent in our school, and I'm excited to see how the Lord is going to use all of us, and especially, with the great foundation we have, we're all really excited to see what we can do for the Lord.
You could always move to Ann Arbor, Michigan and work for the Thomas More Law Center and have the balmy weather like we're having today. That would be fun, right? Let me just grab one more quick interview, Doug, and then we'll throw it back to you and Father. And your name, sweetie?
Kathleen Mullally.
And where are you from?
Michigan.
Oh, yeah. So you're used to this. It's a piece of cake for us. So your thoughts with the theme pro-life, pro-woman go hand in hand?
We were at the conference yesterday. The theme is so beautiful, and I thought what was really neat was the way they were talking about the whole role of personhood and the interior freedom we have. You know, they say women are oppressed by, you know, our movement and that we're limiting choice, but the interior freedom of just being able to choose to be a mother, to choose love, and the pro-family movement. I was very impressed by the theme, and it's definitely something I want to bring to everyone back
it's
home.
so ridiculous to say that they're being oppressed, because just the opposite is true. Because I'm sure you've researched this, and that's why you're here, that the majority of women who have abortions don't have abortions because they think they're choosing them because they want to. They choose them because they're pressured. They are pressured to, either by a boyfriend, a husband, someone maybe in their family who says they shouldn't have the child, or economically they're frightened. So there really is no freedom. It's about they're being oppressed, and it's the opposite situation.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So I think that this theme is really bringing to light that truth that they've been lied to by the culture and the media. They don't know this. Like Stephanie was talking about, the young girls, they're being taught from a young age in school that this is the way things are, and we're really showing them the truth of the matter. So.
God bless you guys. And just this is so encouraging when you see these young people out here. This is why we know the pro-life movement is not going away, and it's in very good hands. Give yourselves a round of applause. Ave Maria School of Law. Really, seriously, come on, you're on live TV. Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Father, Monsignor, and we'll go back to you in the studio, Doug. Ave Maria School of Law from Naples, Florida. Actually, we're in Washington, but they're from Naples.
They're from Naples. Thank you, Teresa. Yes, and we give them credit, as you indicated, the fact that they were able to make that up from the balmy South to come all the way up there. But we can always count on the Ave Maria Law School. They're always there. And I think what's exciting about it, just before we go out to Damon, Father, is the fact that there's young people who are being trained, as the one young woman put it, but they're not sure how the Lord will use their gifts. They're not coming in just saying, well, this is what I have to do. They're coming in saying, I know I have this gift. I know I have this approach to life, but I'm open to how the Lord might lead me.
It's like we were talking with Roger just a few minutes ago about how Mother would do the live shows and Chris would be pressuring her, well, what are we going to talk about? Well, the Holy Spirit hasn't told me yet.
Hasn't told me yet. Right?
But there's this disposition, this openness. How does God want to use me? Mm-hmm. So that's a whole different way to look at. We often ask young people, what do you want to be when you grow up? Right. What does God want you to be?
Right.
And if you have that openness, that disposition, and that's what these young people are talking about, then God can use you.
Right. And what's important is for people to be able to find ways through their faith, through their parish, maybe even by watching EWTN at certain times in their life, to help be guided in how God may want to use them. And now we're heading out to Damon back in Washington with somebody who's quite amazing. It's Justin Fatica.
That's right, and what a joy to be here with a face that should be familiar to our viewers. You're amazing. I'm here with Justin Fatica of Hard as Nails Ministry, and two of his missionaries here who are coming nice and early here for the March for Life. Justin, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, Damon. Good to see you, man.
Now the secret here is...
This guy's amazing. That's what I believe. This guy's amazing. Hopefully everybody's excited about pro-life today. That's what we got to get excited. Who's excited about pro-life out there? That's what I want to know.
Oh, we're about to find out, because this mall is going to fill itself with people that are going to share his energy as well as take some from it. Maybe. But Justin, I was so proud of you with the You're Amazing series. It's work that I know that you have done. Secret is we've known each other for quite a number of years. Years back, I've had him in my living room, Melanie and I, teaching him and his wife naturopathic planning years ago. Who knows how good that
is for you? You know?
Yeah, no, I claim you. I claim you. But your work has just exploded. And maybe you could just tell a little bit before we introduce some of your missionaries, a little bit about your heart. What is it at Hard as Nails Ministries? What is it that you're portraying in the You're Amazing series? Give our viewers a little bit about your heart and your ministry.
Well, as Archbishop Fulton Sheen says, unless souls are saved, nothing is saved. Simply, we're here to save, to give them to Christ, to say, suffering souls are in need of the gospel of hope. Not just, somebody who has a great understanding of Jesus from their upbringing, but the kid you meet that doesn't have a dad, the family you meet that has a alcoholic mother, the person you meet. That's what our show's about, and that's what our posture's about. That there's these suffering souls there saying, I need something more. And you know what I believe? We've got the answer. It's Jesus Christ. Amen. It's our Catholic faith. And if we really have the answer, if we really do, aren't we willing to die for that? And that's what the missionaries are trained to do, to die for Christ, as Maxima and Colby did, as Maria Gretti did. Are we here to be Maria Goretti? No, Maria Goretti doesn't want us to be her. She wants to be us and get strength from her. So we got to go out and be like the saints and get out there and win souls like never before. You know what? People get excited about everything else. When I grew up, I got excited about pasta sauce. Well, why can't I get excited about Jesus Christ?
Amen, amen, amen. Well, your wonderful missionary program is too, and we're joined here by Rebecca and Austin, two of your missionaries. Why don't you give us just a quick word on the missionary work, and then we'll get a word from Rebecca and from Austin.
Yeah, I'm just so honored. You know, any missionary that comes, the best gift they give is when they go back for the break. They have a 5-week break from Thanksgiving to Christmas, and they love on their families. And I know Austin and Rebecca have done that. They've went home and hugged their dads, their moms. I know Austin, he tells a great story. I went home and I got my mom and dad, they love Frosties from Wendy's. And he says, I knew they love Frosties. So he's like, I got to get them a Frosty. And isn't that what pro-life's all about today? Yeah. It's that's my mom and dad. They have a life and they're important to me. And even if it's just getting them a Frosty, that's how much they mean to me. So they inspire me as I hope I can lead them to Christ, but I know they're leading me to Christ.
Beautiful. Now, Rebecca, this is Rebecca. Rebecca, tell us a little bit about what brought you to the missionary program, what brought you to the work, and what it means to you.
Yeah, so I heard Justin speak the first time I was probably like 13, 14. And I was really impacted mostly because like how real it was. Like nobody had ever addressed, I guess, suffering the way that was before. Like at the talk I saw, he was like pulling kids up, like share your story and stuff like that. And it's just like, wow, like had no idea people were going through those kind of things. So it was always kind of in the back of my mind. And when I became a senior in high school, I was like, oh, what am I going to do? Like I'm graduating. And so I started looking in missionary work and ended up applying and getting accepted into the missionary program with Hard as Nails. And I traveled on the road with them, went to all these events, met all these kids, all these adults, and just heard like straight from them and their hearts, like about all the suffering that they're going through. And it's just like, how can we like not do nothing about that? You know what I mean? So especially like as a missionary, like our role specifically is to like directly serve them, and just like what an honor that is, and to have that opportunity and stuff like that. And my heart was just changed and healed in so many ways through like the past like year and a half that I've been with them. I don't know, it just means so much to me, and I've just really seen Christ like in the people that we've met and in the people within the program, the other missionaries, Justin and his family, like the people on the road, the host families especially. You know, it's just crazy.
Well, I think this is so well portrayed in the series, the You're Amazing series, and I love watching. I had a chance to watch those to see not only how you all interact with one another as missionaries, but then how then you project out when you're in these auditoriums, when you're with these groups of students, and that interplay between what the students give to you and what you give to them is such a beautiful thing. Austin, tell us a little bit about what brought you to the missionary program and a little bit about yourself.
Okay, so I'm from Crutchley, Florida. I mean, it's a lot warmer down there, hopefully. So I was like, oh geez, yeah, no hand warmers at all. So this summer I did a Crossroads walk across the summer, and I joined that halfway through the summer. I joined July 4th on the Central Walk, and I walked all the way up to Washington D.C. and like a week before it ended, I taught my walk leader. His dad's on the board of directors for the ministry, so he was talking to me about, so what do you want to do after Crossroads? Like, what do you really want to do? I was like, well, I always want to do mission work because I feel like God's calling my heart to be a missionary, to really serve others and serve like the youth and everything. And he's like, oh, ever heard of Hard as Nails? I was like, no, I never heard of it in my entire life. Like, I've never been to an event. I never like even know they existed until like that day. Like it's. Oh.
Do you always commit to things that way?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I was like a go with the flow type of guy.
Now, I'm curious though, when you think about missionary work, there's different sort of senses that people have with missionary, going off to another country, going off to a community and staying there and working and bringing something very specific. But I think what's unique about what you all do is that you literally travel on a bus. Yeah. And you literally travel from community to community preaching Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and the great part is we don't leave them there. That's the exciting part. What these missionaries do is we have an 8-week companionship program to accompany them after they experience and accept Christ in their life, we give them a bag with a Bible that we get donated, where people donate them to us, where they get a bag, they get rosaries. Actually, EWTN gave us the rosaries. They get a rosary, they get a form on how to pray the rosary, how to go to Mass, how to go to confession. And then these missionaries spend 8 weeks on the phone with them, discipling them. And now it's grown so much that communities in Los Angeles and Bridgeport, Connecticut go, we want the missionaries for 9 weeks in our town. And then it grew even more, where now a town says, we want it for a whole year. So it's growing that not only are they getting the event, but they're getting the follow-up. See, when I first started, as anybody starts any mission work in their life, you don't know like what Christ is gonna do. You don't know, God help me, I just wanna serve you, I just wanna love you. You know, I just wanna live this gospel. And I started getting rejected because there was no follow-up. And then I was like, we need help. And it was through young people, young adults like Austin and Rebecca and Dan Downs and Adam, who are the founding missionary, that said, I want to help, I want to get involved. And when you get rejected, it's a call to ask for help. You see, Jesus wants us to accept and embrace our suffering so that we can in turn say, I'm in need too. I don't have it all together. And that's what we bring. We bring a story like Christ that says, I need my Father. Father, I can't do this. Father, I need your help. And that's what I said. Missionaries, look, I can't do this. And what did Isaac Jogues do in the North American Martyrs? Same thing. Now, he had it worse than me because he ended up... So far. Well, yeah, that's true. All right, come on now. But guess what? His missionary died before him. I can't imagine putting them on the line. But that's what we have to be willing to do. That I or them would be willing to die for Jesus Christ in the church.
Yeah, we're speaking with Justin Fatika, Rebecca, and Austin of Hard as Nails Ministries. Just before we go, can you give maybe a short story, a quick story about something that's impacted you at one of these schools? What's one of the occasions that you've had with someone who really has been a movement in your own heart?
I think for me, I was impacted by a lot of kids and a lot of adults, but it was actually an adult that stuck with me the longest time. We were at a church in Illinois, and we did our event. It was like a 2-night thing, and I shared my story both nights, and a bunch of women, like mothers and stuff, started coming up and hugging me and be like, I've been through the same thing, type of things. And I was just like, wow, like these, they have kids, they're married, all this stuff. And one of them in particular, her name's Carly. She shared her heart with me, and then she came to the host family's house that we were staying at, and she came and she found me and she sat down with me for an hour and just told her whole story, beginning to end. And then I stayed in contact with her, and recently she just had another child, and we still email, and she's still whenever I'm just trying to going through something or trying to just look for advice, oh my gosh, Carly, I screwed up, what do I do, whatever, I email her. She's like a big sister, because I don't have a big sister, and she's just been like that to me, and she's always checking on me and being like, Rebecca, how are you doing, you staying out of trouble, all this stuff. And she's been so great, and she's just healed my heart in so many ways.
That's beautiful. Justin Fatika, Rebecca, Austin, Hard as Nails Ministries. You'll be able to check them out on EWTN. You're amazing, right on the beautiful network. God bless your ministry, God bless your work, and God bless your entrance into the missionary work. Young people, Doug, this is the story of the march. It's the story of the movement, and it's just encouraging.
David, that's terrific, because we're really excited, obviously, to have Justin and his series on EWTN and making that impression and reaching out to young people as we want to be able to do with EWTN. And of course, Father, you were going to mention also, I think Justin's going to actually be, for those of us in the Birmingham greater area, in town, I think it's this weekend.
Yes, I think he's stopping in the Carolinas. He has some event there, and then he's coming to Birmingham to Our Lady of Sorrows, as well as to John Carroll High School here.
Right. So
our own Father John Paul helped to make that happen.
He orchestrated that, and we're pleased about that, and we're thrilled with having him as part of the EWTN family and team, and another way of reaching out, as Mother would want us to especially to the youth, and that's this weekend. You can check it out. And now we're going to head right back out to the cold north, where the March for Life is being prepared to happen, and Teresa Tomeo has another guest. Teresa.
Hi, Doug. Thank you very much. And the crowds are starting to come in. It is filling up. And talking to Lisa Bourne from LifeSite News, which is a great website. That's great information. And Lisa was actually at the Mass last night. And you said it was still a pretty decent crowd, right, Lisa?
It was. There was 9,000 people, according to the folks at the shrine.
And last year you said it was about 11,000.
11,000, as I recall.
So a lot of people are already here. And you used to work for a diocese. Now you're working for LifeSite News. Let's talk about your experience at the March for Life so far before we get into a little bit of information and tell people about the great work at LifeSite.
It is a powerful experience to be here under any auspices or circumstances. So I can't say enough good about the folks that come here and what happens here.
What does it mean to you personally?
It's a public testament of God's gift of life. It's just powerful to be here with so many other people, and you'll hear that time and time again from most folks.
Yeah. And LifeSite News has done a really great job of covering, you cover national stories, of course, in North America, across the continent, but you also cover stories internationally. Mm-hmm. Going into 2016, what are you and John Henry Weston looking at in terms of the big stories for the year that we need to be concerned about as pro-life?
Well, obviously, as most folks involved in the pro-life movement know, the Center for Medical Progress with David Delight, that's it right now because it's still unfolding, as we all know. And that's of course conscience protection.
Have you ever seen Planned Parenthood under so much pressure and really trying to double back on their statements and remarket themselves? Now there's a campaign on the East Coast where they're asking women to brag about their abortions. Lord help us and pray for those women. But they really seem to be getting exposed the way they've never been exposed before, starting with those undercover videos, which led to numerous investigations, which, of course, Congress did pass a measure to defund them for a year. We know the president vetoed it. But just the fact that that was in the news so much, the media really had to talk about Planned Parenthood being accused of selling the body parts of aborted babies.
Absolutely. We can't be grateful enough for the work that David Delighted and his group has done because, like you say, the secular media can't ignore it any longer, and so it's coming to a head. And no, they've not been under this pressure before, so we're thankful for that.
What's your role at LifeSite specifically?
I'm a journalist.
Fellow journalist, yeah. And why? What a time, isn't it, to be alive, to be Catholic, and to be a Catholic journalist in particular?
Absolutely. There's just so much going on all fronts, and we're just called to be faithful and report the truth.
What type of stories do you, I know abortion, I don't use the word enjoy covering in the sense of because it's such an intrinsic evil, and with 58 million babies being lost in America alone, 4,000 every day, it's so hard to, this is even a mixed experience, a bittersweet experience being here. It's great to be with the people, but we always remember what we're remembering, 43 years ago. What do you like to do in terms of the coverage at LifeSite News? What motivates you, I should say, as a journalist working for LifeSiteNews.com?
Well, I would be remiss if I didn't say that it wasn't challenging, because much of what we have to report on is disturbing or not positive. But that's life, and we just have to do it. God doesn't expect us to succeed; He expects us to be faithful, and that's what we're doing. Is just trying to bring the truth, and sometimes that's a happy truth, and sometimes it's not. So we just do the best we can to tell it, and still tell it with hope.
And you tell it, how many people do you have in your staff? Because you do work around the world in terms of the coverage.
Roughly 25 overall. I think we have 18 reporters in 10 countries, if I remember correctly.
Which is the area in the world that you think is being most affected by this issue of abortion?
Gosh, it's international, you know that. It's everywhere. So, but we have such exposure here with these videos, so I'm sure that there's plenty going on that we don't know. That's why it's important when we do learn to be educated and to educate others.
Yeah. And if people are not familiar, if they haven't heard the story of the Center for Medical Progress by now, maybe this is something new to them. David Deladen is actually going to be speaking at the West Coast Walk for Life, and he is the young citizen journalist who actually used to work for Lila Rose with Live Action, and they went undercover and they did discover, and this is legitimate, that Planned Parenthood was illegally selling the body parts of aborted babies. Now, Planned Parenthood says it's all on the up and up, but there's already been investigations. Planned Parenthood has been defunded in several states, and they have to answer some questions. And many people also don't know that Planned Parenthood gets to the tune of $500 million of our tax dollars every year, and the majority of what they do is provide abortions. They're the largest abortion provider in the nation, not to mention birth control, everything that goes against teachings of the Catholic Church. But so many people don't know that because they've been very good, and we're media people, we know how they market.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's just it. The public face, it's been that they help women, and that's being torn off now, and that's a wonderful thing.
Right, and let's also say something too, as a fellow reporter, I know you'll appreciate this. I'm really getting sick and tired of Planned Parenthood and the politicians supporting them saying that, well, these videos were highly edited. First of all, we're live right now, so obviously this isn't edited, but everything is edited because you only have a certain amount of time that you can put video pieces on the air. And secondly, what the Center for Medical Progress has done is they put the complete interviews in their entirety on their website, which never happens in the media business, because I worked in television news and we never saved all of our tape.
Well, and I heard it mentioned, I believe, yesterday at the Law for Life Summit, that it'll be interesting to see what comes out in depositions for the lawsuits against David. So
that's right. They were just Planned Parenthood just filed suit against David Layden and the Center for Medical Progress. But you know what? I say bring it on, because as you said, the information is going to come out and they're going to have to answer more questions.
And we can't wait for that to happen.
Well, thanks for your great work, and tell John Henry West and I said hello. LifeSite News, you do a great job, and you're in partner with all of us, lifenews.com, and of course the National Catholic Register, and EWTN.com, EWTN News Nightly. We're all working together to cover this issue. Thanks, Lisa. God bless you.
Thank you for having me.
Doug, Father, it's such a close-knit group of journalists that work together on this issue. We know each other, we see each other at events, and it's just nice to talk to a fellow reporter who's out there on the front lines with us. So back to you.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Teresa. And again, it is a collaborative effort. It's the only way for the church in all the various media outlets, right, Father, especially the laity, to step up together and work to impact the culture, which is really what the laity is called to do. And one of the things I thought was interesting in listening to even the discussion and having about body parts, could you imagine if it's really okay to sell body parts for babies anyway?
Yeah.
How was it ever okay?
Yeah. I mean,
the fact we're arguing over whether it was okay or not.
That in itself is such a paradox.
It just
that we
gives
could
you an
even
idea
be
of
arguing about that. Right,
how far off we may be, exactly.
Yes.
I wanted to mention one thing quick, too, because we had the Mass last night. We had a nice email from a lady named Janice who said, I just watched the beautiful Mass for the Vigil for Life. That's the Mass from last night. How magnificent. Anyone who has experienced an abortion or anyone with any doubt could not help be moved by the beauty of this Mass. Then she goes on to recount how Mother Angelica helped her deal and be healed with having her own abortion, and because of that, she was able to witness to someone else recently, and she thanks us for programs such as Jeanette Benkovic does, The Catholic View for Women, which of course Teresa Tomeo and Astrid both work on, and so I know Mother would be happy to know that we're playing our part.
Pro-life is pro-woman.
Exactly.
And that's what Mother was really preaching, a compassion for those women that have suffered abortion. As Teresa mentioned, they're often pressured into this decision, whether it's boyfriends, other family members, or finances. They feel this tremendous pressure. It's not really a choice, it's an unchoice.
Right, exactly. You're exactly right. And just to remind people, we haven't mentioned that this is the 43rd annual March for Life, live from Washington, D.C. We're on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. Check us out on Roku, all those things on EWTN. You can email us at marchforlife@EWTN.com. That's marchforlife@EWTN.com. And you can get more information on our website. And of course, you can see our Twitter feed on there. And also we have that abortion counter, worldwide numbers. We're in the 5,000s already and about 77 a minute. With that said, we head back to Damon Owens, who's with Shirley Seyfried of the Catholic Daughters of America, friends of ours.
That's right, Catholic Daughters of America. We're here with Helene Shepard and with Shirley Seyfried. I can be taught. Tell us about your organization and what brings you out today.
We are the Catholic Daughters of the Americas, and we are a spiritual organization and charitable organization. And so we're here today as supporters of life. We have long been pro-life advocates, and we're here today to show that we're pro-life advocates. We've been here for many, many years. Since the beginning of the march, actually, the Catholic Daughters have been here.
Fantastic. And you're national, 45 states around the country.
We have approximately 1,250 courts throughout the nation, and on December 8th, we instituted a court in Kenya, Africa.
Beautiful.
So we are going international.
Fantastic. So what does the march mean with the mission of the Catholic Daughters of America and with the overall work, the charitable work that you do, Shirley?
It means that what we do is for God, and we're supporters of life from all stages, the beginning of life, from conception to death. And so as part of our Catholic heritage, that's what we support. And as Catholic Daughters, that's what we support.
Beautiful. And how old is your organization? And I assume there's some either early connection with the Daughters of America, sort of the more the founding fathers, not direct, but I mean in terms of why you were formed and what you do. A little bit about the history.
We were formed in 1903 by the Knights of Columbus, and our original name was Daughters of Isabella, and our name was changed to Catholic Daughters of America, and then when we moved into Mexico and Puerto Rico and so forth, we became Catholic Daughters of the Americas. And so our work started out very similar to what the Knights of Columbus do, because we were started by the Knights, and our first Grand Region was a Knight of Columbus. It was a man, not a woman. So, and we've evolved as such from that, but we've always been a spiritual and charitable organization, much like the Knights of Columbus.
And Helene, in terms of the work throughout the year or some of the spiritual work, can you give our viewers some idea of what the Catholic Daughters of America are doing throughout the year?
Well, there are many courts that in the nation that support life and do baby showers and for the unwed mothers. And we have in Massachusetts, over a period of years, they've given over $100,000 for, they call it pennies for the unborn. And that's just one example. New Jersey has given $5,000 for Great Expectations home for unwed mothers and for the homeless. And our courts in New York have done grandiose baby showers throughout for pro-life. And it's just fulfilling the mission of Pope Francis, saying that the year of mercy. And we, as Catholic daughters, can extend that mercy to all of these women.
Beautiful. And how can people find out more about your organization, Shirley?
We have a website, www.catholicdaughters.org, and there's lots of information on that. We put out a magazine, and it's on the website. And so our national headquarters is in New York, and there's a phone number on the website to that too. But through the website, you can get our email addresses so we could be contacted, and you can find out all about the organization on the website.
Good. Well, thank you, Shirley. Thank you.
Our phone number is 212-877-3041. Can be reached at all times.
Beautiful. Well, God bless you both in your work. And the Catholic Daughters of America are here, and we're seeing the square fill up with people finally coming in, and we're going to find out just shortly at the rally in an hour or two what the numbers are going to be like in the midst of Stormageddon. So thank you, daughters.
Could add one thing that we were on EWTN on the Church Universal program, and the priest in Africa saw me on that program, and that's how he called me and invited me to come to Africa to start the court. So,
beautiful.
Through
Great.
EWTN.
Through EWTN. Wonderful. There you have it, Doug. Back to you.
Thank you very much, and that's wonderful. And Father Joseph's beaming over here as the host of the Church Universal, and really showing all the apostolates the church has, and that there's an apostolate for everybody in the church, right?
Just a comment on that I talked to them because they were on a second time, and I said, did you have any response from the first appearance? And she told me about that priest in Kenya, so I'm really happy to hear that that's become a reality. They started a new court there.
Yeah, that it didn't even just move from, gee, I saw you, that's nice, but because of that, something happened out of it, something good came out of it. One of the things, I've got here something on our Facebook page that got posted, and it kind of dovetails into what you talked about a little bit earlier from Katie. I got pregnant at 17 while still in high school, had a lot of pressure from others to have an abortion or give up my daughter. Even though they never really asked what I wanted, of course, we stuck to our beliefs and cherished the little life God had blessed us with. Now I have this beautiful family. Thanks to God, I can't imagine life without them. And you can go see a photo of her family that she posted on our Facebook page at www.facebook.com/EWTN online. Check that out. And it fits exactly into what you were saying. Another one from Allison. Hello. She posted a picture of her son. And I was undergoing my first round of chemotherapy after being diagnosed with cancer while pregnant. I'm now almost 5 years in remission, and have a daughter as well. Again, go to our Facebook page. You can see some of those pictures and read some of those stories. And if you've got a similar story, why don't you post it there for all of our audience to see? It's a great way to support others who are struggling as well. But it fits exactly into what you were saying, you know, that whole idea of having people pressure you to not have the child. And one of the things we had was a sculpture that you mentioned earlier, last night I believe it was, a pro-life sculpture that we wanted to talk about as well. Why don't you mention a little bit about it?
Yeah, it's a remarkable story. It's an artist, a Slovakian artist. He was in art school still, he was still a student. And a friend of his, who was a very prayerful man, said, you need to do something about post-abortive women, to express something about that. And so he prayed about that, and he wanted to do something about forgiveness. And he asked other people, pray for this work that I'm trying to create about forgiveness. And so his name is Martin Hudasek, and he produced this. He actually gave a replica to Pope Francis.
Right. And people could see it on our
October.
screen while you're talking about it right now.
Right now. So it depicts a mother who's had an abortion and the grief that she's experiencing, but then the child is translucent, who is an act of forgiveness toward her.
Right.
So that's what he really wanted to communicate, the forgiveness, the mercy. And this year of mercy, we can think about that.
Right, exactly. And also I think for people to realize in this year of mercy that God's mercy is overflowing and that it's never too late to ask for God's mercy. There's never an opportunity not to be forgiven, but one just has to realize that that's the case and realize they're worthy of being forgiven and to reach out, right?
Yes, Thomas Aquinas said that if there was a sin that God was unwilling to forgive and we were sorry for it, then sin would have overcome God. In other words, his mercy is greater. Jesus' redemption is greater than any sin that we could have committed. And he actually, this artist, created a version of this with a father too, a large 7-foot version of it that's actually in a cemetery over the crypt of a child that died before it was born.
Okay. It's quite powerful. And speaking of powerful work, David, Be Right, 40 Days for Life, has done some wonderful work, and Teresa has him.
Yes, we do, Doug. And I was listening to your chat with Father, and it's so true. And what you were mentioning in terms of the forgiveness, that it's never too late to turn your life around, to turn it over to God, and to be forgiven. And just if there's anyone out there who's associated with abortion, thank you for saying that, because some people feel that they can't be forgiven for that. But you know all about this, and you've seen so many, not only rescues and babies saved during 40 Days for Life, but you've had some incredible stories of people inside Planned Parenthood, probably most notably Abby Johnson, whose lives were turned around by the work of your ministers. What's that like for you to see something like that, David? And thanks for joining us.
You bet. Teresa, it's an honor to be here. It's a real blessing, because when you think about it, there are so many people affected by abortion. Yes, the baby, yes, the mother, but the workers who are trapped many times in this environment doing something that's a miserable job. We hear that over and over again from people inside the abortion facilities. But to have people who are praying specifically for them to find healing, to find conversion, and then when they do, to know that they can go to a place, because people are peacefully praying outside through a 40 Days for Life campaign. And they go to those people because they know they aren't there judging or condemning or hating us. They're there praying for us. And we've seen now 127 abortion workers who've had changes of heart, who have left the abortion industry. Some of them, like Abby, have become pro-life advocates. Others have found Christ for the very first time. But it's incredibly rewarding to know that this kind of work, our prayers and our efforts, all people, can truly make a difference, yes, for the mothers and the babies, but for everybody affected by abortion.
I can't even imagine what it must be like working inside an abortion facility, because the whole idea of what they're actually doing has got to wear on you day after day. Probably for some people they become numb, but they have to become numb after a period of time. I mean, the story of Bernard Nathanson is another miraculous story of someone who completely turned around and eventually joined the Catholic Church. But when you talk to those workers when they do come out, do they give you an inside look at what it was like for them day to day?
Absolutely. And I was just talking to a few here right as we were getting ready to do this interview who have had conversions and are here at the EWTN tent. And what they tell me is when things like David Delyden's videos come forth or Lila Rose's investigations come forth, they say, yes, that was all happening there. And they're becoming emboldened to be able to share the injustices, the inhumanity they saw inside the abortion business. And they're now starting to testify to Congress. They're starting to go and advocate on behalf of here's the things that were bad to try to bring about correction and change. So we're hearing a lot, and I'm getting requests all the time from leaders and political leaders saying we need more information to be able to bolster these efforts to defund Planned Parenthood and to be able to bring the abortion industry to account for what they have done.
Were you surprised that Planned Parenthood went ahead and filed suit against David? I was, to the effect that they have to now be in court through the depositions, through all the discovery. All this information is going to be coming out, and they have to answer more questions. What do you think? Why do you think they made that decision?
I think it was a big tactical mistake on their part. I think it was an act of desperation because what David has done so much harm to their public image and to their business. But I think, as you're saying, through discovery and everything else, they are going to have so much more exposed than already has been. And I think it will be devastating to their tax funding and so many other things.
Let's talk about 40 Days for Life in general. So in case there's someone in our listening audience or viewing audience that doesn't know what you do, it literally is 40 Days for Life.
It is. So 40 Days for Life is a 40-day campaign held twice a year. The next one starts February 10th through March 20th during the Lenten season, starting on Ash Wednesday. And for 40 days in this coming campaign, 273 cities, people gather together to pray and fast for an end to abortion because we know with God all things are possible. We also stand in peaceful vigils around the clock outside abortion facilities, Planned Parenthood offices, bearing witness to the injustice of what happens inside, but offering hope and help to the mothers who are about to go in and make the worst decision of their lives. And we also spread the word throughout community outreach to invite other people in the community to be a part of ending abortion where they live. So we've seen this now to 607 cities all around the country. Over 675,000 people have participated. And through the efforts of 40 Days for Life, by the grace of God, we've now seen 11,165 lives
11,000 more. Wow, amazing. That is just beautiful. He is all the time. Did you ever think it would get this big?
No, absolutely not. We did one campaign in one city, College Station, Texas. Never expected to go beyond that, but God had bigger plans, and we're very thankful He did.
And we just stepped forward, and we do His will, and even if you only saved one baby, Mother Angelica always says that if EWTN, when she started this network, if she only brought one person back to Christ in the church, it would have been well worth it, and you must feel like that too.
It's incredible, and I personally met 6 of the babies who have been saved through 40 Days for Life campaigns, and every one of them, the most recent one was in Croatia, in the city of Vukovar, Croatia, this past October, where they're the fastest growing international location for 40 Days for Life right now. But when I held that little baby, 8 days old, Petra, and her mother was weeping and saying, "Thank you for what this has meant for me and for my daughter," that's when it's all worth it. And I hope every viewer, the same thing, they get to meet a child who's alive because of their faithful stand to speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves. And that's when they'll know how incredibly worth it this pro-life work really is.
There was an interesting story on one of the pro-life newswires that I read this week coming down here about the amazing singer Celine Dion. Did you know that her mother considered aborting her?
I did not.
Yes, and I didn't know that either. And I guess a Catholic family, but she had 13 children, and Celine was her youngest. And she felt, I guess, very pressure and everything else. She went to talk to a priest, and the priest reminded her, you can't do this. This is wrong. And she said she never regretted it once she went and talked to the priest. The priest made her feel better. And now look at the impact that Celine Dion has had on so many. You just never know.
You don't. And that's the thing we need to remember. Every single life is sacred, made in the image and likeness of God, and we need to speak up. And if all we do in our entire lifetime is impact one life, as you said, it's incredibly worth it.
So where do you go from here? You were scheduled to speak on the West Coast, weren't you?
I was scheduled to be at the Walk for Life in San Francisco tomorrow, and then in LA after the One Life event, and all of that got nixed because the flights all being canceled. So I'll be hunkering down here in the Washington, D.C. area, praying for those events and all the regional gatherings happening all around the country, and just realizing this truly will be a turning point year, I believe, for the pro-life movement. 2016, I believe, will literally be part of the beginning of the end of abortion.
Let me just ask you one last question before you go. Being that this is an election year, kind of segues into what you were just saying. How important is it? Let's talk about voting for pro-life candidates. Even when you're talking about school boards and you're talking about local offices, people don't think about that, but this is how politicians get their start.
Right. The very first right that was identified in the formation of our country was the right to life, and that is the foundational right. Without that right, you can have no other rights. And so that is the one litmus test we must have for every candidate for elected office. They're disqualified if they will not stand up for life. And I believe we're seeing a resurgence of pro-lifers recognizing the importance of that at every level of elections. But this is a critical year. Vote pro-life in every election. Get to know your candidates, get to know the laws, vote pro-life. This is the year we can literally turn the tide.
Amen. And give us your website for people who want to get involved in 40 Days for Life.
40daysforlife.com. It's the number 40 days for life, F-O-R life, 40daysforlife.com.
Great to see you again. Keep up the great work.
Great to
You
see you,
guys are
Teresa.
amazing. Tell
God
Sean I
bless.
said hi.
I will.
Thanks. Of course, David B. Wright from 40 Days for Life, an amazing ministry that has saved literally now over 11,000 babies. And they've saved lives in more ways than one. Of course, you save the babies, but then you also save the lives of the women. And then, of course, working working with those who are inside the abortion mills and bringing people outside, being there to love them and to offer them forgiveness and help and a way out. Abby Johnson now is having a huge impact, and she's one of your shining stars who used to work. It's where it all started, really. She used to work at an abortion mill in Austin, Texas. Yeah. David, good to see you.
Good to see
Thanks.
you. God bless you.
Doug, it's an incredible story. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Teresa. Always interesting to hear and how it's expanding internationally as well. You know, one of the things that David brought up is the whole idea of, and you brought up as well, is that this is really a vote pro-life year. We really need to stand up for life, not only in marching, but in the ballot box. And people need to understand from the womb to the tomb that it's an issue for all of us. And one of the things even EWTN has had to deal with, Father, is the whole idea of the HHS mandate and what that has to do with, you know, forcing us to provide contraception and things like that and abortifacients. And, you know, we've been pushing buttons. They've been pushing our buttons, and the nuns are pushing back. I see.
That's right.
I'll have none of it. There's a button you're holding up. What's that? Relates to the Beckett Fund, relates to EWTN and the Little Sisters of the Poor. Tell us about it.
It does. The Beckett Fund produced this, and the Little Sisters of the Poor will be handing this out at the rally today. And it says, life, liberty, and loving service. I'll have none of it. Little Sisters of the Poor, protect the nuns from the HHS mandate. You know, I was there in December. Actually, I gave a retreat to the Little Sisters of the Poor in Mobile and
really?
the residents.
Okay.
And what a loving service. They will actually be with a person when they're dying, and they'll have a vigil through the night to be with them and to assist them and to pray for them. And it's regardless of their religion or their faith or whatever, they're there. And because of that, they're being coerced by our government to have abortion-inducing drugs, contraception, sterilization, to somehow approve that.
Right, in their health care,
Yeah,
and,
in their healthcare.
and de facto implicitly have that be something that they're approving of. And obviously, you know, there's religious liberty there. And again, we connect to that because obviously EWTN, who's also been involved, filed earlier this month, right, an amicus brief, I believe on January 11th. So we're involved as well in this case, and we want people all pray for us, but also stand up and let your legislators on the local and national level know that we can't have this kind of intrusion into religious liberty. We're not talking about here about freedom of worship, which means you can go in your church and say what you want, but outside you can't. It really has to be freedom of religion, which is what we were promised by our Creator, as started by the Constitution of the United States. And we ourselves who work for a nun, and I've always used the line, a nun like none other,
Right.
we are very sympathetic to the idea that the Little Sisters of the Poor and the other Catholic apostolates out there and Catholic organizations need to be protected from being this kind of intrusion by the federal government.
And we want people to pray because it's expected that the Supreme Court will hear this or hear the arguments in the end of March.
Okay.
So we ask people really to pray because this will have a great impact on EWTN as well.
Right, exactly. So it's really, really important. And I guess just before we go out to Damon, it's really important for people to remember throughout this year, you need to think about life, pro-life, not only in your personal life, but in your political life. You know, you've got to make sure that the people you are supporting that. That is the one non-negotiable issue. You can argue about some of the other ways of deciding things here and there and policy things, but when it comes to killing babies and euthanizing old people, we have to just draw the line and say there's no room for discussion. If you're not there, then we can't even listen to the other plans you have to say.
Thank God for the Catholic faith that we have, because otherwise everything would be swept down this culture of death, and there'd be no other response to that. So thank God for our Catholic faith.
Right. You know my son Matt, who's high-functioning autistic. He one time said, thank goodness I have my Catholic faith, or I wouldn't know what to believe.
Yeah.
With that being said, we're heading out to Damon, who's got another guest live from the March for Life. Damon.
Yeah, thank you. You know, one of the sad casualties so far of Storm Jonas has been the Student for Life America Conference, the largest gathering of college students. It's the day after the East and the West Coast marches, and they had to cancel here on the East Coast and focus more on the West Coast because of the forecast tomorrow. But I'm here with Ruben Vedestigi, who's the digital media coordinator for the Students for Life America. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us a little bit about the conference, and I know you're very disappointed about the cancellation. Just what's going on?
So yeah, we are very disappointed in the conference. We've never in 10 years had to cancel a conference like this, and this conference has motivated so many students, and we were devastated, and we tried to hold on as strong as possible, but it came down to the safety of our students. We did not want them to travel in this horrible weather right now, and so we had to take all precautions, and we're sad about it, but next year we're having a stronger and better conference, and we still have our West Coast conference, so all those in San Francisco area, California area, head out there on Sunday, and we're still going to have our conference then.
And I think an important distinction is that this conference is the day after the March for Life, so we're not talking about today's weather, but tomorrow's weather that really was the issue.
Yeah, because it's the snowstorm is going to be coming in tonight after the march, and so our conference would start early in the morning, and we didn't want any of those students going through any of that type of stuff. So yeah, tomorrow's weather is going to be horrible.
Well, a little personal stake in here also. My heart sank. I was scheduled to speak tomorrow here in the East Coast and then out on the West Coast. And one of the things that I love about the conference, having been there several years before, is the number of college students that are there, not as a rah-rah, but really for education, for learning, for support, for networking. Tell us a little bit about that and your story, Ruben.
Yeah, well, the conference, when I was a student, the conference was what motivated me to be in the pro-life movement. I had no interest in joining the pro-life movement at all whatsoever. In the first year, my freshman year, I came to the March for Life. The next day, I went to the Students for Life conference, and I remember turning to my friend and saying, I want to do this for the rest of my life. And we have had stories like that year after year of young people motivated, hearing these young speakers. We sell it every year. We have 2,000 plus students that come every single year from across the country. We have people internationally that are coming. And this was a conference that literally inspires so many young people every year to go back to the conference, on their campuses, and do these incredible, amazing work.
So you had a major conversion at the conference into pro-life work, and you're 22 now.
I'm 22 years old from San Antonio, Texas.
San Antonio, Texas. Yep. And you were 18 when that happened. You told me this a little bit earlier, and that had such an impact because I love what you said, Ruben, about you had no intention of doing any kind of pro-life work until you were at the conference and saw what?
I just seeing all the students and seeing these amazing speakers, these young, like Lila Rose, Kristen Hawkins, Abby Johnson. These are young people that are so on fire that listening to them and seeing around all these amazing students on campus and listening to their stories and all the stuff they're going through on their campus, all the stuff they're trying to do to educate people, I couldn't go back to my campus and just not do anything. I had to start a pro-life group myself. I became the president of the group, and from then just skyrocketed into me doing pro-life activism and now working full-time in the pro-life movement.
So tell us a little bit about the work that you're doing, some of the contributions you have towards Student for Life, and some of the gifts that you bring.
So Students for Life, we train and educate students from all across the country, and I started as just doing their graphic design work, and that was one gift that God gave to me. And when I came into the pro-life movement, I was like, I don't know where I'm going to fit in. And it was Students for Life that guided me, and they were like, you can use those gifts in a way. And I became a graphic designer for a few years, and now using social media to build such a culture of life. This is something easy that anyone could do. Everyone has a Facebook, a Twitter, an Instagram, Pinterest. You can retweet us. You can go onto our Facebook page and share our graphics. These are easy things that everyone else can do, and that's what we at Students for Life are thriving on, and using social media to build up this culture of life on social media so young people can share easily just on their social media sites, and they don't have... that's easy. That's something everyone can do, and that's what we're trying to do at Students for Life America.
And thriving and growing.
Growing every year. This year we have estimated that we will hit 1,000 groups on college and high school campuses. That's incredible. When we started a few years ago, just in 2011, we had 600, and now we're going to be hitting 1,000 pro-life groups across the country. That's incredible.
See, what I love about that, too, is that even as we look around and sort of do a demographic of the March for Life, and we're amazed at the youth and the high schoolers and the college students that are there, what's encouraging is that this is going on year-round. That you're talking about an organization that is dedicated to encouraging, promoting, and growing the life messages on college campuses.
Oh, yeah. We want to educate them. We want to pump them up. So this is something that just end here. You don't get on your plane or your bus and then you go home and it ends. No, this is something we encourage them. We're there year-round to give our time and attention to these students so they can go on their campus and be successful. They can talk to their peers. If you're going to a Catholic university, a Christian university, a secular university, we give you all the tools that you need to be successful on your campus. And we are here for you literally all year round, 24/7. Contact us, email us. we are there for you. We are here for the students.
That's fantastic. And I know with Kristen Hawkins and with Tina Winnington and with Lila Rose out in the West Coast, the focus will be on the West Coast Conference. But God's will be done. There's a work in here that the Lord will use to continue the work and the growth that you have.
Yes, definitely. If anyone wants to see our we're going to be live streaming the West Coast Conference. If you go to sflalive.com, you can have the link to our live stream, and so you can see all the speakers that you missed here that we're so sad about, but you can catch them online on Sunday. The live stream will be up, and you can watch it live.
Ruben Verestigi, no relation to Eduardo Verastegui?
No, but hopefully I can meet him one day. We become best friends, so it's all good.
Oh, you'll handle that. Doug, did you hear how fast he went through all those different social media platforms? He rattled them off like nobody's business. So, so glad the young folks have got this in hand, and what great work for Students for Life America. Thank you, Ruben.
Thank you.
Exactly. Very inspiring. Thank you, Damon. And we had that question. We were wondering whether he was related to Eduardo, who's been here before. And I was thinking about what the Students for Life, and I was thinking when you're born, you should become a member of the pro-life movement. You're part of the life movement. And the problem is society has been opting people out. I guess we need to get them back into it, but it's important for us to see. I mean, based on the numbers he was talking about, you're talking about like almost a 70% increase in the last 4 years, going from 600 to 1,000 different groups. And that's the kind of growth that I think we need to talk about more. And that's what EWTN's here to tell you, that all the news isn't bad, that there's lots of good things happening in the grassroots level, right?
And you see the power of the witness, that was what impacted him. He had no desire to get involved, but then when he heard the witness of other young people and their testimony, what they were trying to do, he said, I can't just sit back and do nothing.
Right.
I have to get involved too.
Right, that's why it's so important to connect to other people. That's what EWTN hopefully does, is connect you through to different apostolates, or for you to see that you're not alone in your struggle, living out your faith. We've got a couple of Facebook posts here as well. This one, Robert got in touch with us, kind of follows up on what Teresa was talking about. Today, the House will take up a bill to override Obama's veto to defund Planned Parenthood. Pray that the House gets the majority it needs to defund the abortion giant, and they're quoting over $600 million. Tax dollars go to Planned Parenthood each year. And they like to play the game, well, that goes to these other things and not this. But we all know how you play the shell game with moving money around. So we can remind people to pray for that and hope that the hearts and minds of our president can be changed. And speaking of someone who's done a lot to change people's hearts and minds in the area of dealing with the end-of-life issues, we have Teresa with Bobby Schindler. Bobby and Teresa.
Yeah, it's an amazing story, and it really is a situation where Bobby Schindler and his family have really made us aware of the fallout from the culture of death. I mean, obviously we're here to mark the end of, well, hopefully, God willing, someday, the end of abortion. But Bobby, you and I have done so many interviews and been with you here before. People do not realize how the culture of death has spread out now. And in the case of your sister, who was young, she was not terminally ill. Not that that would have mattered, but in terms of some people thinking that you can end in life because someone has terminal cancer or whatever the case may be, her case was very unique. She had a family who loved her, who wanted to take care of her. She was responsive. We are seeing more and more of these cases like this of people of all age, and it's not an end-of-life issue, so to speak. It's where people are deemed, they're not worth it. So let's just, put them out of their misery. And is a result of this entire culture of death.
Right, well, it's becoming a quality of life decision now, based on someone's
Right.
quality of life, whether they're going to live or die. And let's make no mistake, it's because of the legalization or the decriminalization of where we made abortion legal is why we're seeing what we're seeing today. I mean, we can't think if you start devaluing the life of the unborn child, how that's not going to spill over now into the elderly, people with disabilities, the brain injured, and it's just going to extend to so many of our medically vulnerable that are being treated and not treated in our healthcare facilities today.
How bad do you see it out there right now with this issue?
Well, it's getting progressively worse because we're being more and more desensitized and we're to the value of life, and we're being indoctrinated into this whole culture of death attitude. So our nonprofit that we established as a result of what happened with Terry and our family's fight, and we're receiving calls from families. We're seeing an increase in calls, and the types of calls is what's so alarming, and the amount and how this is growing, and what can I say, the different people that are affected by this culture of death that you mentioned.
Do you think we're doing a good job of getting the word out? Is the awareness developing on this, do you think?
Well, I mean, we're trying. I mean, while the abortion issue, obviously, we are very focused on the abortion issue and doing everything we can to stop abortion. But I think this issue is really not on people's radar like the abortion issue. And we're doing our best to say, hey, people need to wake up and see, because this is something that could affect every single one of us. And we're seeing so many people and a growing number of people affected that we're trying to do our best, because there is so much confusion when it comes to these types of situations.
Are you hopeful or not?
With what we're seeing, and we're seeing so many, and obviously not all physicians, but we're seeing a growing number of physicians out there.
And there we have it. Obviously, some technical difficulties. As Teresa was indicating, when you do live TV, this is the way things happen, right? Father Joseph, you would know as an engineer that those things many times happen. We're covering the 43rd Annual March for Life from Washington. They're down at the Ellipse. Obviously, an interview with Bobby Schindler ongoing with Teresa Tomeo. Damon Owens are there covering this for us. Just a reminder that, of course, we have ways for you to Twitter us. It's on the bottom of our screen. We also have that abortion counter worldwide that you can stay on top of. Also, I want to mention, because of our Facebook page, that someone on our Facebook page said, please keep the photos and updates coming. This is just about the only place we can see or hear any coverage. Thank you very much. Obviously, you can watch it here on EWTN on our multi-platforms. We're on Roku, we're on Apple TV. You can watch our coverage streaming live, obviously. But from a social media perspective, it's important that we get that out there. There's a lot of people who may be working today, who might be in their office, or just trying to stay a little bit aware of what's happening with the March for Life, especially since with the weather situations there, it's made things a little more suspect and questionable, right?
Yes, and Bobby was talking about the desensitization regarding euthanasia. And so often as a priest, you see the profound work that the Lord's doing at that moment when a person is dying, not only in that person themselves, in just a flowering of virtue often, or reconciliation, but also the family around them. Right. So it can also often be a very beautiful time when a family gathers, they support that person when they're dying, rather than saying, let's get you out of the way, right?
Well, one of the things I think that actually would be very supportive for people as well is this new book, Praying with Mother Angelica, Meditations on the Rosary, the Way of the Cross, and Other Prayers, put together by Mother. It's just being published now by EWTN Publishing. It'll be available February 1st, but you can pre-order it today, EWTNRC.com, EWTNRC.com, and it has some wonderful prayers and meditations on these kinds of topics, and for people to deal with the tough things happening in their life, suffering. Father, do you have one maybe you picked out?
Yes, so I had the Rosary last time, and this is from the first Station of the Cross, Jesus is condemned to death. And we think about the courage it takes to stand up for the truth, for goodness, for life. And think about this mother's thoughts on this first Station of the Cross, Jesus is condemned to death. Silent Jesus, give us all the graces we need to stand tall in the face of the ridicule of the world. Give the poor the strength not to succumb to their privation, but to be ever aware of their dignity as sons and daughters of God. My Jesus, although we are accused daily of being fools, let the vision of quiet dignity, standing before monstrous injustice, give us all the courage to be your followers.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Praying with Mother Angelica as only she could say it. Meditations on the Rosary, Way of the Cross, and other prayers, something to help you get through the day on a regular basis, available through EWTNRC.com. Pre-order it today. It's coming out in February. So we can't help but promote our foundress's wonderful work. Right. This is her network. This is her work. And if you're a supporter of this kind of work, I think you'll find solace in what she has to say. Back to Damon, who's at the Ellipse.
Old home week.
Yeah.
I think we have Damon, and I can hear him, but we may... There he is.
Yes.
Okay, Damon.
Yes.
With a good friend.
Yeah, I'm here with Olivia Gantz-Turner, spokesman for National Right to Life Committee, in a busy year, legislative-wise, as well as the upcoming presidential year. Olivia, welcome.
Oh, so nice to be with EWTN's audience again.
And you have a show that's airing right now, What You Say What...
When They Say, You Say.
When They Say, You Say, airing on EWTN right now. Tell us a little bit about what's on the plate, the calendar at National Right to Life Committee, given legislative work in Congress, Senate, and as well as the upcoming presidential year.
Well, of course, one of the most interesting things that we were just able to do was release a brand new report that is the state of abortion in America today. And it basically looks at where are we legislatively. So we're very excited about this report because obviously we've had 7.5 years of a very aggressive abortion agenda led by President Obama. And in the course of that 7 years, we've actually seen something amazing happen. In spite of that aggressive agenda, we have seen that there is a statistical drop in the number of abortions nationwide of over 4%. That's astounding. And that, we believe, is very strongly, Damon, due to the number of strong pro-life laws that continue to be passed at the state level. Obviously, laws like the Pain-Capable Unborn Child Protection Act that's now passed in 12 states is a very, very strong measure of where Americans are on providing real protection to unborn children. Currently, in many states, there's an effort to pass what we call a no dismemberment abortion ban, and that ban would actually stop and protect babies much younger than even the Pain-Capable bill can pass, which are very, very powerful laws. All these laws address what Americans are concerned about. They want to see abortions ended. They want to see the numbers come down. They realize that abortion is really ripping our country apart in many ways. It's destroying the family. It's destroying women like myself who've had abortions. It's creating havoc, and we need to address that. But in spite of the aggressive pressure to do the opposite, we've been successful at National Right to Life and with our state affiliates in seeing more and more legislation pass.
So you're happy both at the state level and the federal level of legislation that you believe has helped to bring that drop abound, and that's certainly legitimate. But we're coming up in the middle of a presidential election year, yes? And
yes,
what's the view from National Right to Life Committee on that?
Well, obviously, for pro-lifers, here we are today in Washington, D.C., in spite of major snowstorms coming our way. And the truth is that we still have to look to November. November is the object goal for us. The presidential elections are the critical moment in this history of America right now on this situation. Abortion will very much be decided within the courts in the next few years. And whoever sits in the White House, elections have consequences, and whoever sits in the White House will control who will decide these pro-life laws that are going to go to the Supreme Court. And it's imperative that people look at the candidates very carefully. There is no single issue more important than abortion. It is the ultimate human rights issue of our time. It is scientifically the truth that babies are babies from the moment of conception, and it is possible to elect someone this year who has a strong pro-life position because we're fortunate. So many candidates running do have a strong pro-life position, and we would be blessed to have an opportunity to have a real pro-life president in the White House for a change.
Wonderful. Thank you, Olivia. And what are you seeing in the short term, maybe even the medium term, on both of those fronts, on both the legislative front on the federal side, as well as maybe some things happening around the states, and even a little bit more on the presidential opportunities here?
Well, right now, Congress is debating in the Senate and a bill that would repeal Obamacare and in the process also take away funding from Planned Parenthood. It's a similar measure to what was discussed in the House. This is a measure now addressing the Senate. It's unique to the Senate. It's specially developed for the Senate and some opposition in the Senate to the removal of funds from Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood is not the only organization that sells baby parts and is actually using our tax dollars, but Planned Parenthood gets the biggest chunk. And it's important that Americans realize that this is an opportunity to contact their senator and ask them to vote for this particular bill to make sure that we have an opportunity to continue addressing this problem of major abortion agencies like Planned Parenthood continuing to receive our funds through our federal funding programs and tax dollars directly. This is an important moment. Every senator must be contacted. Even if your senator is one of the good guys and you're pretty sure he would vote for this, make sure you call your senator today, tomorrow. Contact them and let them know, Monday morning, right away after the weekend, let them know that you want to see them vote for this effort to repeal Obamacare with the provision that will defund Planned Parenthood. Absolutely important.
Yeah, now viewers and others who have been paying attention recognize also that the House had a similar success very recently, and President Obama vetoed that. What's your sense in terms of, again, the interweaving of another, the Senate, it's a Senate, the House is the House, but the Senate bill passing, and again during this presidential year, does it go back to your first point about the importance of the who's in all three branches?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when you're going to vote for someone, for state representative, for congressman, for senator, for governor, for president, it is imperative that you realize that those elections do shape the direction of these conversations and our legislative capacity to do something practically to save the babies that are dying every day. So right now, this particular effort on the part of the Senate is, yes, a response to the president continuing to push his agenda in the face of enormous opposition around the country to Obamacare itself, which includes so much medical health care rationing. Our big concern with Obamacare, Damon, is that within the construct of Obamacare itself, there are multiple avenues to restrict the access to health care that you or your loved ones may decide is needed. So for the elderly or the vulnerable or the disabled, Obamacare doesn't expand access to health care. Through the need to cut costs, it's going to continue to see rationing go into effect throughout the country. And so Obamacare has to be repealed. But along with that, we have an opportunity in this effort in the Senate to actually address the problem of funding for Planned Parenthood with our tax dollars. So it's extremely important that we communicate directly with our legislators. Legislators need to hear from the people who vote for them. They often tell us, I know I'm also involved in our state pro-life organization, and I hear constantly, we don't hear from pro-lifers. We never hear from pro-lifers. Well, if you're trapped at home on Monday morning, Congress will probably be in session. Call your senator, call their home office, communicate. Communicate is essential.
Yeah, one of the things I love about, going back to the March for Life, is the diversity in the sense of those who have the call to making abortion unthinkable,
Yes.
those who are looking to do that incremental laws to match at least the public opinion or what people think about abortion in particular, and then those who are working directly in the legislative piece and directly in the political piece. So it's not an either or,
No.
but a both and,
Yes.
and to look at, as you said, a 4% drop in those time is a chance for us all to look and to say, it is possible. What is possible in terms of changing the hearts, the minds, and the laws of our country.
I want to encourage everybody. I appreciate what you just said, Damon. Folks are always looking for something to do and ways to get involved. And in order to help this momentum take place, these kinds of efforts, and every effort is important, particularly legislative efforts, we've seen that incremental steps like parental involvement laws, informed consent laws, partial birth abortion bans, all of these laws are what has brought down the number of abortions to over 4% drop in the last 7 years. So it's imperative that people get involved and communicate with their legislator. The way to do that, I would advise folks, if they don't know where their National Right to Life state affiliate is, contact the National Right to Life office, go to nrlc.org. nrlc.org. All the information I'm talking about today is available there, and you can find the access to your state affiliate and get involved locally so that you're communicating both with your state legislators, your federal legislators. Do not ever overlook the power of your single voice when it comes to the importance of these processes. They do make a difference. They are waiting to hear from you, and it does count. It really does count.
Olivia Gantz-Turner, spokesman for the National Right to Life Committee. Olivia, thank you so much for your time working on the political element of really what it takes for a culture to change. Hearts, minds, laws, and thank you so much for all the work that you do. Back to you, Doug.
Thank you so much, and it's great to see Olivia. She was just on with Jim and Joy, and she did a wonderful series for us, which you can get through the EWTN Religious Catalog as well with EWTNRC.com for her wonderful program on pro-life work, really dealing with when they say, you say, and we are getting tweets and we're getting Facebook statements and other things, and you can check us out on our Facebook page. You can email us at marchforlife@EWTN.com, marchforlife@EWTN.com. Check our other resources at our website, EWTN.com. And Father, you have something from Facebook that I thought was important for you to read because of your connection with Lord.
Yes, and you think about what we were talking about last time about how the end of life can be this beautiful time too. So this is from Claire. She said, our son Patrick Nicholas Ryder respected life as he battled neuroblastoma cancer. Patrick battled cancer from the age of 4.5 to the time he passed away in 2011. At the age of 9, in the last months of his life, of his own accord, Patrick used a relic from Father Silos for healing. Patrick's leg was in pain. He touched the relic to his leg, saying, Jesus, take away the pain. Jesus took away the pain. And Patrick, my husband, and I traveled to France and were able to bathe in the waters of Lourdes. The entire trip, Patrick was pain-free. Wow. He had tremendous faith in God. He lived his life with childlike faith, strength, and joy. And you can find photos of Patrick and his family on EWTN's Facebook page.
That's beautiful, and again, it's those kinds of things to remind us the power of prayer. Also, even Father Silos out of New Orleans was obviously one of the intercessors that people were always praying with in relation to Mother Angelica as well, and for Mother's health. You know.
Yes, he's powerful, and we think about Mother Angelica and her recovery, like the rosary that we have on today, the St. Michael's Chaplet. That was after this major cerebral hemorrhage that she had.
Right.
And we were enlisting people to ask Blessed Celos to intercede for her.
Well, I think about, in the case of Mother Angelica, certainly, and Father Groeschel of late great memory,
Yes.
you know, who, now there's a situation where neither one of them probably should have survived that initial impact, mother's stroke, his car accident. And even with Groeschel, I mean, they just assumed he would never be able to, ever speak again or be able to recall things. And clearly, he was able to do that. He died for a period of time. A priest prayed him back to life, and you know, we had a couple of extra years more with him, and certainly Mother Angelica still being with us and still praying for the network and caring about the network. We have no doubt has had an unbelievable impact on the growth and the spread of the network.
Since Mother's been bedridden and just quietly praying and offering her own sufferings, the network has grown. It's more than its whole history.
Right,
so.
Isn't it funny the way God always
power of
works,
prayer.
right? Contraindicated, we would think, right? And we are speaking once again with Teresa Tomeo, who's out there at the March for Life, keeping warm, but having some interesting conversations. Teresa, who do you have for us?
Yes, well, Doug, you know these wonderful men and women from the Silent No More Awareness Campaign, and of course my co-host of our program, The Catholic View for Women, seen every Wednesday evening at 11 p.m. Eastern and Friday mornings at 10:30 Eastern on the EWTN Global Television Network, Janet Marana, who's the co-founder of this amazing ministry, and she's also the executive director of Priests for Life. And Janet, I never get tired of seeing the ladies here in the sense that this is such an important ministry to be out there and to show people that women and men do regret abortion.
That's right. And of course, even in spite of the blizzard and the conditions that are coming down on Washington, we have at least 40 women here and men that are going to speak. And hopefully we'll stay at the Supreme Court as long as we possibly can with the weather conditions, because they want to reach all the other people out there who are hurting. And they can go to the website, abortionandforgiveness.com, put in their zip code, and they can find healing just like these women and men did too.
Over the years that you've been coming here, how many women have come forward seeing the signs, and also men, because the men are holding signs now that say, I regret lost fatherhood. And we're seeing more couples speak together. We're going to be with you at the Supreme Court later in the day. I do hope you stay tuned for the entire day of programming, because that is going to be extremely important for you to hear these women and men giving their testimonies in front of the Supreme Court. But what kind of positive fallout have you seen in terms of other women and men coming to healing through being here at the March for Life and being on EWTN?
Well, first of all, starting with the march, you know, we've had people come up to them while they're standing there, you know, up at the Supreme Court with tears in their eyes and go, it's me too. I had an abortion, and you're the first person I'm telling. You know, as far as EWTN, I have to say God bless EWTN for putting their stories out there, because more and more people are going to ministries like Rachel's Vineyard. They're coming to our website, and we're getting stories of people who are actually changing their mind about abortion when they hear the damage that it caused to these women. Because, you know, they know it's a baby, and they think nothing's going to happen to them, because that's the lie of Planned Parenthood and the abortion clinics. And when they hear the physical and psychological damage that these women suffered for so many years, they said, uh-oh, I don't want to have that happen.
Let's talk about the Planned Parenthood workers or the former workers, because you have someone with us that you want to introduce.
That's right. Well, we have two people here. This is Jules Green.
Hi, thank you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Your story, how long have you been away from Planned Parenthood, and what brought you out of that industry?
I worked in the abortion industry when I was a young person, from age 18 to 23, and then again when I was married later. Actually, I wish I had a strong conversion while I was still working at the clinic, but I didn't. It wasn't until many years later that I was able to come to the realization that abortion was wrong. It took a long time.
How did it affect you? Do you think you were numb, or what was it that kind of brought you to the realization that that was wrong?
Well, it was actually just hearing about a surrogate who was paid to abort the baby she was carrying only because tests indicated the baby would be born with Down syndrome. And once I heard that story, that was it. I now believed that that was wrong. Children are not commodities to be created and bought and sold and discarded for quality control. And once I could say that abortion was wrong, all abortion
The house of cards, it falls. Now, in terms of how do we reach out to, for example, the people like you who were once inside or are still inside a Planned Parenthood facility? We have people like Abby Johnson who've come forward, and others. I think about 127 former Planned Parenthood workers through 40 Days for Life, or now David B. Wright was on with us earlier. How do we reach them? Because we care about them too. All God's children are precious, and we want them to be with Jesus in heaven, just like we want all of us to be.
I think the most important thing that we need to do as pro-lifers is to remember that the workers, the doctors, they're not evil. It's abortion that's evil. And I think that if we can all keep that in the forefront, we will be reaching out to them as creatures of God as well.
Is there a thing we can say to them? But it's not one thing. It's not one fact. It's not one story. It really, everybody has to come to it on their own, like you did. But how do we approach them if we're outside? What advice would you give if we're with the 40 Days for Life or we're pro-life prayer warrior on the streets?
Well, I would say use the same 4 words you would use when you see the mothers heading in, and that is just let us help you. Let us
so much. Let me talk to Kevin for a minute, Kevin Burke, because you work in the healing area. That's your area of expertise. And are you seeing more men coming for help?
Yes, we're seeing more and more. In fact, I've heard men who have seen the coverage of the march and the Silent No More Witness on EWTN, and actually that was where the Holy Spirit touched them and called them to healing. So today we're going to have a man giving a testimony who's, against his will, his child was aborted at 24 weeks. It was illegal in his state. The mother traveled to Maryland and had the abortion. He was absolutely devastated and traumatized. He will be with us today to continue his healing and also to witness to his child's death, and also to witness to life and call other men to healing and call us to end the madness that is abortion.
Yeah. And let me just grab a quick word with Nancy Tanner, because Nancy had an abortion at a Planned Parenthood facility and was on my radio show, Catholic Connection, and your testimony, dear, was so powerful. Let me just put your sign down, just so we can see your beautiful face. What does it mean for you to be here every year?
It's so amazing to be here. First of all, the healing continues. When we're forgiven and set free and welcome back into the church, you're left, though, with that need to continue the healing and to be in a place like this with other people and having the opportunity to share our stories and to know that the truth can go out there on the airways to let people know abortion hurts women. Planned Parenthood does not give health care. Planned Parenthood hurts women. And I know from my personal stories and from the stories of all these women and all the men and women who have shared, it's something that goes on and on and on. So each year, the opportunity to be here and to give back in some way is really very healing.
And I think there's so much good that's coming out of those undercover videos of Planned Parenthood, but you and I talked about this on the radio, that it's also traumatic, I'm sure, for post-abortive men and women.
Yes, when I first saw the video, I screamed, and it took me back to the day of my abortion. I saw my baby's body parts. As I had my abortion, they were put on a tray right in front of me, and to watch the videos and to see how those parts are commingled. Anyone who's not seen the videos, please take the time to see them. Encourage other people to see them, because it shows the truth of what happens at Planned Parenthood. They coerced me into signing a form that they could dispose of the product of conception any way they wished, and I so wish I hadn't done that. But to see that took me back to that day and makes me more resolved to share the truth with others of what really happens there.
Painful, but also, as you said, it gives you more resolve. And also, I think it's important because then hopefully more women and men will come for healing and join the Silent No More Awareness campaign. Thank you all. And God bless you for your ministry and for your courage and for your strength to be silent no more. Amen. Back to you, Doug and Father.
Thank you so much, Teresa. Thank you very much. And it's always a powerful witness, our good friend Janet Morana, and the work that gets done in really breaking the silence, like they said, and allowing people to talk about something that's been hidden for many, many years. But one of the things, Father, they were talking about as well is God's mercy. And you know, our Holy Father has got the year of mercy. It's a Jubilee year, and everyone's being asked to participate in it. There's holy doors, there's indulgences. And if you want more information about it, you can obviously go to our website, but also Joan Lewis, our Rome Bureau correspondent, has a wonderful new book, A Holy Year in Rome, The Complete Pilgrim's Guide for the Jubilee of Mercy. Joan Lewis, people love Joan. She knows Rome. It's a wonderful book that will help you, I think, get a better appreciation of this year of mercy and what a Jubilee is all about. And you can always check that out on our EWTNRC.com website or 1-800-854-6316. But I think it's the beginning of the year of mercy. Let's not wait too long to take advantage of that.
And this march is not about demonizing anybody or saying you're evil people. It's actually an invitation to God's mercy.
Right.
You know, we have a Jubilee Door of Mercy at the Shrine of the Blessed Sacrament where I reside, and many people are taking advantage of that. We have an abundance of confessions, even I think this year than over other years. And I thank God for that, that the Lord is actually bringing people, embracing them to His mercy. And that's what this coverage is about. It's not demonizing anybody.
Right.
It's saying, come to the Lord's mercy, find His forgiveness, find new life in
Right,
Christ.
and we have to remember sometimes ourselves when we get caught up in the hurly-burly, the daily of the battle, that the goal isn't to destroy the enemy, it's to
Right.
convert the enemy.
Yes.
You know what I mean, so to speak, to take away people who've been basically lied to or basically have had scales put over their eyes and they can't see the truth, as we just heard in that interview. Even pro-life, in my own experience of having something happen and have those scales drop, and suddenly you see the world differently, in a different mindset, and you try to figure out, how did I ever think this way before? But the reality is, you did, and there's other people who are in the same situation who haven't quite been blessed yet, like we might have been by the Lord.
And the best way to conquer an enemy is to make them a friend.
Right.
And that's what the Lord does, you know, that He can bring people from one side of this issue to the other through His light, through His grace, through His mercy. And that's what we want, you know, that we can be united in Christ.
And through prayer. And a good friend of ours is Damon Owens. He's out there at the March for Life with another friend of life. Damon.
We're here with a good friend of the network, good friend of ours, Chris Bell. And Chris running Good Counsel Maternity Homes in New York, in the region there. This is 30 years. This is 30 years.
Entering 31 right now.
Yes. You know, I think one of the things that amazes me, and I think people who hear about your work and how long you've been doing it and the people that you work with, are the stories within the house, you know, the maternity home itself. It's not just sort of a hotel room. We're talking about a family experience that you're giving. Who and where do they come from?
Well, they come from literally all over. Women who are from out of the country who are in here now and they're pregnant and they need help, and certainly in New York, New Jersey, but literally any woman who can hear us now in the United States can get help by calling 1-800-723-8331. That's Good Counsel's National Helpline. Or go to our website, goodcounselhomes.org, or our Facebook page or Twitter @goodcounselorg, and you know, we can help them. Actually, any pregnant woman in the country, or if anyone, you know, just wants to tweet out or like the Facebook page, they can share that every pregnant woman who's in a crisis can get real hope and concrete help, and that's what we need to spread. Everybody listening needs to be a messenger of God's love and His mercy and His real help, and we're part of that family, right?
You know, I think about you a lot, Chris, when I see, you know, that spurious, but that crazy charge about the crazy pro-lifers who come out and march in January, or they're always trying to stop abortion. You know, why don't you care for the women? And you hear the theme for this year with the March for Life, right? And then you see your work for 30 years, your origin story with Joan, your wife, and Father Grichelle. I mean, that whole thing, you must hear that in a different way, that charge of not caring for women, given what you have been doing for 30 plus years to so many women who've come through your doors.
Well, my wife Joan, as you know, who was active since 1973, she said, truthfully, pro-lifers are always about women. And any woman who needs help, she took women into her home. Her sister did as well. They helped start a maternity home in St. Louis. Today in the United States, there are certainly more than 300 maternity homes, and there are more than 3,000 pregnancy centers. So there's always that hope, and there's always that real concrete help. And when people are saying that, it's just like so many other lies that Planned Parenthood and people who want to promote abortion say to deflect the reality that we are here to help women and children, and not only at birth, because moms can stay in our Good Counsel home for a year, some stay longer so they can go back to school, find a job, and take those next good steps in their lives. And we have daycare in our homes that's free for the moms so they can go out and do that. So people can go to goodcounselhomes.org and like us on Facebook and just share the good news. And And that's what we have to always be about. And it's just never been a true charge.
So here's what I like. If you could help our viewers, say someone is watching this for the very first time, you just mentioned 2 or 3 things that are familiar to us in the work that you've been doing. Pregnancy centers, maternity homes. Could you give just a quick primer for people about what is it that these different services, and then in particular, what is it that Good Counsel offers to these women in crisis pregnancy?
So a pregnancy center for any woman who's pregnant and maybe thinking about an abortion or is just alone, she can go in, she can look online, she can Google on her phone. Any woman, pregnant, need help, and hotlines will come up, including Good Counsels. They can go there, they can get material support, they can get free ultrasounds at many of these pregnancy centers, and then they can get steered towards doctors who will help them, even if they have a poor prenatal diagnosis. Let's say a doctor's telling a woman, as she did to one of our moms, Maggie, that the baby she was carrying had a defect in every single cell in his body. And of course, unfortunately, the doctor was encouraging an abortion. And she, when she called us, not knowing anything about Good Counsel, says, I just want to be a good mother. Well, of course, we took her in, and guess what? At the end of that story, the baby had a defect in his heart, but it was correctable surgery. So it was not a defect in every single cell in his body. And when he was a year old, still in our nursery, he was running around like every other 1-year-old. So you couldn't tell the difference. So at maternity homes, women actually come in and live. And even women who might have a mental health or an addiction challenge can come to Good Counsel. We have a special home for women who have those problems as well. And we say at Good Counsel, if you're pregnant and you have a problem, that's your ticket to come in. So that's all you need. Other maternity homes may have some specifications, but if you call our hotline, we will help you. And that's 1-800-723-8331. Or just think of Good Counsel, COUNSEL, homes, with an S at the end of it, .org. And then you can find all the information you need and share that with any woman.
I know I've been in awe of the work that you and Joan and everybody at the Good Counsel have been doing for so many years. But 31 years, this is not sort of a reflexive answer to the charge. This is what has been part of the pro-life movement from really almost the beginning, and now it's really become really just a beautiful witness. Tell us quickly about some of the women. You know what I'd like to know? What about the homes itself, life in the house? Can you give our viewers a sense of what it is in a maternity home?
Well, you get up in the morning and there are kids getting up and need to be fed and diapered and cleaned, and the daycare is in the house, so they get handed off while mom gets dressed and goes back to school or work. And then when the moms come home, I mean, sometimes in the middle of the day it could actually be very quiet, except if, there might be a kid screaming in the nursery, but most of the time it's very quiet. And then when they come home at night, then it's a lot of hustle bustle, like in your house, you come home from work and Melanie's cooking, and, and then 1 or 2 of the moms will cook dinner for the rest. And of course they have to get their babies ready, and they sit down at a table, and you try to get that 1 minute of prayer before meal, and then everything gets passed around and eaten, and then the moms clean up together. They clean up the dishes and clean up the kitchen, and then we usually have life skill programs in the evening. So, and again, if the babies aren't ready to go to bed, then somebody will watch them, so they can learn more about child growth and development, about good job techniques, and about spirituality.
So it sounds a whole lot more than an institute. It sounds like a family.
Exactly. We try to, and the girls say that too. It's not a shelter, it's a home. It's not an institution. It's a family, and that's what we try to share.
Well, God bless you in your work for so many years. Maybe continue into the future. Chris Bell, nothing more to be said. GoodCounselHomes.org.
I tell you, nothing more to be said. I think Chris Bell and his wife do some of the greatest work in the country. I will say I personally support their work, and I think there's a wonderful, wonderful group, and obviously our great dear friend Father Benedict Rochelle was involved very closely with Chris and his wife and the whole Good Counsel home. So we would, I think, heartily endorse any prayer or financial support you might have for Good Counsel Homes. With that, we've got to get right back out to the March for Life, because Teresa's got somebody very important who can only stay there for a few minutes. Teresa.
See him right over there. That's right. I do have someone very, very important, and it's Jeannie Mancini, who is the director for the March for Life and does a great job every year. And we're, I don't want to say old friends, but we are technically old friends. We go long-time friends, very well said, back to the Archdiocese of Detroit, where Jeannie worked very closely with someone else our EWTN listeners and, of course, a TV audience knows, and that is Father John Mercado from the Archdiocese of Detroit, Ave Maria Radio and EWTN Radio and EWTN Television as well. Jeannie, let's talk a little bit about the situation. Give us a lay of the land of everything that's happened all week long, what it's been like for you watching these horrible weather reports coming in and what was going through your mind.
Well, you know, look, we've marched for 42 years, so we're hearing about the cold temperatures and we're hearing about the snow, but we knew that the march would go on. I mean, we also began to think as the more and more inches were being forecast that maybe this would be more broadcast on TV. So we, again, always have a nice social media campaign. So for all of your viewers out there, you can still March for Life today, but just do it on social media. Use hashtag #WhyWeMarch and tell why you're pro-life.
So how's it going so far in terms of any idea? I know we never have an official number from the city, but I understood last night they had about 9,000 at the Mass, normally have about 11,000, so that's still a very good crowd. And we know that there are many people who came in early because there are activities going on all week long.
Yeah. Well, the hotel has certainly been very crowded. It looks like there's lots of young people already out here, but we don't have an accurate estimate or anything yet, so maybe later on.
Now let's talk a little bit about the theme. We discussed this on my radio program. I love it. I think it's one of the best themes you've had. Yeah. Pro-life, pro-woman go hand in hand. How did you come up with that theme?
You know, the March for Life is really an opportunity to educate about the most pressing needs in the culture of life and in our culture at large. And this year we're going to be hearing a lot of erroneous messages about what it means to be a woman, about the so-called false war on women. And the truth is that pro-life and pro-woman go hand in hand. It's not true that to be pro-woman you have to be pro-choice. And so we're going to kick off this year with the March for Life by talking about the intrinsic dignity of women and the fact that pro-life and pro-woman go hand in hand.
And the speakers, a great lineup on the stage. Great lineup.
Very exciting. Carly Fiorina, a pro-life businesswoman who many people have heard of this year. Matt Burke, former Super Bowl champion, wonderful guy and has a great pro-life story, and many, many more.
So good to see you again. I know you got to go, but we'll see you at the front of the line as we always do. We'll be marching for life. Jeannie Monahan Mancini, but Jeannie Mancini.
Right.
Mrs. Mancini, yes. So nice to see you again. Take care. Stay warm today. Of course, Jeannie took over for Nellie Gray and has done a wonderful job, and I'm sure Nellie is smiling down. And Jeannie, I think Doug and Father has really taken the March for Life in terms of social media, and I think even brought more young people into the mix. And Nellie was doing such a great job, and then Jeannie just picked up the ball and ran with it. And so I'm sure Nellie is very proud of her, as we all are too. Back to you.
Exactly, Teresa. And it's amazing how you bring in these Michigan people. Everywhere we go, we hear Michigan people, and now she's a paisan too. So, I mean, just keep on working, and we're expanding our pro-life outreach. And I think as Teresa was saying, I think Jeannie really, who has been here many times and has done a great job of working with us, really picked up the torch that was left by Nellie Gray, who was a trailblazer, and really moved it to the next level with the social media, with really engaging the younger people. And I think even from the sense, you hate to use the word marketing, but something like that, pro-life, pro-woman going hand in hand. We were commenting ourselves on how much we thought that was a wonderful, wonderful image, not only the saying, but actually the logo itself and how it's designed.
And we're in an election year, so we're going to be hearing that, as Jeannie mentioned. We're going to be hearing this rhetoric about the war against women, when actually we want to defend women, their dignity, the dignity of their children, that they don't live a life of regret and remorse over what a bad decision can lead to, but that they have, they welcome this child and enjoy their motherhood.
Exactly, and it would be nice in the future if the counter on the bottom there, maybe the abortion counter worldwide, which just went over 10,500. We've been counting since about 2.5 hours or so, since we went on the air, 9 o'clock Eastern, with that 77 a minute. It would be nice if what we were seeing was how many lives were being saved, but we don't know that. But maybe they are, and for every baby that gets saved, that's a major victory for the pro-life movement, because every person has an impact on so many other people.
Teresa brought out that there are more pregnancy centers and maternity homes than there are abortion facilities today. So that's a great reason for hope, isn't it?
Right, exactly. And don't forget, as we watch our 43rd annual March for Life coverage from Washington, that tomorrow we'll also be bringing you the West Coast Walk for Life as well as One Life LA. Those events will be happening out there. In fact, we heard some of the people who were hoping to jet out from Washington to be there won't be there, so we'll have some different speakers. Some of our crew, including Peter Gagnon, who was up there in Washington, got out before the storm to help organize our coverage out there. Doug Barry and also your confrere, Father Mark will be out there, and Jim and Joy Pinto, and we've got some excitement because of the One Life LA and also the fact that we're doing coverage on the Spanish side out of our West Coast studio at Christ Cathedral. So a lot of interesting things are happening. Don't forget, you can always follow us on Facebook, Twitter. We're reading some of those on the air. Obviously, there's many ways through EWTN everywhere. Check out our EWTN app at EWTN.com. And don't forget to email us at marchforlife@EWTN.com. Michelle Johnson is manning our social media off camera this year, but we're still posting things on the bottom of the screen as tweets come in, so don't forget about that. And we also, later today after the march, will be able to show you, hopefully, a taped coverage from earlier today of the actual Mass, the Verizon Center Mass. We saw Catherine Zeltner out there earlier today at the beginning of the Mass, so that whole Mass with the homily, etc., by the Archdiocese of Washington will be aired following our coverage of the March for Life. And you can check out EWTN.com for all the times we're going to be re-airing all of these events. This is a pro-life month on EWTN, so lots more ahead. We've got the platform coming up, and Father, as Teresa and Jeannie were talking about, some really excellent speakers and some new speakers.
And Jeannie brought out that this is one great opportunity to educate people on the issues and to understand the issues and the reason why we should all be pro-life.
Right, exactly.
I think, so we have these great speakers that we'll be covering and give them the opportunity to have some airtime and to educate.
And it's great to see someone, a pro-life woman like Carly Fiorina, who's running for president, who's been speaking up for life and hasn't backed away at all, and has been a great voice in taking on directly some of the other people running for president, especially sometimes when you get the man versus woman discussion about abortion or things related to women, it gets discounted right away. So she has that advantage of cutting through that and going right to the heart of the issue. And speaking of the heart of the issue, we're back with Damon and his next guest from Washington. Damon. There's Damon.
Yeah, you know, it's bad enough when Americans shiver, but when the Canadians come down and are shivering the cold, that should speak volumes. We're with the Campaign Life Coalition of folks from Canada, and Kristen Alaimo.
Alaimo, yeah.
Good. Tell us about your organization.
So we're the political arm of the pro-life movement in Canada, and we're here to represent all Canadians, but also we help organize the youth aspect of the March for Life in Canada, so we're here to take some tips back home.
Tell us about that event, the youth and the rally or the march in Canada.
So our march is on Thursday, May 12th, so it'll be a lot warmer than it is here. And yeah, so it's about 3 days of events. The youth organize a vigil, similar to the one at the Shrine, as well as a youth conference. And hopefully we have a lot of speakers coming from around the world. And we have not as many people as you guys do here, but probably proportional to our population.
Very good. And what are some of the things that that brought you into the movement, into that kind of work? And what have you seen recently in the trends there?
Okay, so for myself, I just graduated from university and I got involved in high school. My parents brought me up in a Catholic household, and it was just one of those issues that kind of caught my interest, so I got involved. And currently, I'm witnessing a lot of hope, especially with everything going on in the States and the defunding of Planned Parenthood, and I'm hoping that that translates internationally. So that's super hopeful.
Now we're seeing news here, bits and back and forth as well, of the different provinces and things that are happening here to there. What are you seeing in the pro-life, whether legislative or culturally? What are you seeing in terms of in Canada on the life issues?
So in Canada, it's actually interesting. you know, it's really difficult for us to get legislation. We currently have no law at all in any of our provinces or territories restricting abortion, so it is legal through all 9 months of pregnancy all over the country. But what we are seeing is there's a new youth movement, and so there have been photo ops, there have been a lot of news media stories, and people are noticing that the majority of our movement is young. It's intelligent, and we have real answers to their obviously very real questions about our movement. So it's very hopeful.
Sounds like we're seeing similar things crossing the borders here, both culturally and with the young people. So you guys didn't just walk here, did you? Now, who told me they were cold?
Nah, we're not cold.
Okay, the cameras are rolling now, so they're denying the Canada cold charge here. But what a joy to have you here. What a great privilege and the work that you're doing in Canada, a great witness for us here in the States as well. Anything you're looking to hope to see while you're here for this year's march?
I think we're just hoping to get a morale boost too, to see all the other people who also fight for life, because often it feels isolating, but to see all these people with us and to know that Canadians don't back down, not for the weather and not against human rights and justices. Right, guys? Yeah.
Campaign Life Coalition from Canada. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, everybody. Back to you, Doug.
Very, very good. And of course, anybody who watches EWTN, Father, would know that we cover that March for Life in Ottawa, and we have for several years. Jim and Joy Pinto have been up there anchoring our coverage. We will have it again this year. We work with that particular organization as well as a wonderful producer by the name of Kevin Dunn and his wonderful daughter, who's done some other wonderful programs. He's got a program on L'Arche, Jean Monnier, that's coming up. People can look for that on EWTN. So look for the March for Life in Ottawa. Wonderful Archbishop Prendergast, who's up there, who's a great friend of EWTN as well. So we want to shout out to them. Thank you for coming, and we look forward to hopefully people from the United States attending that march as well. But just like with this particular march, that one's coming up on May 12th in Ottawa, that people can, if they can't attend it in person, they can watch it on EWTN and feel part of it and support those other people who are marching via Twitter or Facebook, and certainly via prayer. So that's an important thing. So it's exciting to see people from Canada.
And you think about that documentary that Kevin Dunn did about L'Arche, and it shows, again, it's nourishing life despite its disabilities or its handicaps that it may have, that all life has a dignity. And you know, I'd spoken before, I think last year, about this woman, Megan Dean, who had been told that she had conceived a child with Down syndrome. And Father Ed Sylvia said to her, "This child will sanctify your home," because he had himself a sibling that had Down syndrome.
That's right, he did. Yeah.
And indeed, that was what she discovered, and she wrote this book called Mom, Do I Have Special Needs? Or Knees. And she actually just sent me a copy of that. I wish I would have brought it today, but Megan Dean.
Maybe we'll get that onto bookmark one of these days. You never know. And you talked about at the very beginning the idea of what was said by, I think, Bishop Zubik about starting the day on your knees and ending your day on your knees. So that whole prayer aspect and asking for God's mercy is so important, especially in this Jubilee year of mercy. And now we're back to the March for Life. There's Teresa.
I'm here. Here I am, Doug. I'm here with someone you know very well, beautiful Peggy Hartshorn from Heartbeat International. You always bring the most interesting ladies with you every year because you did Babies Go to Congress. So you've got a few wonderful people with you. Tell us about that.
Absolutely. We bring moms and babies from all over the country to say the pregnancy centers are good for America, to tell their congressman. And this year, we actually have a wonderful mom and her little girl who came all the way from Okinawa.
Get out of town. Well, you can't get out of town. We're not getting downtown until Sunday, but anyway. Yeah. All the way, really?
Yes. This is Tika.
Yeah,
and
we're
daughter
stationed
Taylor.
over there with her.
Wonderful.
Yeah, my husband's a Marine over there.
And I understand he's watching.
I hope so.
Hello, good husband.
Tika and her husband got pregnant when they were just 17 and 16.
Yes.
They got married. They have not only little Taylor, but now they have two boys and a little girl in the womb.
Yeah.
So we're very excited. She's here to say that without her local pregnancy center in Coos Bay, Oregon,
all over there,
you might not have this wonderful family.
Right. They're great. They're awesome. They provided us with tons of help and parenting classes and baby bus and just the encouragement that we needed as teens. We didn't know what we were doing. So it's a great resource.
These are the stories that people need to hear, because all we ever hear from the other side is that we don't care about the women. And it's like, excuse me, these pregnancy resource centers, I love the work, and you know that I'm one of your biggest fans, because you are miracle workers. They do so much, mostly volunteer.
Absolutely.
And the work, as you said, all the different areas, the help that the moms need, and the dads. You help the dads too.
And you know, Tika is, and by the way, your husband also attended classes there. That's right.
Yeah.
But Tika also volunteers for Stand Up Girl, so
Yes.
that online now at night in the USA, but
Yes.
daytime there, she can be communicating with other teens and girls, and then Stand Up Girl is connecting them through the Heartbeat Network with pregnancy centers all over.
Now, I understand that because of my Italian heritage, you brought a sister, paisana, with you. Ciao, Bella. So tell me about my wonderful Italian friend.
Well, Irene, I want her to introduce herself and give you her last name. She's from Venice.
Yes.
Venezia, love it. So beautiful.
It's a special city. Yes, I'm Irene from Movimento per la Vita, the biggest Italian pro-life association, and I'm here for visiting my American friends of Heartbeat International and to visit the great pregnancy centers. And I am the leader of young people of my movement with my friend Marco, and we try to organize some big events or big experiences for young people in Italy to spread our culture for life.
I'm just wondering, what impact has St. Gianna Beretta Molla had on your movement? Are they aware of her and her pro-life message?
Yes.
Yeah. In terms of the young people, what gets them most involved in Italy? How do you get them interested in the pro-life causes?
Okay, some of these people are working as volunteers in our pregnancy centers, and some others are involved in some local activities, and they usually organize some meetings in universities or in their towns just to talk about our experiences and to try to make other young people aware about these problems and what we can do even as young people for helping the women and their babies.
If you need any American speakers in Venice, I'm there. I do pro-life talks all the time. I'll come.
Teresa, we have a wonderful program. All of the centers and maternity homes in Movimento per la Vita are part of the Heartbeat International Network, and we were able to send our staff member Jennifer to Italy for 2 weeks to
so that must have been such a hard assignment, you poor dear.
Oh, it was really wonderful. I was really blessed to be a part of the 40th anniversary of Movimento per 40th anniversary of Movimento per la Vita conference.
Sat right behind the Pope.
And sat right behind Pope Francis and got to shake his hand at their celebration. And he talked about the amazing work of pregnancy centers and how the people that volunteer at a pregnancy center are so much like the Good Samaritan, serving people unreservedly with all of what they have, and it was a really beautiful and wonderful experience.
So we have kind of our little youth exchange here.
Yeah.
That we're learning about each other, one-on-one, person-to-person, relationship to relationship, which is what the pregnancy centers are all about.
And you guys do such amazing work. So good to see you again, my
see you,
sister.
Teresa.
And again,
Thank
give us
you.
your website so people get more information.
Wonderful. Heartbeatinternational.org. Right. And if anyone needs help with a problem pregnancy, optionline.org. 1-800-395-HELP. 24/7 in English and Spanish.
Well, we love your work. Thank you
Thank
for all you
you,
do.
Teresa.
Thank you, ladies. Ciao, Bella. We'll see you in Venice. And you know, Doug, the message is so important because, as Jeannie Mancini, was saying earlier, that there's so many confusing messages, especially in this year, an election year, and one of the things that's so important for people to understand, if you're out there and you're watching us and you're listening to us, please do not believe the lie that the pro-life movement does not care about the women. The work of Heartbeat International, it is an example that they care about the whole family and the whole community when it comes to the issue of abortion and adoption and saving lives and building beautiful families like the families you see here with me today. Back to you.
Right, exactly. And then the international aspect there, obviously, with Venice and Okinawa, which is an island in Japan, and very famous for a battle. I guess there's another battle being fought where there's actually more people clearly being killed in abortion, as we can see on our counter, probably even today, than were actually killed in Okinawa. Certainly Americans, 11,680 growing plus in the last couple of hours, 77 per minute. So something for us all to think about. And We got some images just a minute ago. I don't know if we've shown them on the air. It looks like they're getting ready for the rally to begin soon, but we see the crowds growing there, so we're happy to see that the field is filling up as with pro-lifers. And now we go back out to Damon as we get closer to the rally stage. Damon.
Begins, and I'm here with Alex Schadenberg of Euthanasia Prevention Coalition. He's the international relation. We were just talking here about the trends we see in the United States as part of a larger trend of euthanasia, and you laser focus on the euthanasia issue, but in a universal scale.
Yeah, and in the U.S., you've been facing a lot of pressure by the death lobby to legalize assisted suicide. Last year alone, there was 27 states that had assisted suicide legislation or pushes to legalize in some way within their legislatures. And sadly, California voted in favor, and their governor signed the bill. A very, very terrible situation. But, I just want to focus on a few things. The other side is trying to legalize assisted suicide and pressure death upon us. But the fact is that it's all about a lie. They're trying to say to us that, assisted suicide is all about this autonomy and freedom, when in fact what it really does, when you legalize assisted suicide, it gives your doctor the right and law to cause your death. It's not a situation like they're saying at all. This is not about my choice, my autonomy. It's about a doctor having the right to kill you, and that is simply not safe. Right now, there was recently in New Jersey, there was a bill that was the Senate decided not to vote on it, so that was held off. But it's coming back in New Jersey. They're right now debating this in New York. They're pushing hard in Colorado. So there's quite a few states, and in Maine too, where they're pushing this hard. And Americans have to be aware that you're going to have to stop this, or it will not be safe when you become sick. And and they say, oh well, isn't this when people ask for it? Well, if I'm depressed, if I'm going through a difficult time, there's many reasons I might think about that my life has lost value. But what's terrible about this is this gives you, the doctor, actually the right to cause your death and be involved in causing your death. It's not safe.
So help understand, what are we looking at, either both in the trend that you're seeing, but also what can be done by individuals who are viewing. What is it that we can do in order to address this issue of euthanasia in the United States?
Well, people have to get involved, but they have to be willing to tell their stories. A lot of people have good stories, because the other side's gone through telling these sad stories. And there are some sad stories out there, but there's so many people who have good stories to tell. On top of it, we've been working very closely with the disability community, with the medical community, and all different types of people from different walks of life. This is not an issue that is for, religious people alone. It's for everyone to understand how assisted suicide is a threat to your life. But the biggest problem with it is the culture is being sold a bill of goods, which is a lie. It's a lie. They're saying, oh, I would like to have a choice. Well, when your doctor is involved in causing your death and you're very depressed, when was that a choice? When you're going through a terrible medical time, you need support. You need help. You need a doctor who cares about you and is not going to abandon you to lethal drugs. And this is simply not about choice autonomy. This is about a situation which truly threatens people's lives, and it needs to be stopped.
Alex, we had a interview earlier that was speaking about this quality of life as an ethic versus the respect life. And I'm wondering how you would respond to someone who would say, as you hear so often, why is this a general issue? If somebody wants to choose that, why is that anybody else's concern? How do you respond to that sort of private argument of someone choosing their own quality of life to end their own life?
Well, what I always say is that's a false argument, because in fact it's not a private argument. When a doctor, you see, it's different. As sad as many situations are, this is a situation where people are going to have their doctors now involved with causing their death. So it's not a private situation. When did it become a private situation? When a doctor is now involved with giving lethal doses to people and causing their death. In my own country, my Supreme Court is imposing this on our country, euthanasia, in Canada. They're imposing this on us. So this is not even about our national choice. And on top of it, they're telling doctors you're going to have to do it. It's a ridiculous situation. How is that going to protect people? We have to understand, people don't want to seek death. They're in a truly terrible time of their life. They need support. They need a situation where the doctor says, I won't kill you. I'll help you through this terrible situation. We don't need assisted suicide. We need good end-of-life care. We need a supportive culture.
It's almost, you say, 27 states have got some kind of legislation going on in the previous year. That's alarming. That's an alarming number of states at the same time.
What actually is important about that is it's being defeated everywhere. We're defeating these bills one after another, and sadly we lose here. So there's a few states that now have legalized assisted suicide, The other side is constantly on the go. They're trying to pick away one more state, one more state. We're defeating it all over the place. So this is not a situation where they say, oh, you know, it's being accepted everywhere. In fact, it's being defeated everywhere. The problem is they gain one state and suddenly, oh, the tide is turning. Sadly, though, California is a big loss. It's not over yet. There's a lot of people working to make sure it doesn't actually, in the end, get into place. They're going to challenge it in different ways. But the reality is we have to tell it what this is about. This is about a doctor gaining the right and law to cause your death. This is not about my choice, my autonomy. That's all a lie. That's the flag the other side waves to make the culture feel like this is what they want.
Yeah, such an important issue that almost is difficult to be engaged in unless you're personally involved in it. And I know many from afar, I know for a fact many from afar look at the issue and they know that it's wrong. How do you engage people into the issue when in fact it may not be something they're immediately working on?
Well, the key is we have to work with people from different points of view. And the most important group to be involved with is the disability community because they have personal stories. They talk about how the culture and the healthcare ethic has changed and how they would simply not feel safe in a culture that allows assisted suicide. And it's about a personal story. It's a personal understanding of how the culture needs to protect everyone's life. And that's what's important. We have to be able to look at someone and say, okay, you know, I might fear a bad death. That might be true. We all might fear a bad death. But do you think that it's safe to do this and allow somebody else's life to be taken? No, that's not right. Not at all. Out of my fear, no, that's not right. I can be taken care of without being killed. Thank you.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. You know, I always think of the quote, and I'm blanking on the source of the quote, but it's, you know, if we are insensitive to the beginning of life and allow abortion, or callous at the end of life and allow euthanasia, we have no reason to believe there'll be any respect for life in between. So the connection is with how we live, our youngest and most vulnerable members and our oldest and most vulnerable affects the day-to-day life and how we live.
Well, the culture has to affirm that lives are valuable, even when people are going through difficult disease and difficult conditions. The culture affirms that by saying, I will not kill you, I will care for you, I will not let you suffer, I will not let you be abandoned, I will care for you, I will make sure that you are not someone who the culture is simply saying, oh, I know you're in fear of a bad situation, we'll just give you drugs and kill you off. That's not about autonomy, that's not about justice, and that's certainly not about a culture of life.
Wow. Alex Schottenberg from Euthanasia Prevention Coalition, thank you so much for your work. Thank you for your highlight of that. It's almost dizzying to see the number of life issues that are surrounding a march like this, but at the same time, it's comforting that we're dealing with multiple issues with the same assembly of people, with the same sense and march of rally, of coming together for encouragement as well as education. So Alex, thank you so much for the work that you do.
Thank you for your time.
Back to you, Doug.
Thank you, Damon. That's great. I was thinking, Father, while they were talking out there about the idea of the Luciferian, I will not serve, this kind of exaggerated autonomy. I can do what I want to do with my body and my life, and that's why people are so busy trying to disconnect themselves from the Creator.
Versus what Jesus said, this is my body given for you. Right. So that's the two different approaches.
Right, and
This
that
is
great
my
song by
body.
Dana that,
Right.
we had.
We are one body.
Right, exactly, and that this is my body. And also from Facebook, just before we show you some highlights from some other marches around the country, from Veronica, we're blessed with 7 beautiful children. At 43, we were anything but ready to start over. But we knew God would pull us through. Our baby boy is now 3 months old, and our oldest is due to have their child in March. God is awesome indeed, and we pray for them, and we pray in thanksgiving for them making that choice for life going forward. And with that being the case, we want to honor all the people around the country in different places who've stood up for life already by marching. Let's take a look at some of those highlights.
We do have a noise permit, so we can make noise too. This year, we're going to make noise.
man, that music keeps you going there. I think our director, Steve Beaumont, who likes bluegrass, maybe was involved with the selection of that music. And, you know, we saw some of your confreres and some of our own co-workers marching in Birmingham. And something really, and we saw Joy Pinto, obviously, who's a great leader in the pro-life movement here from the Jim and Joy Pinto show, as is Jim as well, speaking at the beginning. But there was actually a major, I guess, landmark destroyed, right?
Yes, that it was demolished like about a week and a half ago. And so in the march that had typically had to move on the other side of the street at that point.
That was an abortion clinic.
Place.
Yeah.
That now it's been demolished. And so they stopped and they cheered and they thanked God.
Right. And who would have thought how many years ago? And that was the place that actually was bombed almost 20 years ago.
And you know, last year some 53 abortion facilities closed. That's one a week.
Right, that's amazing. Unfortunately, we're seeing 12,500 plus worldwide abortions just in the last couple of hours. And now we head right back out as we prepare for the platform at the march, but we still got some interviews. Damon, who do you have?
It's me, Doug, not Damon.
Sorry about that.
Sorry. That's okay, it's live TV, no problem. And this is going to be a really fun interview because the camera's going to be going up and then the camera will be going down because we have two very wonderful people with us. Now we have Denise Leopold from not too far from Michigan in northeastern Ohio, and you're with Right to Life of Northeast Ohio, obviously. And then we also have Super Bowl champ Matt Burke, who's one of the speakers today. Let me go to you. Young man, I don't think you're dressed warmly enough. What's up with the open coat here?
Well, you know, I'm a football player, so that means I'm not real smart, and I'm from Minnesota, so that means I'm supposed to be tough.
Yeah, but you are smart because you're pro-life.
Well, that's true. That's true. Even though I've been hitting the head a lot, I am pro-life, obviously, and this is just it's a fantastic event. Even though we're all freezing, you know, just you can just feel the energy and feel what's going on here. It's just amazing to be a part of.
What does it mean to you as a Catholic and as a dad to be here?
It's very important. I mean, obviously for my wife and my daughters, you know, I think being pro-life is a statement that I'm protecting them, and I think also for my sons, it's telling them that it's their job as men to stand up for the dignity of all women, but especially those women in their lives, their mother, their sisters, and their future wives.
Will that be similar to the message you're going to give today in the rally stage?
Yeah, they only gave me 2 minutes. You know, I haven't given a 2-minute speech, I think, since I was in 8th grade. So, you know, hopefully, but it'll be something along those lines, and obviously with just everything going on here. I mean, it feels like, honestly, I woke up this morning, it felt like game day to me. I mean, I was so excited and just so just can't wait. So. Obviously, the Holy Spirit will just have to take over, and we'll see what those 2 minutes are like on stage.
Oh, you're going to be fantastic. It was great talking to you on the radio yesterday, too. Don't go anywhere yet. How important is it, Denise, to have men like Matt out there for young people, for everyone, for role models?
Very important. It's very important because we work with a lot of young people, and they need role models to look up to that are in everyday life. And I mean, football's a big part of my life, and it's a big part of my kids' life, and I know they would look up to somebody like that. So it's great to have people that are in public, you know, stand up for the pro-life cause. So it's wonderful.
We're so excited because we have several affiliates in your area, so radio affiliates. Yes, what about your work? What are the big issues you're working on in that area of Ohio?
We work very closely with the media campaign that reaches women now in crisis pregnancies and gets them connected with life-affirming resources. So, you know, we can work to change laws and we can work to change hearts and minds, but we have to reach the lives that are affected now, and that's been very successful in Northeast Ohio. We're very proud of that.
And we're glad to help you with our affiliates out there. I know we cover a lot of the events, so thank you so much. And Matt, good to see you in person, and we'll see each other this summer in much warmer weather in Austin, Texas at that wonderful marriage conference that we're doing with the Alexander, so look forward to that. Nice to meet you in person. Keep up the great work. And tell all the Buckeyes I said hi.
Well,
okay.
And the Browns fans.
And the Browns fans. Back to you in the studio, Doug.
Very good. Thank you so much, Teresa. That's definitely Teresa. That's not Damon. And thank you so much for that wonderful interview. And Father Joseph was just commenting, obviously, on Matt Burke and how important it is, especially, I think, to see, for young men, to see someone who's a role model, that kind of a football player from Minnesota, a guy who was been a Super Bowl champion, 15-year veteran, recognized at the 2011 NFL Walter Payton Man of the Year. Walter Payton was a great man on and off the field. Named to Pro Bowl 6 times, the 2013 Super Bowl winner with the Ravens. And this was the thing that you pointed out. I'll read it. Following the Ravens' victory, Matt chose not to participate in the White House Super Bowl celebratory meeting with President Obama because of the president's support for Planned Parenthood, a decision that received significant media coverage. And we want to thank him and his wife, Adriana, for standing up for life. He's got 6 kids, and it's great because it's that kind of thing, I think, for young men especially, or men anywhere, to realize that one can be a man and stand up for the faith and stand up for life, as our great friend, the coach Danny Abramowitz, with Crossing the Goal, has always tried to make people clear about, and men to understand that they have a responsibility. In fact, they're the spiritual head of their family, and they have, in many cases, abandoned that role.
It shows that you are to have principles. As men, we are to have principles that we stand by, we're willing to suffer for, that there's something greater than just our own, selfish desires. At work, we stand on principles of what is truly good and stand up and to defend them. That's the man's role, to protect his family and so on.
Right, exactly. And we are covering, of course, the 43rd Annual March for Life, coming to you live from Washington, D.C. Even though the clouds are threatening, the weather right now is okay. But obviously we've seen an impact on the number of people who we know are coming to the rally, though the images we have of the rally, which maybe we can show you some more sites while we're talking, you can see the number of people. People are there, and we will have an incredible lineup, including Carly Fiorina speaking, and Matt Burke and others. As Matt said, he'll be talking very quickly. I think one of the things they've tried to do over the years is try to get as many pro-lifers up there who deserve the opportunity of people seeing, because they're the people who are standing up all year long for life.
So they feel supported because they're together in a camaraderie for life and defending the good of life. I saw that sign, probably you've seen that already, where it says, "Abortion, neat, quick, easy way out for men."
And well, that's exactly right. And unfortunately, I think it's fair to say, in many cases, some of the downsides of the women's movement, which has had certainly some positive things in the sense of equality and opportunity and jobs and things like that. I think all of us would agree that those are wonderful things. It has been this kind of ability for men to basically take no responsibility for anything, to just basically say, well, you're equal with me, so that's your problem. I'm not obligated to do anything. And unfortunately, the culture doesn't not support that in many ways, as weird as that seems.
It's teaching men to be irresponsible, to use women. And that's basically what the culture is teaching, both with contraception, and then the majority of abortions are actually from failed contraceptive use. So it's like a backup sort of contraceptive.
Right, exactly. And with that being the case, we want to take you right out to the platform where I believe the Star Spangled Banner is underway, or maybe just finished. Here we are, EWTN's coverage of the March for Life.
And thank you, Sean Welcome and Caitlin Jane, for warming up this crowd on this very cold day. My name is Patrick Kelly, and I'm honored to serve as the chairman of the board of the March for Life. On behalf of the board and the whole March for Life team, I'd like to welcome you to the largest annual civil rights demonstration in the world. Before we begin, let us join together in the Pledge of Allegiance, led this year by Michael Viviano from the Knights of Columbus Council at George Washington University.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Michael. Each year we are grateful for the witness of the Orthodox and Roman Catholic bishops opening our rally in prayer. In continuing this tradition, I am now happy to welcome to the stage, on behalf of the Assembly of Canonical Orthodox Bishops of the United States, His Eminence Metropolitan Evangelos of New Jersey, who will offer the opening prayer. Joining Metropolitan Evangelos on stage are bishops representing the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of America, the Ukrainian Orthodox Archdiocese of the United States, the Antiochian Orthodox Christian Archdiocese of North America, and the Orthodox Christian Church in America, and the Roman Catholic bishops of the United States.
Let us pray to the Lord. Lord Jesus Christ, our God, the source of life and immortality, who created mankind in your image and likeness, thus setting us apart from all creation, we glorify your majesty for bringing us together on this auspicious occasion of the annual March for Life. As we gather to celebrate your divine gift of life, freely offered to all, we are reminded that your right hand controls the whole course of humanity and life, according to the decrees of your providence for our salvation. We therefore offer you, benevolent Lord and God, our gratitude for all your blessings, the known and the unknown, for our earthly life and for the heavenly joys of your kingdom, which is to come. Lord our God, who was well pleased to come down from the heavens and to be born of the ever-Virgin Mary, the Holy Mother of God, the Theotokos, for the salvation of us sinners, who knows the frailty of human nature, according to the multitude of your compassions, forgive the sins and be gracious to your servants who, through ignorance or willfulness, offend your divine sovereignty and benevolence through the sins of abortion and the taking of another's life, whose source and origin is divine and not human. We pray that in your divine mercy you will forgive those who fear the challenges laid upon them and have given up hope, neglecting that whatever is born of God overcomes the world. We offer thanksgiving to you, Christ, our true God, who condescended to be born in a cave and laid in a manger for our salvation, as we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the dignity of every human being and the sanctity of each human life. Indeed, marching in unity and common purpose, we strive to embrace all living nature, but most especially the children of the world, both born and unborn. For you yourself have said, Lord, let the little children come to me, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. Amen.
Thank you very much, Your Eminence. And I would also like to add that we also had the Little Sisters of the Poor up here to join us in prayer. And we were very grateful that they're here today. I would like to thank I would like to especially thank all of you who came here today and who have the courage to be here to make your voice heard when we have a major storm barreling down on Washington, D.C. Each one of you here today has a key role to play in what is the most important human rights movement of the 21st century. Decades from now, you will be proud to say that you came to Washington to march. You'll be proud to say that you are ahead of your time, standing up for the truth that to be pro-life is to be pro-woman, and to be pro-woman is to be pro-life. The abortion industry doesn't want you to believe this truth. They are an industry fueled by big dollars that tries to intimidate and control the debate. They thrive on a throwaway culture, and they insist on dividing and bullying those who disagree with them by speaking of a fictional war on women. Our movement, the movement to protect human life, is different. It is built by you, the grassroots. We come here from communities and towns all across America. We come here to show that we cannot be intimidated. We come here to raise our voices and build a culture that affirms the goodness, the unimaginable possibilities of both a pregnant mother and her unborn baby. The March for Life has a simple message about pregnant moms and their babies. We love them both. And our message is winning. A Marist poll released this week shows that more than 3/4 of Americans agree that our country's laws should protect both mothers and unborn babies. The same poll shows that despite the popular narrative that our country is evenly divided on abortion, 8 in 10 Americans actually support substantial limits on abortion. And this number even includes 2/3 of those who say they are pro-choice. So something is changing in America, and it's this. Being pro-life and pro-woman is now the new normal. And it is now my privilege to introduce the leader who has worked so hard to build this March for Life, which is getting younger and bigger every year. Please join me in welcoming the president of the March for Life, Jeannie Mancini.
Hello out there. Is anyone cold out there? Well, good afternoon, marchers, and welcome to the 43rd Annual March for Life. A little snow couldn't keep you away, could it? Thank you for being here, despite the weather forecast. The world may think that we're a little bit crazy to be here on a day like today, but those of us standing here know that there is no sacrifice too great to fight the human rights abuse of abortion. Today, I'm going to ask you to show the world why you are pro-life, why you would come to Washington despite the cold, despite the wind, and despite the snowy forecast. I want you to share photos and stories about why you march for life. And you do this using hashtag what? What? Hashtag what? Hashtag why we march. Everybody stop right now and take a picture of everyone around them so that the mainstream media will know the tens of thousands of people here today who are here and why we march. Thank you very much. Our theme this year, as you know, is pro-life and pro-woman go hand in hand. Why this theme? Why now? First, and most importantly, a woman's capacity to have a child is an incredible, beautiful, and amazing thing. It's something inherent to women. It's a miracle, not a liability. This is true for women who might not even ever be biological mothers. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. A capacity to be a mom is part of who a woman is as a person. It's not that they're defined by it, but it's not that it's a liability. And why should it be? To treat a woman's capacity for motherhood as something that should be downplayed does a real disservice to our understanding of the inherent nature and dignity of women, and ultimately men too. But second, abortion is not good for women. psychologically or physically. And you know what? This isn't just my opinion, and it's not just your opinion. Science and research strongly support this reality, and Americans know that it's true. Just this week, there was a poll released that showed that the majority of Americans believe that abortion does more harm than good to women. Many, many women regret their abortion and suffer very difficult psychological consequences. I don't want any woman to ever have to go through that, and I know you don't either, do you? And there can be physiological consequences, right? This can be something like the next time that mom gives birth, the baby could be born a little bit early and suffer consequences. Or more seriously, she might have infertility, or even more seriously, death. I remember once talking to the dad of a beautiful young woman who was 18 years old from California, Holly Patterson, who died as a result of safe, legal abortion in a Planned Parenthood. It has been said, politically and culturally, that for one to be pro-woman, one must be pro-choice. But you know what? Nothing could be further from the truth. Sadly, there are many confusing messages regarding women and the issue of abortion. But the empowering truth, as all of us here know, is that being pro-life and pro-woman go hand in hand. Science, research, and our own lived experience support this. The fact is, pro-life is pro-woman, and that is why I march. Wonderful. Later in our program today, we are going to recognize the many great pro-life organizations that are with us. And as we enter an important election year, many of these organizations will be involved in the electoral process, and we're going to have a wealth of information shared on strong pro-life candidates throughout the year. I have to tell you, the March for Life is not an electioneering organization. We do not endorse specific candidates for public office, but we are grateful to all of those candidates at every level who are courageously standing up for life. Now, I am very excited to introduce you to someone. This year's theme, Pro-Life and Pro-Woman Go Hand in Hand, is embodied by many strong pro-life women who are not afraid to stand up and be courageous and share their stories and their support for life. One such woman is Carly Fiorina. Carly was the first woman to lead a Fortune 50 company as chairman and CEO of Hewlett-Packard. She's a leader and an advocate who is unabashedly pro-life and embodies this year's theme. Please welcome to the stage, Carly Fiorina.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Jeannie. It's so inspiring to see so many great pro-life, pro-woman advocates out here on a chilly afternoon. It's not quite as cold as Iowa and New Hampshire, I have to tell you. Still, it's inspiring to see you all out here with Snowmageddon bearing down on us. But even Snowmageddon can't stop us from rallying for a cause we know is so important. In less than a year, there will be a new president in the White House. And that next president will have the awesome responsibility to pick up to 4 Supreme Court justices who will decide issues of life and religious liberty. She will decide whether we force taxpayers to fund the political arm of the abortion industry, whether we as a nation believe, as the Democrat platform says, that a life isn't a life until it leaves the hospital. Yes, that is the Democrat platform, that a life isn't a life until it's born. And they call us extreme. It is Democrats, the pro-abortion industry, that is extreme. The next president of the United States will have a lot to say about whether a baby only a month from being born is only as good as the organs you can sell from it. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen, this election is a fight for the character of our nation. Now, the establishment media and the political class actually don't want us to talk about what the abortion industry is doing. You saw what happened when I talked about the horrific truth of the Planned Parenthood videos during one of the Republican debates. Unlike the media, you have watched the videos. You have seen an aborted baby, its legs kicking, its heart beating, while the technician describes how they want to keep these babies alive to harvest their organs. The left called me a liar. They said there were no such videos. There are no aborted babies born alive. Nobody is selling body parts. That was the litany of the left. But look what happened next. A few short weeks later, Planned Parenthood came out and said that they no longer would take compensation for baby organs. Boy, I tell you what, that sounds like an admission to me. As we stand here today, Hillary Clinton is in New Hampshire giving a pro-abortion speech. She is saying that I, as a conservative woman, that all of us as conservative women don't count. But here's the truth. The left has perverted feminism into a political ideology where women are pitted against men and used as a political weapon to win elections. Being empowered, I know. Having started out as a secretary, being empowered means having a voice. But ideological feminism now shuts down conversation on college campuses and in the media. If you are a pro-life man or, heaven forbid, a conservative woman who doesn't believe the litanies of the left, then you are waging a war on women, or you are a threat to women's health, or you are variously described as window dressing. That is how they describe Senator Joni Ernst, or offensive as a candidate, Carly Fiorina. Ladies and gentlemen, ours is a fight for the character of our nation, for the value of life. It is a fight that we must win to take our country back, and citizens, we must take our country back. It is why I am running for president, because I believe the time has come. We are facing a pivotal and perilous time as our nation. We must take our future back. We must take our politics and our government back. Citizens, we must take our country back. I have visited pregnancy centers around the country. They are doing God's work, and they do not receive a dime of federal funding. The pro-abortion left cannot stand it when we talk about defunding Planned Parenthood. They scream at the top of their lungs about taking away women's health. Unless, of course, you bring up pregnancy centers or community health centers, then the left goes dead silent. Because actually, this has never been about women's health for them. It is about, instead, the litanies of the left. It is about funding their political agenda. This is a fight we must win. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a fight we can and will win. Now, I have to tell you, Planned Parenthood regularly shows up at my events. So let me say this to all the Planned Parenthood supporters who show up. You can scream and throw condoms at me all day long. You will not silence me. You will not scare me. I have battled breast cancer. I have buried a child. I have read the Bible. I know the value of life. 34 years ago, I met my husband, Frank. When we were married, I learned that his mother had been told by her doctors to abort him. She was a woman of great faith and courage, and she chose instead to bring her son into the world. She spent almost a year after his birth in the hospital. But he was the joy of her life, and he has been the rock of mine. And I have thought often about how different my life would be had she made a different choice. I know what each of you know. Every person has God-given gifts. Each of us have far more potential than we realize. Science is on our side. Public opinion is on our side. We are winning this fight, ladies and gentlemen. We are winning this fight, but it is a fight. And so we need a fearless fighter in the White House, not just to win this election, but to restore the character of our nation. You can bet that I will win this fight against Hillary Clinton. And you can count on what I will do as president. I will defund Planned Parenthood. I will support pregnancy centers around the country. Together we will restore the character of our nation. So citizens, join with me, fight with me, stand with me. Together we must take our country back and restore its character. Thank you so very much. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Carly. Since 2005, Jim Daly has served as president of Focus on the Family, a global Christian ministry dedicated to helping families thrive. His daily radio show is broadcast on more than 1,000 stations and heard by nearly 3 million people across the United States. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Jim Daly.
All right. Man, Carly, what a great speech, huh? That's what gives me such hope for this nation, when you have people who want to run for president that are committed to the pro-life movement like that. Hey, I want to say just a couple of things in a couple of minutes. First of all, thank you to the Catholic community. I'm an evangelical, but thank you to the Catholics for leading the way. Woohoo! We are grateful for your leadership on this issue of life. It's taken us a while to come to the party, but we are with you. The other thing I'd like to mention is just the work at Focus to date through our option ultrasound efforts with the help of pregnancy resource clinics around the country. It's estimated that we have saved over 358,000 babies from abortion. And I'd only say moving forward that we need to look at those that aren't awake yet to the reality of what's being done with the grace of God, the love of God, and the truth of God's Word. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Today we have two powerful pro-life videos that we'd like to share with you. And to introduce the first video, I'm very happy to welcome to the stage a great pro-life leader and a friend of mine, the president of the Susan B. Anthony List, Marjorie Dannenfelser.
Well, everyone standing here has a bond with everyone who has marched these streets since the founding of this nation to attack and win great human rights battles. So congratulate yourself. You're in a straight line of succession. Just over 100 years ago, thousands of women marched in 1913 for the right to vote. They came to express their support for the equal rights of women in the voting bloc. The Women's Suffrage Parade, which went from the Capitol to the White House, came at a time that was pivotal in the suffragists' battle for the right to win the suffrage. It is a right that they have been fighting for more than 60 years. Now, does that seem familiar? I think we're very familiar with that. It had achieved all kinds of success in the states, but all of the activity that had gotten to the national level was stalled. Again, this sounds very familiar, does it not? But within 7 years of that 1913 suffragist parade, they won the suffrage, they won the equal rights of women in the ballot box, and the 19th Amendment was passed. Well, the women who marched in 1913 knew, as we do, that pro-life and pro-woman go hand in hand. The parade's organizer was named Alice Paul. She was also the author of the original Equal Rights Amendment, and she was known to have called abortion the ultimate exploitation of women. In that crowd, also 103 years ago, was Jeannette Rankin, who would move on to be the first woman member of Congress. And as I look out in this crowd, I think I see some people, especially some young women, who will become members of Congress as well. Take that personally. Many of the pro-life successors of Jeannette Rankin and Alice Paul are here with us today. These women have been fighting passionately in the House of Representatives, in the U.S. Senate, and in legislatures across the country for the right to life, for the defunding of Planned Parenthood, for the end to abortion completely, starting with stopping abortion at least after 5 months, for heaven's sakes. With the great partnership of Knights of Columbus and with the March for Life, Susan B. Anthony and Liz would like to present to you some of the women who are those beautiful women blazing that trail, affirming the rights of the unborn and the rights of women that go hand in hand. So, here's the video.
In 1990, I was pregnant with my second son, Stephen. I marched down Pennsylvania Avenue. I lobbied my member of Congress to not tell them my position on the rights of the unborn. Life is a choice. When I started having my children, the pro-life movement had so much more meaning to me.
It's not restricting anything, it is the celebration of life. Defending life is always the right thing to do.
I would encourage a young woman to be courageous.
Women bring life into the world, and so they know firsthand the value of life. You need to step forward. You need to step up. You need to let people see who we are, what we stand for, what our values are.
We have a record number of women in office right now serving in Congress who are pro-life.
In order to defend life, you do have to be in the public sector, and if you're not running for office yourself, you better be supporting people who are.
It is so important that you get involved and that you make your voices heard.
The main challenge that we have is to always speak from the heart. These are sometimes some very difficult situations that women are in, and we need to understand that.
Thank you for carrying this message to people all over the country.
Thank you for participating in the March for Life. It's something that the media can't ignore. This is the one day where they really understand, oh my goodness, look at the passion.
We are pro-life. We value life. We support life. And you're here showing the world how important that is.
We are winning this battle of hearts and of minds, and I personally live for the day when abortion is not just illegal, but abortion is unthinkable.
As many of the courageous pro-life members of Congress now come to stage, I'm very honored to introduce a great pro-life voice from the United States Senate. Senator Joni Ernst has been a champion for the pro-life cause from her very first day in office, proving that pro-life and pro-women truly go hand in hand. Please give a warm March for Life welcome to Senator Joni Ernst from Iowa.
Thank you. Welcome to Washington, D.C. Good afternoon, everybody. First, let me say that there is no place I would rather be than right here with you on this cold January day. So thanks for coming out. I am truly honored to be here today, not only to stand, but to march to protect the most vulnerable of our society. Thank you all, including those I met this morning from the great state of Iowa and all of the young future leaders that we have here today in the crowd, for getting in your cars, for boarding those planes, those trains, putting on your coats, your mittens, your gloves, and fighting for life. Over the last year, thank you for helping me fight to remind those in Washington that we are a nation that protects life. Thank you for helping me to fight in Washington to shine a light on the lack of compassion shown by Planned Parenthood for women and their babies. And thank you for helping me fight to remind those in Washington that we are a nation that will stand up together and say, we can and we must do better. The theme of this year's march is pro-life and pro-woman go hand in hand. And it is such an important message. Many of those fighting against us have claimed that our efforts to defend and protect life at all stages of development constitute a war on women. I reject that. I reject that. Because I will remind them that I am a woman and I have been to war. And let me be clear, this is no war on women. That's right. That's right. Rather, to me, being pro-life means that you have a deep respect for the miracle of life and a woman's unique ability to bring life into this world. Being pro-life means you recognize the joint responsibility of a mother, father, and society at large to protect and nurture each and every life from the moment that it is created. And you see abortion as a reflection of our collective failure to meet that responsibility and not a litmus test for the advancement of women's rights. Being pro-life means you reject the notion that the loss of millions of babies through abortion honors the civil liberties, independence, or a strength of a woman. Being pro-life means that you mourn the loss of thousands of baby girls and boys that are lost each year to abortion in the United States. And you believe we should cherish women and girls equally at every stage of their development. Thank you. Look around you. Look to your left and look to your right. Look around you. As you can see by the crowd assembled here today, many of us are mothers, grandmothers, sisters. Pro-life and pro-woman does indeed go hand in hand. In my first year in office, I have tried to embody that important message. As you may know, I have been leading the fight to safeguard taxpayer dollars for women's health care by redirecting them from Planned Parenthood, which is the nation's single largest provider of abortion, and instead providing them to other eligible entities like community health centers and hospitals, which provide greater health care services to women, but do not provide abortions. Thanks to your support, earlier this month, Congress was able to put legislation on the president's desk to defund Planned Parenthood. I have also joined my colleagues in support of the Pain-Capable Unborn Child Protection Act in an effort to ban abortions after 5 months of pregnancy, a stage of development at which evidence shows unborn babies can feel pain. The day I took to the Senate floor to speak in favor of the bill, I had the opportunity to meet an adorable little boy, a 3-year-old beautiful boy from Newton, Iowa, named Micah Pickering. Micah was born prematurely at just 5 months of development. As Micah joyfully ran around my office, his mother and father explained to me that they know Micah was just as full of life at 5 months of development as he is now. And as Micah proved, an unborn baby in its 5th month of development is not just a clump of cells. They have 10 fingers and 10 toes. They can feel pain, and they can survive outside of the womb. It's what we all know, folks. It's what we all know. Life is indeed precious. And we are a country that stands for life. In order to rise and meet that commitment, we must protect the most vulnerable in our society, particularly those who cannot protect themselves. As a mother and a grandmother, thank you for joining me today here and every day to stand, to speak, and to march for life. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Ernst, and thank you for your witness in the United States Senate. Just one quick announcement. We have a young boy who is lost. He's dressed in a camouflage coat, camouflage gear, and he's in the lost persons tent to my left. So a young boy lost who's in the lost persons tent. We ask his parents to go claim him. I'm now very happy to introduce Congressman Chris Smith of New Jersey, the co-chair of the Bipartisan Congressional Pro-Life Caucus. Congressman Smith has been co-chair of the Pro-Life Caucus for nearly 3 decades and has been a courageous pro-life leader in Congress. Please join me in welcoming Chris Smith of New Jersey.
Patrick, thank you very much, and thank you for, again, a wonderful March for Life. You know, I'm joined on the stage, you just heard from the distinguished senator, with some of the true champions and some of the most articulate leaders of the Right to Life movement, beginning with Ann Wagner, Congresswoman from Missouri, Steve Pierce, Keith Rothfuss, and Mark Meadows. Thank you, especially those people from their districts who have sent them here. They are unbelievably effective, and again, we are turning the tide. You know, ladies and gentlemen, today, the pro-life movement is stronger than ever and is making serious, significant, and sustained progress. At the state level, the gains have been historic. 282 pro-life laws have been enacted since 2010. In the last year alone, 9 powerful pro-life measures have passed the House. Special thanks to Speaker Paul Ryan, Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy, Whip Scalise, and Conference Chair Kathy McMorris Rogers. You know, although Hillary Clinton supports abortion on demand until birth, an extremist position, and this month called for the end of the Hyde Amendment, a new Marist poll shows that Americans actually want more pro-life protections, including no taxpayer funding for abortion. Planned Parenthood, and all of you know this, and in time the press will recognize it as well, is the tip of an ugly iceberg, a multi-billion-dollar industry that systematically exterminates children and hurts women. Subsidized by over $500 million in taxpayer funds every year. Planned Parenthood dismembers or chemically poisons a baby to death every 2 minutes, killing over 7 million innocent children since 1973. Planned Parenthood is Child Abuse Incorporated. Recent undercover videos by the Center for Medical Progress have exposed in numbing candor several high-level Planned Parenthood leaders gleefully talking about procuring children's organs, all for a price, all while altering gruesome dismemberment procedures to preserve intact livers, hearts, and lungs. This isn't, as you know, the first time Planned Parenthood has been caught doing the unthinkable. In 2011, undercover videos by Live Action exposed Planned Parenthood clinics that were eager to facilitate secret abortions for child sex trafficking victims. And another series in 2012 exposed Planned Parenthood promoting sex selection abortion, especially of little girls. Take note of this, ladies and gentlemen. Next week, there will be an override of President Obama's veto of the bill to defund Planned Parenthood. And we will win that in the House. Finally, you are the antidote, ladies and gentlemen, especially our young people, including my own dear daughter, Elise, who was in the crowd. You are the antidote to this present darkness, the culture of death. So for the sake of women and children, because we love them both, be further involved. Defend life with all the courage, faith, insight, compassion, and love you have to muster. Don't back down or give up or ever get discouraged, ever. Ask God for strength. Combine persistent prayer with Esther-like fasting. Combine it all with smart and diligent pro-life work at every level, including the political. Someday soon, America will protect the weakest and most vulnerable, and into eternity, each and every one of you will have played a critical part in this all-important human rights struggle. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Congressman Smith. And I would like to note that our little boy who was lost has now been found. Congressman Smith is joined in the pro-life caucus by his Democratic co-chair, Congressman Dan Lipinski of Illinois. Mr. Lipinski, unfortunately, was not able to be with us today, but he sends his heartfelt warm wishes for a successful march. You can aid the work of all these great pro-life legislators by being sure to visit your member of Congress after the march today. Encourage them to continue the fight to enact pro-life laws, and remind them that there are thousands back home just like you. For more than 4 decades, we have gathered here on this day to peacefully protest the abortion regime imposed in this country by Roe v. Wade. In recent years, we have been encouraged by other important pro-life voices from around the world. They, like us, hold their own marches, and they, like us, speak for the most vulnerable among us. This past year, the March for Life hosted an international meeting of leaders from the Marches for Life around the world. We are very proud to present this video, which showcases these leaders and reminds us that our movement is truly global.
The United States March for Life is the first of its kind. We are a very international group. Many international leaders come. They've gotten a lot of inspiration from our March for Life, and they go home and in an enculturated kind of way, they build their own March for Life.
"18 years ago, we started our first march in Canada. We had less than 1,000 people. And in 2015, we had over 25,000. 80% of the participants are under the age of 25. It's important that we continue until Canada restores a new culture of life.
The March for Life in Ireland is really a big celebration of life, and it's to bring the pro-life message not just to the public but to politicians, and to say that we can do better for mothers and for babies.
I think what is unique about the March for Life and the Vigil for Life in Ireland are the numbers of young people who come to these events. It's a phenomenal effort from grassroots up.
We march through the Birmingham streets. We're there to have a festival of life, a festival of love. And we want to pass this message on to, first it was just to Birmingham, but now it's to the UK and it's to the world.
We have already nearly 40 years of the abortion law in Italy. The march is creating a culture of life. It helps young people to understand that life is a gift.
In Peru, the abortion is not legal, but we are under attack. There's a lot of NGOs that are trying to legalize abortion in Peru. So we need a march to defend the mother, to defend the child, to defend the family.
The March for Life in Mexico is important because we have to defend life and we have to be united to defend life. We are convinced that we are the pro-life generation and we are defending every day, every year, the life of the unborn.
The March for Life, whatever country it is, can be so powerful because often people feel alone, but there's something of the power in the unity and the solidarity and then the message that we are going to keep working until every human life is protected from conception to natural death.
Great. Okay, I can see a lot of you guys just with your teeth chattering out there, so I know you're cold and you're ready to march. About 10 minutes until we actually kick off the march, just so you know, so stick with us because these last speakers are awesome. So stick with us. We know that pro-life and pro-woman go hand in hand. And our next speaker is another strong pro-life woman whose book, Subverted, responds to a culture that would have us believe that to be pro-woman, we cannot be pro-life. But we know that's not true. Please welcome to this stage, Sue Ellen Browder.
Hello, everybody. In 1969, I was fired for being pregnant. I went on to get a job at Cosmopolitan magazine, where I promoted abortion as the royal road to women's freedom. Now I have written this book, Subverted, to say I was wrong. I was wrong about abortion. Women are most empowered and most free when we are interconnected in love with others. Your branch of the women's movement, pro-life family feminism, gave women the right to vote. Your branch of the women's movement, pro-life family feminism, launched second-wave feminism in the 1960s. And your branch of the feminist movement, pro-life family feminism, is still here today, marching in the streets, hundreds of thousands strong, defending the bond of love between a mother and her baby. You, not Planned Parenthood, not NARAL Pro-Choice America, represent the authentic women's movement of the 21st century. Wake up, Washington Post. Wake up, USA Today. We need to stop pitting the rights of a mother against the rights of her baby. Whatever harms the baby harms the mother. Whatever harms the mother harms the baby, and whatever harms either of them harms us all. We are the new feminists of the 21st century. Wake up, media. We have all the power. We are not afraid, and we are not going away.
Thank you so much, Sue Ellen. An important part of our pro-life work has to do with support for women who've chosen abortion. For more than a decade, the Silent No More awareness campaign has brought a message of hope and healing to thousands of such women. I am so grateful for the courageous witness of our next speaker, and I ask that you join me in welcoming Jules Green to the stage to share her story of hope and healing.
Thank you so much. It is so wonderful and overwhelming to see so many people gathered together for life. Because when I was a pregnant teenager, there was no one. I knew no one who was pro-life. As a pregnant teenager, I already thought of myself as a new mother, but no one supported my choice to parent. I knew no one who agreed with me, no one who advocated for life. I was alone. So I surrendered. I surrendered to the pressure from the culture, from family, from friends, to abort my first child. And then I surrendered to the deep depression that immediately followed that horrible, regretful decision. Within a few weeks of my abortion, I attempted suicide. I spent a month in a psychiatric unit to recover. And then I surrendered again to the world around me, to a culture telling me that abortion was okay and that I should be okay. Just get over it. And then I got a job at an abortion facility. And it was there at that abortion clinic for years I kept trying to believe what everyone around me was insisting, that abortion was no big deal, a simple medical procedure, a choice. But I knew I missed my baby. And I saw the women at that abortion clinic crying in the waiting room, crying in the procedure room, crying in the recovery room, day after day, year after year. But it wasn't until many years later, after leaving the abortion industry, that I was finally able to face the brutal truth that abortion is wrong. Abortion is always wrong. Abortion always extinguishes the light of life of a unique, irreplaceable, and unrepeatable member of our human family. And it was accepting this truth that finally led me to spiritual conversion, forgiveness, and healing. Thank you. Thank you. So once I became pro-life, I knew I could not stay silent. So thank you all for being here and for your dedication and for believing in welcoming us who have been converted, welcoming regretful and repentant mothers and fathers, mothers who mourn, and people like me who've left the abortion industry and the culture of death, because I'm finished surrendering to a world that treats children as disposable. I am finished surrendering my voice. And you can hear others who also refuse to remain silent at the steps of the Supreme Court, where you will hear the testimonies of many women and men and families who mourn. I'm Jules Green, and I am silent no more. Well done, sweetie. Thank you.
Thank you, Jules, for your powerful witness. As the center for the Baltimore Ravens from 2009 to 2013, Matt Burke was part of the team that won Super Bowl 47. Since retiring from the Ravens, Matt has served as the Director of Football Development for the National Football League. Matt is a courageous and inspiring advocate for life. He's a Super Bowl champ, and he's a pro-life champ. Please join me in welcoming Matt Burke.
Anybody cold? Me neither. I just want to say from up here, you guys all look great, every single one of you. You know, last couple of weeks, I started to tell people that I was coming down here to D.C. and they asked me why. I'd say I'm going to the March for Life, and they'd say, well, why are you going there? Why are you marching? And I said, you mean in addition to the things that we've seen the last few months, all the videos we've seen? You want to know? You want to know why we march? So let me tell you why we march. I'm a football player, so I like to keep things real simple. We march because I've never heard a woman give birth to a baby and then say, I wish I'd had an abortion. That's why we march. Because I've never heard somebody say, I wish I'd had fewer kids. That's why we march. Because I've never heard of a worker at a life clinic decide to leave and go work at an abortion clinic. That's why we march. Because if Black lives matter, lives in the womb matter. That's why we march. Because if you've ever seen a baby being born, even though it happens millions of times a day, it's still a miracle. It's pure joy. If you've ever experienced adoption, which my family and I recently did, it's one of the most beautiful things in the world. It's an act of sacrifice by the birth mother to know that she can't give the child what he or she needs, and so she does the selfless act of giving the baby up for adoption. That is love. In this world where we have dictators and communism and nuclear weapons and hunger and disease, don't we need more miracles? Don't we need more joy? Don't we need more love? That's why we march. And for the millions of women, the abortion survivors out there who are the real heroes of this movement, who have the courage to come forward and say that they made a mistake and they want to help prevent that for other women, and their pain is still real, it's still there. I want them to know, we want them to know that we love them and we appreciate them. That's why we march. And at the end of the day, there's only two choices. You're either pro-life or you're pro-abortion. And we are unapologetically pro-life. That's why we march. God bless us all. He already has.
Thank you, Matt. Have to pull the microphone back down a little bit after he was standing here. I'm very happy to introduce to you our next speaker, Dr. Marguerite Duane, who is a board-certified family physician that embodies the spirit of our theme in her daily life. Dr. Duane is co-founder of FACTS, an organization that works to educate physicians and healthcare professionals about life-affirming and patient-centered reproductive healthcare. Please welcome to the stage the leader of this woman-empowering organization, Dr. Marguerite Duane.
Thank you so much, Jeannie. I find it ironic that I'm called to be a voice for the voiceless today when I've not had a voice for about 24 hours, so please bear with me. I'm delighted and honored to be here today to speak to you as a physician and as a woman. I want to make 3 key points to illustrate how being pro-life is pro-woman. First, being pro-life is pro-woman because the pro-life movement shares the scientific truth with women about their body and about their fertility. Science shows us that the moment the egg and sperm fuse in the woman's fallopian tube, a new, unique human being is formed with DNA in place that determines everything from gender to eye color. Immediately after conception, this new human embryo develops rapidly as it travels down the fallopian tube before implanting itself in the lining of the woman's uterus at 7 to 10 days of age. I mention this because many medical organizations try to obfuscate this information. They do this because there are some forms of hormonal birth control and IUDs that may prevent implantation of this newly formed human being, causing an early abortion. However, science shows us life begins at conception. And as pro-life people, we need to share this truth with women. My second point, being pro-life is pro-woman because the pro-life movement affirms what is unique and special about every woman in all phases of her life, personally and professionally, as a daughter, a mother, a sister, a single person, or a married woman. As a physician, I have seen the effects of the segment of our society that does just the opposite, that does not affirm the dignity of women, but instead convinces women that in order to be equal to men, we need to be just like them, free to have sex without pregnancy. Therefore, and to succeed in their lives professionally, they need to delay having children, or if they get pregnant, destroy their unborn baby. This does not empower women. Instead, it devalues or destroys what makes a woman truly unique. To truly empower women, we need to educate them about how their body works, share the facts about their fertility. We need to encourage them to make healthy choices that respects their body, their fertility, and their life-giving ability. Finally, being pro-life is pro-woman because the pro-life movement supports women who experience an unexpected pregnancy. It's critical for women to know they have real options that affirm their gifts as women. This can make a difference helping a woman choose life, not always, but often. Let me close by sharing the stories of two young women, each in her early 20s. I've changed their names to protect their privacy. Anna was an immigrant who worked hard to earn money to send her family back home. Lori was a college student with dreams of being a doctor like me. Both of these women were my patients. They came to my healthcare center fearing they might be pregnant, and laboratory tests confirmed this. They reacted similarly, expressing shock and disbelief. I remember Anna's reaction clearly as she burst into tears saying she didn't have the money to have a baby, nor could she afford to lose her job. Laura reacted similarly. Even though she and her boyfriend had planned to get married and have a family someday, she was terrified that a baby now would defer those dreams. As a doctor, I explained that it was my job to care for both patients, the mother and the baby. We would do everything to care for both of them and still support the dreams of these women. I had conversations with their boyfriend. Anna's boyfriend said he would do whatever he could to take care of Anna and her baby. Lori's boyfriend said he would support whatever Lori chose to do. In the end, these women chose different things. Anna chose to have her baby, and sadly, Lori, the college student, chose to have an abortion. How did it impact them? Anna came for a well child check with her little girl a couple years later, happy as can be. She and her boyfriend had eventually gotten married, and even though life wasn't easy, they were making it work. As for Lori, she and her boyfriend broke up. The stress of the abortion was too great. She even gave up her dreams of being a doctor. As for me, my heart broke. These beautiful women, and this beautiful woman and her baby fell victim to one of the great lies of society. In truth, abortion does not set a woman free. In summary, being pro-life is pro-woman because the pro-life movement shares the scientific truth with women. The pro-life movement affirms what is unique about women in all phases of her life. And the pro-life movement supports women facing crisis pregnancies. Yes, being pro-life is pro-woman. Thank you.
Okay, we're getting really close to the end, guys. Stick with us. The pro-life movement is made up of incredibly dedicated individuals who work day in and day out to build a culture of life in our country. I'm going to start reading off some of the different organizations that are going to join me right now by their representative on stage. And it's my honor to welcome LifeSite News, Cafe for Life, Heritage Action, Heritage Foundation, Human Life International, Knights of Columbus, March for Life Action, Movie to Movement, National Committee for a Human Life Amendment, National Religious Broadcasters, National Right to Life, Online for Life, Priest for Life, Republican National Committee, Susan B. Anthony List, Ethics and Religious Liberty Commission, Silent No More, Students for Life, Traditional Family Property, Pregnancy Resource Center of Florida, Vogla Vivere, 40 Days for Life, Alliance Defending Freedom, American Association of Christian Schools, American Conservative Union, American Life League, Americans United for Life, and then there were none. Catholic University, Center for Ethics and Culture, Center for Bioethics and Human Dignity, the Charlotte Lozier Institute, Kayascuro Organization, Christian Legal Society, Christian Medical Association, Concerned Women for America, Crossroads Pro-Life, Eagle Forum, Family Research Council, Feminists for Life, Focus on the Family, and Heartbeat International. Thank you very much. And may I ask you all to exit now, please, quickly. Thank you so much.
Back the way we came?
Yeah.
Thanks, Peggy. Talk to you soon.
And you are watching EWTN's continuing
Thank
live
you very
coverage
much,
of the
Jeannie.
43rd Annual March for Life, coming to you live from Washington, D.C. We have seen some of the images of people who've already began part of the march. I'm Doug Keck here with Father Joseph Mary Wolf, and as we can see and note that the snow has begun to fall, and we already know that the offices of the Washington government have been closed, and so people have begun to move out already, and will be staying with you throughout as the intrepid people of Washington, D.C., those who are there, make their way down towards the Supreme Court building. Again, I'm Doug Keck here with EWTN's continuing live coverage with Father Joseph Mary Wolf. And as you can see there, we're getting images now from the actual front of the march. Now, this is the official beginning of the march. What we've seen earlier, it looks like various groups began to march possibly a little bit earlier based on how cold it might be, their need to get out of town in time, or even just the fact that it was starting to snow. All of those seem to be very legitimate reasons why you may want to begin moving. But you can see that's we saw that banner before, so that is the front. We are the pro-life generation. We certainly saw that before. And we'll be able to call out as we go along some of the banners we've seen. Maybe Father, you mentioned a couple of those while we wait to hear from Teresa Tomeo.
So we've seen the Shrine of St. Jude Youth Group, Pax Christi, Baltimore, the Diocese of Toledo. We saw some of the Sisters of Life there as well, and we're grateful for all the work that they do. I saw a little sign that said, "Love them both," just like that physician was speaking about. She had a responsibility to help both of them, both the mother and the child. Pro-life feminist and Eastern Catholics.
Right, just some of the banners we've seen, and we can see that considering how bad the weather has been and all the warnings and all the cancellations, it is even legitimately surprising still to see that as many people who have ventured as have ventured, though of course we'd have to be realistic and say obviously the numbers are going to be dramatically less than what we've seen in some other years. And now we're going to go out to Teresa, who's in the midst of that crowd. Teresa. There you are at the front of the real march.
We have John Leto,
And I'm not sure if Teresa can hear me, or she's waiting for us to let her know she can start talking. But there's Teresa Tomeo. She's at the front of the line for the March for Life. Hello, Teresa.
Hi, Doug, and we are right at the front of the march behind the banner, and we're with the wonderful students from Catholic University. And of course, they are beginning this march. And we have a young man who's a freshman at that fine school, and his name is John Lato, and he is here for your 6th march. So you're a veteran at this, young man.
Yes, exactly.
What's it like for you to be here?
It's unreal. We get to be leading it, which is really great. I just love to be out here with my friends supporting a really great cause.
So you've been here for 6 years now. When you heard the news that Catholic Year was going to have this wonderful cause, what did that mean to you? What was the conversation like?
Everyone was just really excited. It's a great honor for the Catholic University of America and for all the people who get to be involved in helping lead the march, which is a great honor.
Now, when you first started to get interested in the pro-life movement or knew that it was an important cause, how old were you and how did that happen? Was it your family? Was it the environment, the combination?
It was a combination. I would say very young. I mean, ever since I've been taught, I just learned that human life is so important, that every human being has dignity, and I just love to get to express that here.
So how do we reach out to more young people, to get more young people like you involved in the pro-life movement? Although a very strong representation of young pro-lifers, but in the secular culture, how do you talk to your friends who aren't who may even be Catholic but not understand the teachings of the church on the life issues?
That's a very good question. I think you just have to be a good example of the pro-life movement yourself. Part of the reason we have such a great representation from our students here is because our friends, that's how we understand. We learn from our friends and people we hang out with. By example.
Well, you keep doing it, John. Thanks for coming year after year. I think that safely you didn't live too far, so God bless you.
Thank you very much.
The students from Catholic University, Doug, at the front of the march. It will be starting momentarily, and then we'll be walking our way up Constitution Avenue, making our way to the Supreme Court, and it's already snowing here. They said the snow was going to start early, and we're moving. Here we are. We're moving. It just begun.
There we are, Teresa Tomeo there live from the midst of the march, and as we can see the various images, we've had some people who got started a little bit earlier as the platform ran a little long, and now is Teresa there as the march is actually beginning, and again, seeing the numbers as the snow has begun to fall in Washington, D.C., where it's about 1:15 in the afternoon as people have begun the march, and the weather is coming in maybe a little bit earlier than even some people had suspected it would, but it's great to see so many people marching through this kind of weather.
And there you see someone with their child there, and they got them well shielded and almost like a little Eskimo there, but
all bundled
up. It's cold.
And then we can see some of the March for Life, obviously the Knights of Columbus, who usually have those Defend Life banners are there, and again, considering all the warnings that there's been there and the weather and what's to come, apparently in the sense of what are they calling Snowmageddon or something about that, that this many people have shown the courage to come and do it. But at the same time, for those who decided not to come, that might have been exactly the right decision to make. And hopefully you're at home participating as best you can through EWTN and our various outlets, whether it be on the web or here on television, and that you're at least getting a feeling of bonding with those people who've actually made it to the march itself.
And we've seen a Generation Pro-Life and a number of these signs both in English and in Spanish, and this really is the pro-life generation. As one of our tweets said, this teacher said that a number of children were missing from the classroom in her children's classroom, and that's the generation in which we live.
Right, exactly. That's right. And one thing we did want to mention earlier, Teresa Tomeo, on one of the many interviews that was done, she was talking with Peggy Hartshorn, and Peggy, who's actually the chairman of the board of Heartbeat International, was very interesting. I guess when they gave the number out, it wasn't quite right, so they wanted to make sure we had the right number. It's 1-800-712-HELP. That's 1-800-712-HELP if you want to get in touch with Heartbeat International. We just wanted to make that point. And we certainly heard some wonderful speakers. We'll hopefully have some wonderful interviews with some of the people along the marchway as Damon and Teresa get set up to do that. We saw Teresa beginning to march with the crowd. And we had Carly Fiorina speak, Joni Ernst from your own home state, right?
Yes, that's right, from Iowa. Matt Burke gave a wonderful talk talking about how he felt like this was almost like game day in the NFL. And he's never heard anyone say that they had wished they had had abortion after the birth of their child, or they wished they had had fewer children.
Right.
What our society needs today is love.
Right, exactly. What does he say? Something about Planned Parenthood being but was it something like Child Death Incorporated or something along those lines?
That was Chris Smith. Yes,
Chris
he
Smith
said,
who said that.
Child Abuse Incorporated.
Child Abuse Incorporated. That's what it was,
Right.
exactly. And I thought that was a great way of thinking about it. Like we were talking earlier, as we see the crowd moving along, is the fact that you've got people arguing over how you can legally sell body parts from aborted babies, and the argument isn't over whether they were doing it or not, it's just whether they were doing it legally or not, and gives you a hint at how far we've sunk.
Right. That how we could even be discussing something like that as something tenable or something that is acceptable in any way.
And again, there you see the front of the march. This is the 43rd annual March for Life, coming to you live from Washington, D.C. as the march is underway, and we can see the very front of the march as they march up towards the Supreme Court building. We'll continue to give you live coverage of the march as we go along, and we will be dipping in with some interviews from our reporters on the ground, Damon Owens and Teresa Tomeo, as soon as we can get ourselves technically set up to do that. Continuing live coverage, and I hear Teresa now in the background getting herself set. There she is. Go ahead, Teresa.
Yes, we're here and we're with Lewis Brown, and you know him well. He's been with me before, and he's from Michigan. Yay, another Michigan person. What can I say? I can't help it.
Yeah.
But with Christ Medicus Foundation, you're doing great work in educating people on healthcare. What's the reason you're here?
We're here to proclaim the new evangelization in healthcare. We're really excited about it. The Lord wants to be Lord over everything, and if we want to really advance the gospel of life, we have to proclaim the gospel anew, even in our healthcare decisions as a country and as a Catholic community.
How's it going for you here? You had a presentation earlier this week, and you've been meeting with the community?
We did. It's been great. We had a press conference at the Heritage Foundation, and just talking about all the ways in which we can advance life from healthcare, advance religious liberty in healthcare, and work with Christ-centered medical providers so that people have pro-life healthcare options.
And where do you go next after this? You've been doing some traveling, speaking around the country, and meeting with other people in similar fields.
Well, going back to Denver immediately, and then I'm keynoting the pro-life dinner at the Sacred Heart Seminary in Detroit. So really excited about that. Really excited about that.
Always good to talk to you, and we'll talk to you on the radio to help you promote your
That's
event,
great.
too.
Thank you so much.
Always, and have a great time at the march, and
Thank
thanks
you.
for all you do.
Thank
God
you,
bless
Teresa. God bless you. Thank
and of
you.
course, this is such a big issue this year, especially, Doug, in the election year, the issue of health care and tying it all in, and all of these groups working together. It's something you said earlier today when you were talking with Father about this is a big pro-life coalition. People from so many walks of life, no pun intended, talking about healthcare insurance, talking about resource centers, talking about the Catholic Medical Association, all coming together to march for life and to band together to build the culture of life. Back to you. We're going to get moving because we're going to get run over by all the marchers.
You better hurry up there. Teresa, sprinting to the side as always. Thank you so much for always being in the midst of whatever is going on from a Catholic news perspective. There's some more images of another part of the march as people move up towards the Supreme Court building. Teresa Tomeo there. And again, Father, one of the things I was thinking about with some other shots we can see on the screen was that button you brought in, you showed before that. Actually, Michael Warsaw, who had been up, was our chairman, who had been up in Washington, brought it back with him from the Beckett Fund, who's basically dealing with the HHS mandate cases for the Little Sisters of the Poor and EWTN as well. And what was the phrase again on that button?
So it says, I will have none of it.
I will have none of it.
None of it. None of this HHS mandate that is seeking to coerce religious organizations in going against their consciences.
Exactly.
So that's the...
there it is. And you know, I think the thing with that too is for all of us to remember and realize that we can't pick and choose in these situations, because if we're going to find ourselves maybe agreeing on one particular area where there's this kind of persecution, that who's to say the next person in line is not you or your particular cause. And I think many people lose sight of that and don't realize how much of their own liberty they might be giving up, especially their religious liberty, and certainly health care. And to think that we'd be sitting here in 2016 talking about forcing the Little Sisters of the Poor to provide something against their conscience Again, I think people even 10 years ago would have thought that's impossible. But we're here, and that's what's important, and that's why we have to continue to march, because the reality, as bad as people talk about it, it is that bad. And that's what we've heard from womb to tomb. We need to stand together, and we need the pro-life forces to work together, even if they disagree on some minor issues here and there. But the overall concern must be to stand up for life. And I think especially in this election year, as we see these images of people marching in Washington, D.C., is how important the whole voting for life is. You know, you've got 2 houses of Congress that are basically pro-life. We're not talking about parties, we're talking about life. And so, you know, certainly we wouldn't be sitting there being concerned about the Planned Parenthood law being vetoed if the person in the White House was a pro-lifer.
Can you guys hear me?
And that could happen today. He could decide to become a pro-lifer. But if that's not the case and not likely, then we have to look to the next person who occupies that location and make sure that person is pro-life. And speaking of somebody who's pro-life, Teresa Tomeo, once again. Teresa, who do you have?
I do. I have someone. I'm right here, Doug, and we are with the group Save the One. And another really big myth that's out there about abortion, and we know this, is the whole concept of, well, you know, we should make exceptions for cases of rape and incest. But we're here to tell you no, all life is precious. And Yanka, who's originally from Cuba, you're now down in Florida. You look okay? You're warm enough, honey?
I'm doing good,
okay.
yes.
Tell us about this organization. It's so important, isn't it?
Save the One is an organization that is very important. Why? Because that 1% is the one that everybody say, what about in cases of rape and incest? At 14 years old, my stepfather raped me and dragged me to an abortion clinic, and I had an abortion. At 15 years old, he was a policeman in Cuba, and he raped me again, and I have my son, my only child, 25 years old. He lives in Miami. He's the most precious gift I ever had. My husband adopted him on his own, and why should he pay crime of someone that was not going to be killed for his crime? You know, Save the One is an important organization because no exceptions to abortion. My son should not be killed through abortion because supposedly to care for me. No, I'm a victim of a rapist already. Should I be a victim as well? And my son a victim of abortion? Once again, no.
Your story
no
is
exceptions.
so powerful, and people would hear your story and say, my goodness, you've gone through so much pain with that horrible experience of being raped, and yet still you found in your heart that you knew you didn't want to be punished twice to be a victim of life.
Exactly. Like I say, my son is 25 years old. 5 years ago, I understood the solution is not abortion. A long time ago, but 5 years ago, my husband and I founded a crisis pregnancy center, marriage pregnancy resource center in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Why? Because abortion is not the option. The option is support. The option is we coming together to let them know for women victims of rape that there's more. There's adoption. There's other options. There's education. There's so much that we can provide for them. And abortion should never, ever be an option.
Thank you for your courage, and thank you for saying yes to God and yes to life, and just a powerful story. God bless you and all the women and men in Save the One. SaveTheOne.com, by the way, is the website. Thank you for joining us, Yanka. And again, Doug, this is why we do this. Every year we're out to tell these different stories and to give people the truth and the full picture about what has really happened of death. They're not getting the information out there in the public, and stories like this. How often do we hear a story of a young woman who was raped by her own father? Had the gift and the blessing to know that abortion wasn't the answer. I've got to run. I got to run because I'm getting chased by the police now. That's not a good thing because I want to come back and talk to you some more. We'll be right back. So, take it away, Doug.
All right, Teresa, very good. Let's keep you out of the hooskow there. As we can see there, the front of the March for Life, that's the actual official banner moving down the street. I think we've seen some images of other parts of the march that might have got started a little bit early. It's interesting too, Father, as we see this this beautiful banner coming up the street, is the idea that it looked like it was starting to snow a little bit. Maybe some prayer has taken impact. I heard some rosaries being said. Maybe Our Lady has holding off the snow a little bit.
Postponing it a little bit. It looks like Teresa's in pretty good shape. She's not getting winded. She's
No,
having to run and to
uh,
dodge.
When you work in the Catholic media business, you got to be very good on your feet and keep
right.
moving. But again, we saw the images of the people marching, the front of the march, and some great speakers that we talked about that got to speak. It was nice this year that also, as we look at the crowd, that they had some videos that they were able to show of some of the various representatives, especially the female representatives who stand for life throughout the year. And it's a way of trying to get these people so that people in their own hometown realize that this is a representative who they can count on and who stood up, and not somebody who just maybe shows up a month before the election suddenly deciding that maybe they're pro-life this week.
And then we had that also that other video that talked about Washington, D.C. being the first march, but then we had those other countries, Ireland, Canada, Rome, Peru, Mexico. So this is spawning other marches for life and raising that awareness.
In fact, we noticed earlier there was a tweet on the screen there from someone in Ireland who was watching the march in Washington, as you can see on your screen, from Ireland, and noting the fact that they had run that, we were in the clip with the march in Ireland. And I think that's important too, not only for us to be able to have people around the world see this, but then for people to see in their own countries that there are other things happening in their country they may or may not be aware of. And all of this builds one thing on another. And again, because it's so important, I think in this way, you think of the old solidarity movement with John Paul II, how really this is the issue to be solid about and to band together again. The life issue. We can argue about a lot of other things and policies. You can't argue about abortion and euthanasia. Those are just things, they have to be. And as was said earlier, if you're not born, you don't have life, then everything else is unimportant.
That's right. Only those who are born can be for abortion. Only those who are free can vote for slavery.
Right.
You know, think about that connection there. Only those who are free would vote for slavery. Only those who are born already would vote for abortion.
Right, exactly. And you know, as we're watching here, I think about all the years of Mother Angelica founding this network, how pro-life she was. I remember one of the early days we came here, I remember she gave me this poster of a very tough-looking child who had been aborted and pulled apart, and she wanted that put on the air. She wanted people to see the truth of that. And as much as sometimes we don't like to look at that, and we have to be careful, we're not looking to shock, you know, little kids. We always want EWTN to be a safe place for someone to be, but I think Mother was so impassioned when she saw that, that she just figured people needed to see this. And of course, we've been mentioning that there's a new book, Praying with Mother Angelica, Meditations on the Rosary, the Way of the Cross, and other prayers that we're making available through our religious catalog, EWTNRC.com. It's the kind of thing that I think the kinds of people who support EWTN and are part of the pro-life movement would find great comfort in as they do. Have you picked out, maybe there's something, one of those prayers in there that you could read out loud while we watch those courageous marches in Washington, D.C.?
So there's a section on the Rosary, a section on the Stations of the Cross, which I've read, and now here's one, Mother Angelica's Conversation with God, which is the last section. And this is her thoughts on detachment. It has taken me so long to surrender to your love and providence, to release my tensions to your serenity, my fears to your omnipotence, and my lukewarmness to your love. I hold on to these weaknesses as though they were treasures. My soul cries out for freedom, and the very will that reaches for deliverance from tyranny keeps my soul a prisoner to myself. And you can think about women caught in that mentality. It's a call to trust in His providence at this time of crisis in their lives.
Especially at that point in time when it does seem to be that the world is crashing around you. And that's why it's so important that we, who are the members of the family and the support system for that woman in crisis, be there and realize that maybe we have to sacrifice and stretch a little bit and deal with the quote-unquote embarrassment maybe from the past, even though I don't think that's such an issue anymore. But to step up and put your hand on that person's shoulder and say, we're with you and we'll support you ongoing, whether it's the work of the family itself or, you know, people like Good Counsel or Her Choice in Birmingham, all of those. Now we take you once again out to the march with Teresa Tomeo. Teresa, who do you have?
Hey, Doug, we have Domingo from Chile who is here living in D.C. and doing his internship, and he's going to talk to us about why he's here today. I know the weather is probably a lot different than it is at home, but how are you enjoying the march so far?
It's been amazing. It's the first time I come to the march, and I'm really surprised by the courage of all these people to come and stand for what they believe on, despite of the weather. It's really amazing, especially the families. There are a lot of families with young kids around, and it has been really beautiful to see them.
As far as being a seminarian, what kind of an influence do you think this will have, God willing, eventually on your priesthood?
Well, I think Pope Francis invited us to be missionaries of mercy, and I think this kind of event is going to make me a priest pro-life, a priest that preaches, that really believes in life, defends it, and promotes it. Promote big families, big Christian families.
Do you think that this has had a big influence in terms of around the world, seeing this march here in the United States, which really was the first and is now the largest? What impact do you think that has internationally?
I think everybody see a statement that all Americans are doing. I'm not from the States, and many times we receive a lot of bad things from America, where things that America produces, Hollywood and stuff, the culture of death. So seeing something so big, it just changes our mind, and we kind of realize that there is a huge spirit in the States that wants to really change this country for good.
Well, we're glad that you're studying to be a priest. If all goes well, when do you think you'll be ordained?
I'll be ordained, God willing, in 5 years.
All right, well, my husband's a deacon, so I know the process of going through that and studying, so God bless you, we'll pray for you. And thanks for being here, and we're really proud to have you in the seminary. God bless you, Domingo. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Thanks for walking with us.
Bye.
It's a seminarian student who is here in Washington. His name is Domingo. He's from Chile. And I wanted to ask him the question, Doug, about the march, because sometimes I think we forget, we're so busy doing our jobs and bringing the march to people around the world, and we kind of forget that it influences so many. And this is why we do what we do. This is why we come out here every year, because it really is having an impact. And I hope Mother Angelica is watching, because she started it all. And think about her hope of helping just one person and how far this message is going out all over the world and making such a difference. Back to you.
Very good. Thank you so much, Teresa. And exactly, Mother Angelica's support for this mission, obviously ongoing, the whole life issue, El Divino Niño. And of course, we are seeing images from the 43rd Annual March for Life live from Washington, D.C. And listening to the interview with this seminarian there from Chile, Father, reminds me of the fact that we are covering this event as well, completely in Spanish, actually out of our studios on the West Coast, but they're covering the March for Life, and they will be also covering the LA, One Life LA, as well as the West Coast Walk for Life in Spanish. And so people should be aware that EWTN reaches globally, but reaches globally in multiple languages, and we have the largest Spanish language Catholic network in the world, internationally in South America and in Spain, and one specifically for the United States. So if you don't know about it, if you've got friends who maybe would be interested to learn more about the Spanish channel, they could check that out through their local cable operator and find out how it's available in their area. Also on the web, clearly you can get it. Go to EWTN.com and find out all about our Spanish website, our Spanish Facebook page. We have everything to offer for Spanish. We also have for German as well, but we have it for Spanish, and it has more impact on people here in the United States. So again, that was always Mother's goal, was to reach people where they're at in the language they speak.
And her own initiative in raising the awareness of the pro-life issues has come back to her. Now she's been bedridden for a number of years, and the tender loving care that she receives, not only from her sisters, but from the local community too. There's some retired nurses that help with her care, love taking care of Mother. That charity always comes back to you. When you're looking out for the life of someone else, you're wanting to stand up for the rights and dignity of another person, that ends up coming back to you, that your life is enriched, and you're going to find that charity will come back to you as well.
Right, exactly, and you find also that, and though you don't do it for that reason, many times because you've reached out and done that and had that impact, that means people are that much more willing to step up and lend you a helping hand as well. We had some images just moments ago as the march heads up Constitution Avenue. We saw a shot up closer to where the Supreme Court is, a high shot that showed the very beginning of the march. As you can see, there's some people out in front of it. Little vanguard there, there's the shot. And I believe that is a new location for us, which we hope will give you that much more picture quality and images of the march. We were hoping it would be one of the bigger ones like last year, but still great to see people out there, braving the weather. And again, these are people not only braving it now, but are probably going to have to deal with it more after the fact than even right now. But as you can see, the 43rd Annual March for Life was not canceled. The city government in Washington's already closed itself down, but the March for Life is on its way. It will continue onto the steps of the Supreme Court building, where there will be some silent no more testimonials, which we hope we will be able to bring you as well.
And we also want to talk about the 9 Days for Life initiative of the U.S. bishops, which is a wonderful initiative. And it's a 9-day novena, in effect, from January 16th through the 24th, which is Sunday. So you can still join it if you weren't there at the beginning. You can still participate in the prayers, the different actions that are recommended. And they quote Pope Francis in their article about this, and they say, he said when he was in the United States, care for one another is care for Jesus himself. And so in caring for life at all of its stages is caring for Jesus himself.
Right, and that's why prayer is so important. We were talking about Mother's Book. We can see we're over 20,000 on the abortion counter, well over 20,000 since our coverage began this morning. And as you can see, images from Washington, D.C., and just a reminder, too, because since this is going through Sunday, the 24th, to remind people that tomorrow we will be bringing you live, exclusive coverage of One Life LA, as well as the Walk for Life West Coast, as we've done for several years. We'll have our team out there. Father Mark, Mary Christina will be there. Doug Barry from Life on a Rock, they'll be there, along with Jim and Joy Pinto. They'll also be out there, so we'll be providing full coverage of that from San Francisco. A great lineup of speakers. I know in LA, Patricia Heaton is going to be speaking there, a well-known actress from the movie, not from Mother's Night Out, but really the more known from The Middle, the television show, as well as Everybody Loves Raymond, somebody who has stood up for the life issue all along, and in fact has a sister who's a religious sister in the Nashville Dominicans. So,
I didn't know that.
And it's tough enough to stand up for any of us, let alone coming out of that Hollywood cabal and complex. There's other people as well who we know who are pro-lifers who stand up and say things, but certainly indicate how much pressure can be put on them when they do speak up for life.
Well, that doctor, the last speaker there at the stand, she was talking about these two women, and they both had unplanned pregnancies, and they made two different decisions, and she saw two different effects in their lives. So the one mother who had welcomed that child, that there was a happiness as she brought her child there to her for further care, the needed care that she had as a child, where the other one, she had broken up with her boyfriend, she had decided not to be a doctor. And there really are these devastating consequences when we make bad choices, but they're not unredeemable. That's the message of mercy.
Exactly.
Right?
Unfortunately, we also live in a world today where people think they have the right to make every choice, but they don't have to. But the idea that sometimes there's some bad outcome from that, their answer to that is, it's not my fault, and I'm not responsible. And it doesn't matter whether it's your fault or even if you're responsible, it doesn't change the facts. We live in an objective universe, not a relative one.
Right.
And unfortunately, many people think life is what they think it is rather than what it actually is. We're getting back out there to the middle of the march with Teresa Tomeo. As you can see, beautiful images as the crowd moves up Constitution Avenue. Teresa, you have another guest.
Hi, Doug. Yeah, we're in front of the march for a very specific reason, because after we interview these wonderful gentlemen from North Carolina, we are going to literally drop our equipment off and run up to the Supreme Court and then start coming to you live from there. So we have a different vantage point. I just wanted to explain that to our viewers. But you can see the march now coming up behind us on Constitution Avenue. And two wonderful gentlemen from North Carolina, Jack and Bill Hudson. And you just came on your own, huh?
Yes, normally we come up with our church, but the buses were canceled due to the snow. So we decided to rent a four-wheel drive and come on up.
Why go through the treacherous weather to be here? What does it mean to you? Obviously a lot.
The graces. The more cold it is, the icier it is. It just seems to infuse energy into the pro-life movement.
How important do you think it is for not just women to speak up, but for men to speak up on this issue?
Oh, this is a father's issue. This is a failure of fathers, and it's responsibility of men to pick up the slack. Women have been carrying the banner for years. It's really a father's responsibility to clean up this mess.
So how long have you been coming here, Jack?
I think I'm Bill, my
Bill,
son Jack.
sorry.
That's okay. I think this is my 7th year, I think.
Wow. And you keep coming every year?
Oh, yeah, it's not too far away. We're just in North Carolina.
Well, thank you so much. And Jack, what's it mean for you to be here as a young man?
Oh, it's very inspiring to come up and see all these people come out nowadays when everybody's backs are turned against it. So it's great seeing all the young people out here too, and it keeps you going.
Are you inspired by the numbers of young people in terms of how large the young representation is?
Oh, yes, ma'am. It seems to be growing every year too, which is fantastic.
Thanks for coming. Thanks for braving the weather. Well, we are going to leave you here, and then we're going to run up to the Supreme Court, and we'll talk to you in about 15 minutes, I hope. Back to you in the studio, Doug.
Thanks, Teresa. And as we got images of the march, we're going to finally get a chance to talk to Damon. Damon.
Yes, hi. Here we're right in the middle of the march. I know you got some good shots before. What's your name?
My name is Bernardo Gonzalez.
Bernardo, where are you from originally?
I'm originally from Ohio, now I live in New York City.
And what brought you down here in the middle of Snowmageddon for the march?
Well, I mean, it's such an important, life. I was very blessed to go to a Catholic college where, pro-life was such a big part of that as well too. I'm one of 12 children in my family, so obviously I know how important it is, to be here and to have good families as well too. And a little snow is not going to stop us. 40 inches is nothing. So
that's great. But even the predictions, the forecast, none of that was going to deter you.
No, absolutely not. I got my little Subaru all-wheel drive, came down here. This is something that's important. I leave my schedule open every year because it's that important, and we're going to stop abortion in our lifetime.
So this is not your first march?
No, I've been here probably a handful of times throughout high school and college.
Good, good. And what are you seeing now this year? Anything that caught your interest or caught your eye from either the people or just the whole atmosphere?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the snow was a little hard. A lot of people had to turn around for safety, but we have people at home praying for us. And, I think with everything that's going on with, Planned Parenthood, the election coming up this year, and next year is going to be super, super important because those are obviously huge things, that are going on in our country right now that we need to come out and show what we support and show what we don't support.
And you came down here by yourself?
I did. I met up with some friends. Got a lot of friends in the D.C. area, but I drove down by myself.
God bless you for your witness. There you have it. People come down in groups. They come down individually, but they're here regardless of the weather, and we're in the middle of it, in the middle of the march, in the middle of the storm. God's will be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Damon.
Yeah, I'm here with Sarah and Todd from the Life and Mercy Foundation. Tell us a little about your organization.
It's an organization that the main focus we have is to support mothers expectant no matter what the condition is.
And you guys are from Texas?
Yes, we live in Texas, in Houston.
I recognize that from your shivering, Todd.
Yeah, it's a little bit colder here than in Houston. This is our third March for Life. We missed last year, and I guess that's when the good weather was, so we bring the bad weather, apparently.
Well, I think it's every 7 years. This might be a 7-year thing. So tell me about your time with the march. How many of you have been here before? What is your experience?
Well, this is our third march, and it's been an awesome experience. The people are so enthusiastic. And, we're defending the babies and their moms, especially the moms who don't have any place to go. That's what our foundation does. It gives them a place to live if they don't have some place to go. So they're not forced into making a choice they don't want to make.
Beautiful. Let's tell me a little bit more about your organization, about what you're trying to do and what things you've seen in your work in the Respect Life.
Well, this organization started because when I was 20, I was hired as a cleaner in a place, and the next day I found out it was an abortion facility. So, and I could hear all the lies they say to the women, so I started advising them not to do that, and I stayed there as long as I could. But I found out that if we tell the truth and if we bring support to women, they choose life. That's why since that day, 25 years ago, we've been providing them everything they need, and our goal is to build a home where they can spend their pregnancy and get some moral support and some love.
That's beautiful. So you're involved with that as well, with that witness in the building of the foundation?
Yeah, I met Sid 3.5 years ago, and we were actually in our church, Prince of Peace in Houston, and we were working in the pro-life movement together, and she told me of her story, and I decided I wanted to be part of it also.
That's great. One last thing. So when you're doing that work up front with the women and the work, you're doing that kind of work with the women up front. What does a march like this do to help your work? What does it mean to you to be here to march?
Is to be present, to say, I raise my voice for the voiceless, no matter the weather, no matter how we travel, no matter we're stuck in Washington until the airport is open again. It means to be part of this voice for the voiceless.
Well, I think you've absolutely done that. So, Sarah and Todd Houston, God bless you and your ministry. And we'll bring you some more folks from the midst of the sea of humanity and get some interviews with people who are part of this march. Back to you, Doug.
Thank you so much, Damon. As you heard there, as our coverage continues here, Father, you had people from Houston, a lot of people who've made the longer trek. And what's interesting, the couple of gentlemen from North Carolina who were not going to be deterred by the fact that the bus decided not to go, which was probably a good decision for the school or the parish not to risk it, but they themselves got themselves a four-wheel drive and headed up. And in one way, like he said, sometimes I guess the idea that when things are too easy, they don't seem like they're worth it. That somehow we have to overcome adversity, and it's in that overcoming that we actually feel that benefit of having gone the extra mile.
Yeah. You know, and I was thinking about David DeLayden's interview with Jim and Joy, and he saw 2016 as like a watershed year where the course of the conversation is changing.
Right.
Because of these videos, because of these events like this, because of the truth getting out there more and more in people's hearts. People are looking at abortion differently, it seems to me, because of that.
Exactly. Let's get back out into the field. Well, we were going to go to Damon, but with a crowd like that, and Father would know it better than I do. You deal with some wireless equipment and things like that. The number of people, the number of cell phones, even the banners being used can have an impact sometimes on the signal strength broadcasting ability to get from one signal, one place to another. I know we saw some banners there.
So we had the American Heritage Girls. I think there's a group actually in Birmingham.
Right.
And the Aquinas Academy, the Roman Catholic Diocese of Syracuse, and St. John the 23rd Seminary in Boston.
Yeah, just a couple of the banners we've seen here. Now I think we do have Damon. Damon.
Yes, I'm here with a group here who lost their group in the sense of canceled buses from Michigan, and they came down and drove on their own. What is your name?
I'm Natalie Partica.
Natalie, and?
Tommy Forney.
Natalie, Tommy, and?
Hannah Partica.
And Hannah?
Terry.
Terry. They're telling a great story of how their group was coming down, was canceled because of the weather, and they drove down on their own. Now tell me about the group and this Crusaders for Life.
The Crusaders for Life Detroit is a group copied off of the Crusaders for Life Chicago, and we look at the pro-life movement in a positive way by singing songs and doing cheers, and promoting in the best way possible. We are trying to expand our group, and it's fun.
Great. And it's young adults, young people like yourself?
Teenagers to young adults. We have we have teenagers running it and planning events, and we go out in front of abortion clinics and march for life normally, praying the rosary, singing songs.
That's beautiful. And Tommy, you must be a little bit disappointed the rest of your group isn't here, but it wasn't going to stop you, huh?
No, it was not. Definitely not. Yeah, it would have been fun, but it's still just as fun. It's exciting to be here, and I'm glad to march for life.
That's what we call committed Doug. We've got people here who says, regardless of what the weather says and the scare and that, they're going to come even when the group doesn't. What a great witness. God bless all the work that you do. Back to you, Doug.
Thank you, Damon. Again, wonderful testimonies of people who go above and beyond, and we salute all the people who are planning on going as well, who hopefully are praying for their safety and also hopefully taking in the events and participating as they can through the medium of television and the internet and our coverage of this as we've done every year. It's our commitment to the pro-life movement to cover this particular march, the march in Canada that's coming up in May 12th, I believe, as well as the events happening on the West Coast tomorrow, which we'll be covering as well, so you can stay with us. And also later today, we'll bring you a replay of the Mass that took place at the Verizon Center, that youth event with Cardinal Wuerl. That happened simultaneously while we were doing our interviews. We recorded it, and we will be airing that after our conclusion of the actual march itself. And as we can see, the snow is falling, but it is not deterring the ardor of these pro-lifers and the young people involved. And sometimes, again, I think young people like a challenge.
They do like a challenge. I liked a tweet that we just had, Margaret Garnett. Life is never convenient, but it is always sacred. You know, that there can be these inconveniences, and Pope Francis said something similar, you know, that being charitable is not always convenient, but it's something that helps us to grow as individuals.
Right, exactly. Again, this is EWTN's continuing live coverage of the 43rd Annual March for Life, live from Washington, D.C. Check us out on Facebook, Twitter. We'll also have highlights on YouTube later. You can get us on any different variation on the internet, live streaming. If you don't have cable, if you're at work listening, you know, you can check out a Roku box or something like a Apple TV we're on. You can see images posted on our Pinterest site. You can like us on Facebook. You can check out our radio feeds where Teresa Tomeo is so comfortable in the mornings on the Catholic Connection. If it's the first time you've seen Teresa, you enjoy listening to her, you can check her out on our morning show on EWTN's Global Catholic Radio Network via your local Catholic radio station or through iHeartRadio or through our website or on Sirius XM radio as well. And again, for all information you have about EWTN, EWTN.com. And don't forget, also, we want to mention, you know, Mother Angelica started something called the Religious Catalog for Holy Reminders. And the idea of that was to get good Catholic images, good Catholic books and materials into people's homes, because it's important that we're surrounded by those reminders of the eternal aspect of our lives. I mean, people sometimes forget EWTN has to do with the eternal word. Who is the eternal word but Jesus Christ?
It's a spiritual growth network. That's why we're here. And charity helps us to grow in the spiritual life. How can we love God if we do not love our brother? St. John writes in his first letter. And so this march is all about loving our brothers who are voiceless, who do not have a voice for themselves, and speaking up for them.
And again, we see the beautiful image as the march continues up Constitution towards down there. You can see those trucks. Actually, that's the triangle where one of our technical locations is. As you can see, it's snaking up past there. That's past, I think it's 3rd Avenue or 3rd Street West, Northwest. And then they'll continue moving towards the camera. We see Lutherans for Life right there as it moves up Constitution Avenue and then makes the right-hand turn in front of the Supreme Court building, which is 1st Street Southeast, just to give you a general idea of the march and how it progresses. And again, as you can see, it is getting wetter thanks to the ongoing snow. It abated for a little while, but it seems like it's picking up again. You can see in the distance some of the, looks like it's sticking. Of course, there had been some snow yesterday morning, which had already had an impact on the D.C. area and led to a lot of people making a decision that it was not a good idea to come. And as we mentioned, the City of Washington's offices actually closed this afternoon around noon or 1 o'clock. And again, this is EWTN's live coverage, our committed coverage to the pro-life movement, 43rd Annual March for Life, live from Washington, D.C. And as you see the crowd, we go to Damon, who's in the middle of it. Damon.
I plucked these two young people out of a pretty large group and asked them where they were from, and they managed to get 4 buses in from Kansas.
Yeah, we're from Wichita, Kansas. It took 28 hours to get here. It was a rough ride, but who knows how long we're going to be here with this snow. But it's a great time. It's a great witness to be here, and I'm glad we're here.
Now tell us your name.
My name's Connor.
Connor, and where are you from?
Wichita.
No, the school?
Bishop Carroll High School.
Bishop Carroll. Your name?
Bryn Solotrop.
Bryn. Now, how many people came down, you said?
Our high school alone has 4 buses, and from our diocese, we have at least 10.
And what were you getting as messages on the bus on the way down on the 28 hours?
Oh, you know, without showering for a whole 28 hours, people tend to get pretty grumpy. But in the end, it's all worth it to be here. And, you know, we got in at 1 o'clock that night, and we had Mass. And not everyone was in the greatest mood getting off the bus, but now everyone's happy, everyone's excited and cheering. It's a great time to be out here.
So here's the question. Why? Why? Why did you come here?
Because if I'm not here, why would you be here? Why did you come here? And people think that their voice, if people that think that their voice is too small, then there would be nobody here. If everyone here thought their voice didn't matter, there would be no march. Every single individual voice is what makes up this unity as a whole. If you thought that one person's gonna come here and bang on the door of Washington, they're not gonna listen. But if you bring 2, you bring 3, you bring your whole church that might listen. And then you bring a community of churches and a community of organizations across the whole nation. Not only is Washington going to listen, the whole nation is going to listen on EWTN.
Wow, how about that for fire? How's that for fire? Bree, what about you? What about you?
We almost didn't march today, and I came last year, and it was such an experience. I mean, there's so many people out here that are so dedicated to what this faith brings us to, and I had my mom just recently had a baby, and he is my godson now, and through that experience I just learned so much about just pregnancy and how important it is to show our faith through kids. I have 6 siblings, and we are one great happy family, and it's just beautiful. I love babies, and it's definitely like what Connor said. It takes 1, 2, 3 people, and you can make a difference.
I got to tell you, your witness getting here is a witness alone, but your words today, your passion, what a great, great story. Doug, how could you not feel the passion, not just in numbers, of course, but when you hear testimonies like this of the travel and of why they're here and how articulate they are? I don't know, I'm extremely hopeful for this pro-life generation. Yeah. So, hello.
Hi.
Where are you all from?
We're from New Orleans.
New Orleans.
And Atlanta.
Atlanta.
New Orleans.
And New Orleans. Okay, now what brought you all here? What brought you here?
We came here to march for the protection of all life, because all lives matter. So.
And what is your name?
My name's Elizabeth Gobert.
And your name?
Brenda Stoll.
Now, Brenda, what brought you from Atlanta and with this group here, knowing what we were going to come with the weather, knowing everything this, and I keep bringing this up to people because it's the issue of the day, but what's your story?
Well, I've been involved in pro-life for 26 years now, and I've just seen so much damage it's done to women. I have friends that have had abortions who are hurting so much. I think about all the lives that were lost that we could have, and I'm a nurse, and abortion is not health care. Abortion hurts women, it kills children, and I would just love to see it end. When I first started in the pro-life movement 26 years ago, I would have never thought that in 2016 it would still be legal. I'm still in shock over that.
Wow, well, come here. What is your name?
I'm Gwen Bergeron.
And Gwen, are you from New Orleans, or?
Yes, I am.
Tell me what brought you here? What have you seen at the march so far? What are some of your eyewitness views?
Well, I've seen so many people so fired up for life. You know, they all believe in the dignity of human life and just wanted to be a voice for the unborn who have no voice. So, yes, that's why I'm here, excited.
Have you seen anything even so far that's really just moved your heart or really just inspired you and said, I'm glad I was here?
Yes, I've seen women come forward to say that they regret their abortion and that they, now they're being that voice
because they've hurt for so many years and they want to stand out for that. And that has just touched my heart very much.
That's beautiful. What do you think you'll bring back from this march back to Atlanta?
Energy to keep going and to get fired up. And I also found out how I can try and talk to my congressman better and get a relationship with him going to maybe change his mind.
Well, safe travels back, and God bless you for being here. May it cover you and all of your travels back home. There you have it, coming from around the country. God bless you. God bless you all. Thank you. Back to you, Doug.
Thank you so much, and it's exciting to hear all those. You know, one of the things struck me when Damon was talking to those young people. I think they were from Kansas, and he asked me a question. Well, why did you come here? And he basically said, well, why did you come here? He said, and I thought it was made a really solid, simple point, which is if we weren't here marching, you wouldn't be here covering it because there'd be nothing to cover.
And if every individual had said, well, I can't make a difference, then there'd be no march to cover.
Right, exactly. I mean, it's such a simple way of thinking about it, but it's exactly right on the mark. And that's why it's so important that all the individuals, everyone who's important to God, which is everybody, has the ability as a created being of our Lord to step forward and step up. And I think we can see, is that maybe the Pilgrim Virgin, I think, being carried, Our Lady of Fatima, of course. And this is a very special year. This is the anniversary year of the Angel of Portugal coming in 1916, and next year, 2017, will be the 100th anniversary of the apparitions of Fatima. And so you should look for that, as well as coverage on EWTN as we continue our coverage here from Washington, and we go back to Damon Owens.
And we got a group here that's come up again from the South, this time from Mississippi.
Yes.
Yes, and what's your name?
Megan.
Megan?
Chris.
Kim.
Susie.
Ronaldo. Ronaldo. All right, you guys are here from Mississippi. What do you see?
Oh, a lot of snow and a lot of people.
Is this what you expected? How many of it, anybody a first time march? Your side, what have you seen?
I've seen God's love and mercy. Just everyone being here today shows forgiveness and love for God. We're all called to have mercy for each other, and mercy not only for the unborn, but for those who have committed the act against love. And so I pray for all of them and all their families and anyone who has encouraged others to encourage others for abortion. But I pray for them just as much as I pray for the unborn, because God can change their hearts and show mercy.
Yeah, and I'm not going to put you too much on the spot here, but knowing what was coming up here, knowing in terms of the weather, knowing the travel, however long it took you from Mississippi, something drove you here. Want to share that?
I was adopted, and I was born in 1962. If my mom didn't love me enough to give me up, and abortion was the choice, I may not be here today with all these beautiful young people and all these people. So I thank God every day for my life, and I thank God for my mom for giving me life and not having that option to abort me. So life is precious, and each and every one of us are precious.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much. A father of 2 adopted children. That's a testimony I prayed my children would have as well, thanking their birth mom and for that beautiful decision. Are you guys with a parish, with a group? What's your association with each other?
We're from the Immaculate Conception Church from Laurel, Mississippi.
Good, good. And was there a larger group, or you guys came together and decided to come?
It's just us. We have a diocese group that comes, and then we're young adults, and we just decided to come on our own this year.
Courage, courage, perseverance.
For 4 days, we're staying in a condo across the street. Don't worry, people, we're going to be great. We're going to stick it out through the blizzard.
I think you're going to make it. So you guys have the Lord's anointing there. Beautiful. Well, thank you so much, and God bless you all for being here, and thank you for your witness and your testimony. Back to you, Doug.
Thank you so much, Damon, and thank you to those people from Mississippi for making that trek. And we go to Teresa, who's in the midst of that snowstorm. Teresa.
Okay, we are live here, made it up to the Supreme Court. It's snowing very heavily, and there is probably a larger contingency than normal of pro-aborts who are really trying to drown out the Women and Men of the Silent No More awareness campaign. We're literally right in front of the steps of the Supreme Court. Every year at the end of the march, when the marchers come by the Supreme Court, they stop and they listen to these powerful testimonies. Some of the testimonies you heard this morning and before the rally have been with us all day. Janet Miranda, the co-founder of Silent No More, joins me again this afternoon to kind of set the scene for us
what it's been like for them. And then we're going to hear from two women whose testimonies are so, so powerful. Janet, describe our scene for us. It's really snowing heavily. The marchers are just starting to walk by.
Well, when we first got up here, some of us came ahead of the march because the pro-abortion people were here and threatening, last year they tried to destroy our stage and sign, so we came to protect our property, that we rented. And then we kind of took position here just praying silently, for them, because they were screaming all kinds of nasty things, of course, the same old rhetoric, my body, my choice, and all that. And then once we saw some of the pro-lifers here, we just started talking to them, and we took over and we started the gathering. And that's what's going on now. We've gotten up here, and the women are here and men, and they're sharing their testimonies, and we're going to stay and keep sharing until the police tell us we have to leave,
I'm wondering if it's a larger crowd this year, not that big, it's maybe about 60, 70 people from the pro-abortion side, but it's larger than normal.
Yes, it is.
And I'm wondering if it's because they do feel threatened.
I think they do. I think the baby body parts videos this summer exposing what's really going on and how nasty the industry is has gotten them furious. And also the fact that Congress actually passed a bill to defund them, even though Obama vetoed it, showed that the will of the people really nationwide is to stop having abortion, to fund Planned Parenthood, and let's stop it once and for all. So I think they feel more threatened than ever.
Now, I know the ladies that are with you, but just give our audience a brief introduction. We have Mary Kaminsky, and then we have another wonderful lady with you.
That's right. This is Mary Kaminsky, and Mary and I have been doing Rachel's Vineyard together. She's been actually part of the campaign since 2004, and she can tell your listeners, the viewers in a few minutes, her abortion story. But she also is a campus minister up at Montclair College, Montclair State University, which she's been doing. But we also were on a team in New York of Rachel's Vineyard for several years together too, and she's my good friend
And
too.
Mary has also shared her story on the Catholic View for Women. And Mary, your story is very significant because right now, the way you're working with the young people, when you see a lot of these young people out here with their pro-abortion signs, what goes through your mind?
Well, first of all, I'm very interested in education, and I think there's a lack of it on the side of life. A lot of these students do not really realize what is involved, when someone has an abortion, but also that life does begin at conception. We know that scientifically. And my job, working on the college is really to let women and girls and men know, okay, all the facts. I mean, they're being lied to through Planned Parenthood, and we're here really to tell them the facts. This is a truth. Abortion hurts women, children, men, and families.
What's it like for you to be here each year at the steps of the Supreme Court and hear the testimonies?
It's heart-wrenching when you hear many testimonies. The men, a lot of young girls up here today giving testimony, and it just reminds you of all the things you were never told. And when you look back on your life, like someone like myself, I had no idea at 17 years old what I was going to go through, even trying to have a child. So, and there are many women here today that are not able to have children at all, and that really is a shame. So there's a lot of things that we're just learning.
I think one of the things that's so frustrating is that these women are sharing their stories. And I wonder if anyone here even listens. You want to give them a chance to hear what you have to say, right? And you are. Introduce yourself to our audience, please.
Andrea Pearson.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
And did you tell your story yet? You're telling your story?
I have not told my story yet. I've been here. This is probably my 6th or 7th march with Silent No More, and my daughter's usually with me, and she's sick today. So,
what's it like for you to be here?
It's heart-wrenching when I see the opposition, because I feel sad for them. Like Mary said, they really don't know the truth. And standing out in the crowd also, when I walk out there, there's so many women and men that come up to you and will just whisper to you that they themselves had an abortion and how they're in pain as well.
In terms of having these public testimonies like this at such a significant location where it actually happened 43 years ago, it makes a very, very powerful witness. And even though we may not hear stories right away, as you said, people are listening. People are hearing, hopefully, what's going on.
Yeah, and my daughter and I do a lot of work with the youth as well. And we speak to them, and they actually are very interested, and they are very engaging, and they want to know. They're hungry for the truth. I'm not talking about the ones that are hiding, but these young kids are really hungry for the truth. And the more we speak about it, the more they're going to learn and understand, and then they can educate their peers as well.
It goes back to the education, right, Mary?
Right, exactly. Education is key, and we have the truth on our side. So that's why we have no fear, and we're happy to be silent no more.
So, Janet, how many women and men are giving their testimony today?
Well, we have about 40 here, and of course we have some all the way out in San Francisco for tomorrow at the Walk for Life, and of course some canceled, as you know, buses didn't get here, but they're all determined to stay here until each one gets to give their story.
And you'll be bringing some more over to us so we can talk to them. Thanks,
Actually,
Janet.
I'm going to bring someone who came all the way from California, so I'm going to bring a few people who came here, and then they're going to hopefully get out and fly out and give their testimonies tomorrow too.
Okay, if they can get out, we'll see. But thank you, Janet. Appreciate it. Janet Moore, the co-founder of the Janet Miranda, the co-founder of the Silent No More Awareness Campaign. We're at the steps of the Supreme Court. The testimonies are continuing, and as Janet said, they have about 40 people to go through. And we'll stay here and we'll talk to as many people as you like. You can see the weather is getting very bad. The marchers are starting to come by, and so the march is just beginning to wrap up. We're estimating it's about a third of the normal crowd that was here today due to the weather. We'll come back to the Supreme Court whenever you like to hear from us. And again, we're glad that we could be here to hear some of these testimonies and to give further voice to the women and men who are silent no more. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much, Teresa. It was great to see Janet and the wonderful work she does with Silent No More. The wonderful images coming from Washington, as I said, about a third. And I still think it's amazing that that many people were able to get there for the March for Life. And I wonder, Father, when they were talking about some of the quote-unquote pro-aborts who were up there shouting and screaming up by the Supreme Court, that it's a combination of the fact that they didn't think that many people would be here this year, and they thought maybe they would have a better balance in numbers, but still they came out, still they showed up. And I think the other point is even more prescient and on target, which is the fact that they're feeling that much more threatened in the sense of they can see the tide turning in the ways people's opinions are of how life is being handled today.
You know, a lot of people, those that are part of the march who saw them, pray for them. And I guess we can ask our viewers, we are asking our viewers to pray for them too. That God will give them that light, that grace that they need in this year of mercy, that He would pour His mercy upon them too, so that they might experience it as well.
Right, exactly, and I think that's the thing we always have to remind ourselves is that we say there, but for the grace of God go I.
Yes.
I might have been lucky because of the family that I was raised in, or the parents I happened to have, or the faith experience, or the spouse I married, or some other situation that opened me up to the Lord. And I was able to accept that free gift that's out there for everyone, and others have not because of their own personal situations. Many times it can even be ones of invincible ignorance or not being aware that God's love is out there for them because they've been so hurt. And we do have to pray for them to be open, because we know from dealing with EWTN over the years that there is no one, and I'm assuming from what you hear in the confessional, you know, the idea of there's no one who's too far away to come back and be forgiven.
And there was an email during Jim and Joy's program with David DeLayden from a woman who said she's been very staunchly pro-choice, pro-abortion, until she saw those videos and she realized what the underlying motive was, and that just changed her whole perspective on it.
Right, exactly. Let's go back out to Teresa, who's standing in front of the Supreme Court building with these Silent No More people. Teresa.
I'm pregnant out loud to my sister.
Okay, we're back here at the Supreme Court, and this is where the Silent No More Awareness Campaign testimonies are taking place, and we found some very brave young people. Doug, if you could believe it, they drove up all the way from Miami. Seriously? God bless you. That is amazing. What's your name, sweetheart?
Sonia.
Sonia, and tell us a little bit about your trip and why you decided to make this trip knowing the weather was going to be like this. It must mean a lot to you to be here.
Yeah, it does. Well, we made this trip because we believe that everyone should have an opportunity at life. So when you abort someone, they will never experience happiness or all the troubles of life. And I think that's very important that they do.
It's a long drive for you. How many hours did it take you?
Well, we flew.
Oh, you did fly. Oh, okay. I thought you drove up. Okay, good. But you're going to be here for a while. You know that because of the snow. All right. In terms of activities at your school, how did you first hear about the pro-life message?
We heard by a lot of awareness groups coming to us. So I think it's very important to spread awareness because we wouldn't have learned if not.
Well, we're counting on you guys to carry the torch for us. You will do that, right?
Yes, we will.
Okay. And your name is, sweetheart?
Tiffany.
Tiffany, and what's it been like for you so far? Is this your first march?
Yes. And my first time in Washington as well, yes. It's been powerful, honestly, very powerful to see how there still is hope in the world and how people still stand up for life, you know, not just abortion, but all type of life, euthanasia and everything. And it is very powerful. It still gives me hope, you know, as the youth. So it's very, very nice.
Are you involved in a pro-life group back at your high school?
Yes. I'm in Raiders for Life because we're St. Thomas Aquinas Raiders, so it's Raiders for Life. Yeah.
How did you first hear about the pro-life message? Was it handed down to you from your family and then obviously reinforced at the school level and at the parish?
Yes, it was. I heard about it. Well, I always grew up in like the Catholic faith, and I heard about it more specifically in 8th grade. We had a day called Chastity Day, and they talked about pro-life. So.
And let's talk to this young man. If you could squeeze in here, dear, your name is?
Hi, I'm Justin.
Hi, Justin. And why are you here today? Tell us your story.
My campus ministry teacher, Miss Ecker, shout out to Miss Ecker. She can't be here right now. She's taking care of a couple sick friends back at the hotel. She was telling us about it, and I don't exactly know. I just felt something that I needed to come. I can't explain it, but I felt that I needed to come, and I don't know. I took the feeling and ran with it, and I'm here.
And are you glad you did that?
Yeah, I'm very happy I did that.
What has it meant to you so far to see the number of young people that are here year after year?
Well, it's really powerful, and my sister, she lost her baby when it was still in her stomach, and she was thinking about abortion but decided she wanted to have it, and then the kind of mess that came after it, and she says that losing it was a serious toll on her psyche.
Well, the miscarriage was really hard for her, and she at one point was thinking about aborting.
Yeah, and then I have friends and stuff that or not friends but friends of friends that have done it, and they're just really emotional about it.
So you've seen the fallout from it then?
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your witness and for your articulation on this issue. And your name, dear, is?
Jamie.
And you're here?
I'm here because I want to show that life means something, even from conception, because 18 days after a baby is conceived, it has a heartbeat. And people think, oh, it doesn't matter, it's just in someone's stomach. But we need to get the message across to everyone, young and old, that life matters.
I just have to say I'm so impressed. When I was in high school, I had no idea. And Roe v. Wade had just been passed. I was in high school in the 70s. And you are so articulate, you're so bright, and you give us so much hope. So God bless you. Thank you for your witness, and thank you for braving the cold from Miami. And if you can call down there and have send up some sunshine so we can get home sooner, what do you think? Yeah, thanks you guys. God bless you. We're going to keep on talking to folks here. Come on over. The man with the prize for the best hat at the March for Life. Okay. And your name is, sir?
Jay Watts.
And Jay, where are you from?
Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, and you are?
I'm Peyton Watts.
And tell us why you're here, and love the hat. It's a good look for you.
And it is the warmest hat I've ever owned. I actually was here in town speaking to an organization. I travel around the country training people how to defend the view that human life has value in the marketplace for an organization called Life Training Institute. Scott Klusendorf, I work with him.
Great organization.
Yeah, absolutely. So I work with Scott. I'm the vice president of the organization. And this gave an opportunity for me to bring my family with me for the first time. And it was important to me that they experience the march and to be here and to see just how important it was to so many people and to be a part of the bigger part of it. You know, they're a part of it from my perspective, but they don't get to be a part of it from everybody else's. And so I wanted them to just see what it was like, what the pro-life movement was like, and what it was like to be a part of the march.
And for you, in what you do in terms of training, this must really mean something to you to be right in front of the Supreme Court.
It is. You know, when I first got over, especially when you know so many people couldn't make it because of the weather, when you got over to the rally and saw how many people did come out, it was very moving. And then to get over here and have a chance to pray with my son. So much of what we do is arguing that scientifically speaking, from the moment of conception, they're human. And that philosophically speaking, what makes us valuable as human beings is our identity as human beings, the fact that we're human. And so I argue a lot of philosophy and science, but to be here and to pray and to walk and to do all of those other aspects of that are who I am, not just my job, but who I am as a man, it was very important to me and very moving day.
And have you noticed that there's more men now giving their testimony here? What does that mean to you?
Yeah, it's great to see it all. You know, for my daughters, it was great to see, because my young daughters are back at the hotel. They left before we got to this point. But they got to see all the women and to see how many younger women, a little older than them, are a part of it. For me, to see fathers out here, to see men leading this, to be a part of it. It's great because so much pressure. So many times I talk to people around the country and they tell me I feel pressure to get out of it because I'm a man. on. So often that attack that I shouldn't be involved with it because I'm a man, I shouldn't have an opinion because of my sex. And to see them overcome that pressure and to be out here leading it, to be involved with it, all of those things, yeah, it is exciting.
And how has it been for you, young man? What's your impression so far?
Abortion isn't a good thing. I know that very well by now, but I'm happy to see so many people have realized that and that they're being open about it. They're showing that they disagree with the practice of abortion.
Well, thank you so much for being here and for the great work that you do. You do a wonderful job of training people. And I think for you, it must be interesting to be here. It's kind of a culmination because, as you said, working in the scientific area, and then you come here and you hear these testimonies. And so it's an affirmation for you.
Absolutely. And to be a part of the bigger movement. I mean, we always say we're a part of, we try to govern the argument, so to speak, to help people to make good arguments and to engage well. But we're a part of a bigger movement, a bigger thing. And to be here and to see people that I know and organizations that I work with the Catholic organizations all over the country, to see so many people I've worked with, it is very exciting just as a human being to be a part of it.
Give us your website.
It is prolifetraining.com, www.prolifetraining.com.
Thank you. God bless you. And safe travels home. Thanks for all your great work. Shall we continue? We're going to have some more testimonies. Back with Janet Miranda, the co-founder of the Silent No More Awareness Campaign, and more women.
These are two women who traveled the furthest to come here. This is Angelina Steenstra. She's our national coordinator up in Canada. Of course, our Canadian friends on EWTN will see her in May when they have March of Life there. And this is Patty Smith, our regional coordinator in San Diego. I mean, these two ladies traveled the furthest. You might want to ask them why they came to Washington for the snow event here.
It's and probably in Canada you're used to the winter weather, right? Because you're close to us in Michigan. But we've talked before, Angela. You do a beautiful job. What's it mean for you again to be involved in this particular aspect of the march at the end of the march with the testimonies?
It means a lot to me to be part of the international movement of Silent No More Awareness Campaign. And personally, when I come to Washington, I commemorate the short life and death of my child, Sarah Elizabeth, who died in Buffalo, New York, as a result of a surgical abortion when I was 15, having conceived in rape.
And so this whole concept of exception for rape and incest, and I think the word is getting out, though, with groups like Save the One and others who are making a difference.
Yes, and I think at some level women are exploited to justify abortion in the cases of rape and incest. So you have double victims. You know, not only are you a victim of rape and incest, you become a victim of abortion and lose your child, which is a further victimization.
Now, you've given your testimony here at the Supreme Court, right? What was that like?
The very first time I did it, it was a real, very moving experience to commemorate Sarah's life and death, to do something that cost me something to commemorate her. And it was very liberating on another level. And it also convicted me that I could be silent no more in Canada, that I needed to respond to the invitation to lead Silent No More Awareness Campaign in Canada.
We're so great to have you here. It's so great to have you and to work with you in Canada. You do a wonderful job. And I know your March for Life is growing up there as well. Thank you. And we'll see you a bit later. And Patty, thanks for joining us from California. How has it been for you so far?
This has been absolutely marvelous. I love the weather. I've missed the snow. I used to live in Seattle, and coming from San Diego, this has just been beautiful. And being able to meet so many people with Silent No More that I normally just talk to on conference calls or through emails and on Facebook, just get to see them in person and really be able to build a camaraderie with these women and men it's just been miraculous.
So is this the first time you've taken part in this actual event from the Supreme Court?
Yes. I normally go to San Francisco or the San Diego March for Life, but I wanted to experience the one here in Washington, D.C., and see all my East Coast sisters and brothers from Silent.
If there was one or two things you could tell our viewers, maybe someone who hasn't heard all that many testimonies and is still maybe a little bit on the fence on the abortion issue, what would you tell them?
Well, what I would say is that regardless what you think, abortion does hurt the women, and it hurts everybody involved. And they just don't realize it. They might not realize it at the very beginning, but they will eventually. I didn't realize it for 30 years till after my abortion. I had 2 abortions. And I suffered for over 30 years with alcoholism, promiscuity, you name it, I went through it. I ended up in a mental hospital because I was suicidal.
most people don't realize that it spirals, and some women don't even really stop and think about it until years after. I know in doing so many interviews with Janet and Father Frank that there are women who have abortions and maybe 10 years later they finally realize maybe my life is spinning out of control because of the abortion. But why is there such a disconnect, do you think, at least for some women, for a few years?
Because a lot of times when women go in and if they seem to be having problems with, and they go to therapy or whatever, abortion's not brought up. They don't ask you, have you ever had an abortion?
The denial is everywhere, yeah.
Everywhere. And so even when I was going to my psychiatrist, he never asked me if I had an abortion. Nobody does. You know, and they don't understand that that's where a lot of it comes from. It just rips the soul out of us. When we lose our babies, it just takes our soul away. You know?
It was interesting. I was just interviewing a high school student, and he made a very profound statement. He had a sister who suffered a miscarriage. And during the pregnancy, she was thinking about an abortion. She didn't abort. She lost the child through miscarriage, and she was so very devastated over the miscarriage, and then thinking in her mind, how much worse would I have felt had I had the abortion?
Absolutely. And that's one thing I have a real hard time understanding. They keep saying, the pro-choice people keep saying, it's not a baby. But yet when you miscarry, you lose a baby. Well, when you abort, you lose a baby. The terminology is the same regardless.
Truth is truth. Right.
It's truth.
Thank you for your strength and your courage and for being silent no more.
And by the way, Teresa, the pro-abort opposition has left. They left
left
a half hour ago because they don't have the determination we do, right? I mean, because you know why? We have the victory because we're bringing the light into the darkness, the light of Christ. And just I want to remind people, go to silentnomore.com, read the testimonies, listen to their voices, and pass the message on, and go to abortionforgiveness.com, put in your zip code, find the nearest healing resource, especially in this year of mercy. The doors of the church are open.
But you never know. Maybe someone who heard one of the testimonies or was listening or saw some of the signs, and then you've had women, you told us this morning, that had been standing as the march was going by, and they would see the Silent No More women, and
And then they went for healing because they were ashamed to tell anybody that they had that abortion. They were keeping that secret deep inside of them. They might have went to confession, yes. They knew Jesus forgave them, but they couldn't forgive themselves. And that's the important step. When they go to a healing program like Rachel's Vineyard, then finally they can begin to heal their own soul, forgive themselves. You know, Jesus' mercy and grace is always there, but they beat themselves up for many, many years, even if they have gone back to the church and gone to confession, because they still are doing the blame game.
Right.
An abortion recovery program like Rachel's Vineyard helps them really be at peace. They get to name their child and really deal with that abortion and put it to rest.
Janet, we'll be here for a little while. We're going to talk to some more students. Thank you, ladies. Okay, we're going to keep going and talk to some more folks. Come on over here, young people. How are you? Good. My name's Teresa. Where are you from?
North Carolina. Cashiers, North Carolina.
And your name is?
Becky Holly.
And Becky, give us a little example of why you're here. Tell us your mission to be here in the lovely weather that we're having here in Washington, D.C.
Well, my group started out about 3 years ago when God kind of laid it on my heart to come out and march for life and stand up for these aborted babies. And it started out with 2 of us, and there's 18 of us here today.
What's it been like for the group so far?
Amazing. It's amazing to be a part of this, and we are really sad that 1/3 of our generation has been aborted.
Does it give you hope, though, to see all of the young people?
All of the young people in the blizzard, amen. Yeah. Such hope.
So have you had a chance to talk to some other young people, the groups? When did you get here?
We came in on Tuesday, and we've been doing street ministry and getting ready for this event today.
Right. And you're going to come back next year?
Absolutely, every year.
Let's talk to some of your other friends here. And your name is, sweetie?
Adrienne McCall.
Nice to meet you. And tell us what your experience has been like. And why did you decide to stop here at the Silent No More campaign?
Well, my trip so far has been really amazing. I got to see how many people actually really do care about these babies who aren't even being able to have a birthday, or not even for the moms who decided to abort their babies, and to see how their story, how it hurt them so much that they regretted it. It makes a different point of view for me, to where like I feel sorry for the moms who decide to give away their babies, and it's really sad. And I really wish that this march will make a difference in Washington so that we won't have to march again.
Well, Thank you so much for your courage and for coming all the way up here. Stay warm, stay healthy, and keep doing what you're doing. We need you. You need to carry the torch for us. Thanks. God bless you guys. Safe travels back home. Pro-life, pro-woman. We're going to throw it back to the studio. We'll get you some more interviews, and we'll talk to you soon, Doug. Great people here, a lot of young people. Back to you.
And it was killing me from the inside.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you so much. And, just as we was coming back, I heard somebody saying it was killing me from the inside. So, as much as we've got the powerful testimonies and the upbeat of seeing young people, we have to remember, the whole silent memorial, people suffering with abortion. I'm Doug Keck here with our chaplain from EWTN, Father Joseph Mary Wolf. We've been here since the beginning. Last night we had the event, the Mass before the March, and then we had the Vigil Mass, obviously, and then this morning, right before the March, we had the other Mass, and we'll also have the Verizon Center Mass coming up after our coverage. In the next few minutes, we'll be able to show you a replay of that Mass from earlier this morning from the Verizon Center, which was the Youth Center, as we continue our coverage here of the 43rd Annual March for Life coming from Washington. As you can see moments ago, heavy snow now is hitting, and so obviously we're seeing the beginning of the storm. Snowmageddon, as Damon Owens has referred to it as. I must be what they're calling it locally there in D.C. Father, we saw a couple of banners and a couple of people there. We saw Franciscan University, I think, was there walking. We're seeing sights here, as we can see on our screen, from the Supreme Court building.
We had Generation Pro-Life, Missouri Right to Life, Jesuit New Orleans Pro-Life, the Knights of Columbus, Live for Life, the Family Research Council, Holy Apostles Seminary and College, and Franciscan University.
Right. We always think it's good to get a shout out to the banners that we can see to honor those who've made the march. And again, you can see the images coming from the Supreme Court building. And what's great is this year, thanks to our crack team, these are the best images we've been able to put out for the Supreme Court building. We've been able to bring you some of the Silent No More and Teresa Tomeo doing interviews there. And we want to remind you before we go out to Teresa that there's a couple of events happening tomorrow. Obviously, the Walk for Life from the West Coast and also One Life LA. There's also a Requiem Mass for the Unborn, a pro-life Mass coming from Los Angeles at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, so people can look for that as well. It looks like at this point in time we're wrapping things up with the weather outside of the Supreme Court building. You can see those images. That's the end of the crowd. The march has really ended. And again, tomorrow, the two of us will be back together again here in studio looking for our coverage of the Walk for Life West Coast. And that will be from San Francisco, 2:30 p.m. Eastern. That's 2:30 p.m. Eastern, 11:30 a.m. Pacific. That's for the Walk for Life West Coast with Father Mark and the Pintos and Doug Barry. And also we'll be bringing you coverage as well from One Life LA, and that's at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. And again, as I mentioned, the Requiem for the Unborn Pro-Life Mass with Archbishop Gomez from Los Angeles at 8 p.m. Eastern. The first time we're really doing that, 5 p.m. Pacific. Look forward to that as well. So we have a complete West Coast feed tomorrow on the pro-life angle. I'm assuming that it'll be a little bit warmer than we're seeing right now, and we really owe a lot to those people who've, have really braved the elements, is no other way to say it, and taken those risks. But at the same time, we salute all of you who are watching EWTN's coverage, who've stayed with us this whole time to support these people, even though you feel bad that you might not have yourself been able to make that journey as you had planned maybe all year. A couple of things just before we go, a couple of housekeeping things. It's Year of Mercy, the Jubilee. When you talk about abortion, it's all about mercy. Holy Year in Rome by our own Joan Lewis. No one knows Rome better. The complete Pilgrim's Guide for the Jubilee of Mercy. Look for that. It's available right now through the EWTN Religious Catalog. And of course, as we've mentioned before, Praying with Mother Angelica. This book is coming out in February, but you can pre-order it now through EWTN's Religious Catalog, EWTNRC.com, EWTNRC.com. Meditations on the Rosary Way, the Cross, and other prayers, which a couple that Father has referenced already during the day. And so as we get ready to close, Father, a couple of closing thoughts and maybe a prayer.
Yes, I hope that we could have that image up maybe one more time, of that sculpture of Martin Hudasek, the Slovakian artist, which really he was trying to depict forgiveness, you know, the mercy of God toward those that have experienced the pain of abortion. There's many people, many women who have experienced this terrible pain. And yet the Lord's mercy is waiting for them. You know, his arms of mercy are there to welcome them. And that's really the theme of Mother's prayer here that we're going to be concluding this coverage with, this prayer that Mother has for mothers considering abortion. Lord God, we ask you something that only you can give. You know this woman's great pain, uncertainty, shame, humiliation, and fear. And I ask that you touch her, Lord, and let the child within her grow, come to light, and one day see you face to face. Take away her fears, take away everything that makes her uncertain. And Lord, I ask you to heal the relationship between family members who have so much tension at this point and confusion. Lord, we put this wonderful family in your hands and ask you to heal them, that they may present a child one day to the world. And we ask Mary, our Mother, to pray with them and bless them. Amen.
Amen. And that's just another example of praying with Mother Angelica. Yes. And Mother said it so well. A couple of things to just remind ourselves of, that we will see you tomorrow, of course. Father, it's always great to be with you. And I want to thank, you know, our wonderful team in Washington, Damon Owens, Teresa Tomio, John Kliklinski and his whole team, our team here, Marcus Persky, Steve Beaumont, our whole crew here, Roger and Philip, and
John,
and even John.
That's right.
That without them working together, it's like people going to the march. If they're not there doing their job, we're not covering the march. And if these people aren't doing it, we're not bringing you the march. And without your support, we couldn't do it either, because it's your donations that keep EWTN afloat. Just a reminder, stay with us as our coverage continues. Coming up next is the Youth Rally Mass for Life, taped earlier this morning at the Verizon Center in Washington, D.C. Cardinal Wuerl will be the main celebrant, and Father Chris Seath will be the homilist. So stay with that, and stay with all our coverage. Look for air times and replays, and join us tomorrow at 2:30 for the Walk for Life West Coast and One Life LA coverage beginning 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time. For Doug Keck and Father Joseph Mary Wolf, thank you so much for joining us.
I believe in the sun. I believe in the risen one. I believe I overcome by the power of his blood. Amen. Oh, man. I'm alive because he lives. Oh, man. Oh, man. Let my song join the one that never ends, because he lives. I was dead in the grave. I was covered in sin and shame. I heard mercy call my name. He wrote the story